Yo, is anyone there?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Who's that?
Extremistus.
Hello, Extremistus.
Hello.
Would you like to talk about something?
No, I'm just sort of listening. I'm actually kind of working.
Oh, fair enough.
I just have it kind of on in the background, so to speak.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I was hoping there was a conversation already happening, but
Not here. Everybody's over at the other server.
yeah, well, there's like three or four servers for this now, so it's kind of like spreading everything thin, isn't it?
But DMOC's over there, and I don't feel like listen to DMOC ramble.
Neither do I, to be honest. Yeah, I think we've got a few problem children on both sides.
Literally, I was listening to DMOC, and I was thinking, if I had my own server, I would not let DMOC in. I would not let Write the Hand in, and I probably wouldn't let Pete in. I don't think any. Those three are just, I find extremely annoying, and they don't contribute anything.
Yeah, I mean, Right in the Hand's okay, but he tends to want to just like, he just comes out swinging and he doesn't matter who he catches. You know?
He just wants to argue. He doesn't even care if he's right or wrong. He'll just pick the opposite side of you just to argue.
Yeah, that is true, to be fair.
He's not a Glover or he's not a flat earther. He's just an arguer.
They might be. Well, you do get people who are just contrarian. They just like just having the opposite opinion, like you say.
That's exactly what he does. He's very contrarian.
I suppose there's an element of that in everyone, but some people take it too far.
And the problem is that people on both sides don't recognize that, and they just keep egging. Well, I guess they keep letting him egg them on, and it just gets louder on both sides, and louder and louder and louder.
Yeah.
And it just drives me crazy.
Yeah, like we had that guy the other day calling Whitsitt a Satanist, and Right the Hand was defending him, and I was just like, "You're both clowns." Like, it's got nothing to do with what we're saying.
Are you a mod?
Am I on?
Mod? Can you mod?
Sort of. I'm driving. It depends what. Like,
somebody wanted to be unmuted. They're muted on voice chat.
Someone's muted.
Yes.
Yeah. I can unmute someone, but I'll need to pull over.
Well, don't worry about that big deal. I mean, nobody's talking, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but if they're unmuted, they might talk.
Oh, there you go. I guess it depends on how much you want to have a conversation.
Yeah, well, let's see who it is first.
WSD34. I don't know who it is.
I don't know who that is either. Sorry, I don't want to really make that decision. Sorry. Someone else might have muted him for good reason, and I don't really want to just undo it for no reason.
Okay.
Like, I haven't even looked at his roles, so it's not like I'm being. I don't even know if he's flat earther or Glober or whatever. Anyway.
There you go. There you go. You're on. Either you or somebody else unmuted him.
I didn't mute anyone.
Hello there, hello there. How you guys doing?
What's up?
Not much, man. Not much. How about you?
Oh yeah, not a lot. I'm just today.
I just wake up from a hotel, so
Sorry.
I just wake up from a hotel, a very fancy hotel. So
Oh no.
yeah, man. So yeah, man. It's like I think the most successful career right now is the most successful career is the construction industry. If you work from Disney, you make a lot of them, or the engineering industry and the magazine industry. That's all, man. That's all. So I'm a college student, but I'm an engineering student. I did my military training, so yeah, yeah, man. So that's makes a lot of money, man. I think all these scientists are need to be arrested. I'm sorry.
Sorry, say again.
This this neo this neo science like brain science. Hello there again. Do like you guys watch Ice Poseidon, man? You know I Poseidon, bro. Oh, it's a CG, but like my picture, my profile picture, it's space is real. Space is real. I can prove every flat earther to his knees right now. Every flat earther. Bring on flat earthers, okay? Bring on off your moon landing. Yeah, I know the moon landing is fake. I know that. Critical thinking. Critical thinking on. But like, oof, who created? Yes, I can prove every flat earther in the server down to his knees. Down to his knees, man. Down to his knees. Man, so. Well, I don't.
What's up, Rakia?
I'm just doing a little shopping. Going to get some therapy on my back. We're kind of shut down. It's rain and cold, so nothing happening. No work.
Oh yeah, you guys can work in the rain. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, not much. I'm passing one of my big sites now. I got 3 developments going and one huge commercial job that I'm contracted for. So I've been crazy busy.
I hear that. So what do you do? All the crews go on standby until the weather gets better, I guess, right?
Yeah, they're just off. They work 6 days a week when it's good, and then off sometimes when it's not. So they're used to it. They enjoy the time off. Yeah. So we work like dogs, day and night almost. Last 2 or 3 weeks, one of my crews been working literally day and night. Like, one week they had 2 nights, 2 days in the same week where they worked all day and then all that night, like Tuesday night and Thursday night.
So you're equipped. You're equipped with all the lights and shit, huh?
Oh yeah, we have light banks. You can always rent them too if you need more, but we pretty much have our own.
Nice.
And then my concrete, I own a concrete crushing plant. Like we take when you dig up concrete or take up a driveway or a road or something, they'll bring it, and we run it through a big machine, crush it, and then sell it as crushed concrete, like a base. And we picked up a huge contract about 6 months ago, and it's full-fledged. We're running day and night over there. So they're actually working right now because they're inside of machines. They're out of the weather.
Yeah, I remember that time you were telling me when the prices went up and you were thinking, should I? So you finally bought that, huh? Nice. Way to go.
No, this is something else. That was a concrete, like something that pumps concrete. And I should have started that about 4 years ago. Went up and looked at one and should have bought it. Had the money, and then one of my best friends is who does all my pumping now. So I feel like a dick if I go buy one. That's how he does his supports his family. So I'm probably his biggest customer. So if he loses me, I'll buy my own pump. It hurt him pretty good. But I got enough going on. Yeah.
That's what you call a friend, man. Way to go.
Yeah,
bro.
I mean, we do business together too. So, he sends me a lot of work and he gets all my pumping. So, like, he used to do concrete finishing, but now I do all, everything that goes through his site. I do all the work, So,
right.
that's kind of why I don't do it. If he would cut me off of that, I'd probably, yeah. All right, then I'm going to do my own pump.
I'll fix you now.
Yeah. And it wouldn't be heartfelt. It would just be business. Yeah, we're crazy. I got 2 other things. I manage property. I have rentals and stuff like that. Snowbirds are down. They're bitching right now because they leave snow and ice to come down and rent the condo for 6 months. And right now it's freaking miserable. On the coast it's 30 degrees and raining.
It's really 30 degrees there.
It's going to be below 30 for 4 days in a row. Even one day is during the day it's going to be below.
No way. All the way south there?
Well, where I'm at. And then it's just really cold where they're at. They come here to get away from the cold, and then it's cold. So they're all bitching and,
Yeah.
Why are you
Send them
calling
up
me?
here.
Yeah. It's the same group that comes every year. It's just, that rents my places. So, you get a friendship developed,
What are they Canadians or Northern Americans?
No, they're just close. I don't know, like Minnesota, just way up north, and they just don't like the hard, cold, harsh winter when they get older, so they'll come stay in a condo on the beach, and enjoy that. But they're bitching now, going, "Oh, you got anything further south? We're thinking about maybe next year going, here." And I'm like, it's been cold 1 year, you know, like it's only gonna be cold for like a week. Chill out, you know.
Spoiled,
But
aren't we? Yeah.
yeah, just whatever. I mean, they just like to bitch, too, you know. They can bitch all they want. Bread and butter. We don't make as much money during the winter, but we don't lose money either. You know, like if we didn't have the northern coming down during the winter to spend time here, no one would, you know, they wouldn't be rented. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, not from the locals, that's for sure.
Yeah, the local people that go to Florida for their vacation are not going to rent this time of year, so we'd be vacant. So, you know, we cherish them. You know, it's how we make our money because they pay our bills and maintenance during the wintertime, and during the summer we make, you know, we make banks. I'll tell you what really my agent that does all my like real estate, like she handles all the properties basically, the leasing part, you know, books all the, you know, books them. She said, man, the money's in the money's in the hills. What are you talking about? She said, all my clients that buy condos in like Tennessee and wherever, you know, like hill country, mountainous, you know, condos, they're making huge amounts of money because it's year round, right? She said you get top dollar year round and you stay booked. Like they're 3 and 4 years booked out. So we went and bought like a test condo, one that we in an area that we wanted, you know, to go visit and then, you know, try the rental. And it's been freaking crazy, dude. We can't even use it that much because it's rented out so much. And
In the
then
mountains? Really?
yeah, in Tennessee, yeah. People love going there and just, you know, spending a week or 2 weeks and, you know, going see all the bears, whatever. I mean, fishing. During the summertime, springtime, it's trout fishing and, you know, just beautiful leaf changes and blah, blah, blah. And then in the wintertime, they snow ski and do all the mountain stuff.
Is that near Hillbilly Blue?
I don't know where he lives.
He's in Tennessee, no?
Yeah, I think so. That's what he says he was from.
Imagine you open your window and you see blue.
Yeah, he's totally, he's off the charts.
Yeah, he's next to go.
Yeah. Yeah, I did my number on Paid Nasty. You don't hear him anymore. I think Moryak's kind of settled down now.
Yeah.
Blue, you gotta hand it to him, man. He hung in there. I gave him the drill for about 6 months, and he hung in there pretty good. Like he's stubborn.
Yeah.
I tested him pretty good, and he stuck around.
Did you happen to catch by any chance the FED show yesterday?
I didn't. What I heard y'all talking about that. It was gonna be. I don't remember, but it was. I wanted to watch. I remember when y'all said. I was like, man, I need to watch that, and then I didn't keep up with when it was. What was it about?
Well, we went over to Nathan's, and you know, Bev started to talking, and of course, right away, the insecure man started swearing, yelling. I'm sure you could imagine, right? His parents would have been proud of him. Anyway, so they're yelling, they're screaming. So at one point, I go, let me try to make the peace here, you know. So I piped up and I said, I think there's a communication problem. You know, I tried to, you know, explain because they were talking about the angle, you know. So Nathan started on me. Oh, you white knight, this and that, and well, I think he's bipolar or something. This something definitely wrong with this guy.
Just a businessman. He's found his niche. That's where he makes his money. How he makes it.
Yeah, yelling and screaming, yelling and screaming.
I listened to Q. What's his name? Q5. I didn't even. I listened to like 5 minutes of it. I was like, I can't even listen to it. It's so bad, bro. Like taking everything out of context just to make Bev look bad. Which, you know, right or wrong, like whether Bev is right or wrong, what QE is doing is dishonest. You know.
Yeah, I'm against that kind of stuff, man.
Yeah.
You know,
Me too.
that's just it's unacceptable. But hey, you know, I tried to ask him. I tried to make the peace. You know, man, you're in the white knighting. So then now I got upset. So I tell him, okay, you have an angle. All right, here's your angle. Now tell me, Nathan. Tell me, what do you do after you get the angle? He had no clue, bro. He has no idea whatsoever at all. Then he tells me, have you used a sextant SC? I says, not really. He says, I have. And then further down the conversation, the lawyer, he admitted that no, he hasn't used the sextant. He watched his sister use it. So I nicknamed him Nathan, the Lying Navigator. That's your new name, bro. I hope you're listening. Nathan, the Lying Navigator.
I don't think you could watch someone do it and know how to do it. Like,
No way.
seems like
No way.
I don't go as far to say as it doesn't work. I think it gets you, you know, and it helps with your direction and can lead you toward, like, if I need to go from the U.S. to wherever, right, to another continent or a certain part of Mexico or whatever, I think I could learn how to use the sextant and get to that area. You know what I'm saying? But the way
Oh
they
yeah.
say that it's so precise, I know it's not that precise, because if it was, you wouldn't spend thousands of dollars, you know, on charting and blah blah blah. You just use the sextant.
Oh yeah. There's no question that they work. They do work. People have been using them for a long time to navigate. That's not the issue. The issue was the angle, because you know Bev says and we say you can do fuck all with an angle, right? With just an angle, you can do nothing. That's the statement, which Bev brought out for Ruhif, right? Because he thought you can get the what was it, the opposite angle from just an angle, and that's where that came up. Now Nathan, the triggered little soy boy, took it upon himself like somebody's trying to hurt FED. You know, really, really strange. Why you get triggered? You can do fuck all with an angle. That is a statement of fact.
Yeah, I don't ever. I haven't listened to one of their shows in a year now. I mean, you know, I don't know what the time frame is, but a long time. When he started all that yelling and balls in your face stuff, I lost interest quick.
Yeah. Nathan, you're a flat earth liability. That's what you are. You're uncultured. You have no manners. You don't know how to treat women. You don't know how to treat your guests. He was calling Emma a bitch. Called her a bitch about 10, 20 times on his show live. Were
Yeah,
your
that's
children
true.
listening, Nathan? When you were
I
yelling like
know.
a madman, were your
That's a
children listening in
married
the
man with
background?
a little daughter, with a little child. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
uh,
Was your
yeah,
daughter listening, Nathan, while calling another woman a bitch? Because you were yelling pretty loud, Nathan. Really pissed
strange.
me off.
I think, like I said, I think that's just this act. You know, it used to not be
I
like
don't
that.
know, bro.
When we went there, when I was there, it started getting bad. But in the beginning, it was pure trying to figure things out. You know, he would let people discuss things, and he wouldn't treat them like that. But you know, he'd rag them, but not like yell at them and just mute them. And we had some good discussions. You know, learned a lot. You know, started trying to figure out things, and then he just went downhill. Right after the Black Swan, when they you know put that out there as this be all of flat Earth, and then got the confidence to just shut everybody down, is when I left. I'm like, it's an observation. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I
Yeah,
can see
he's
how that could even be tricked, or fooled.
yeah, it's a scam. It's a
Yeah.
sham. If anybody donates money to this man is a scam artist. I went on his show. I challenged him. I challenged the little soy boy live in front of everybody. What did he do? He muted me and he deafened me. And I challenged him on the sexton. I asked him, Nathan, I'm giving you this angle. What are the 3 things that you do right after you take the angle? The little soy boy had no answer. He has no clue about the sexton. 0. Nothing. He had nothing.
Yeah, it's trouble. Yeah, it's strange. Strange. I mean, the whole thing is strange right now. You know, but
Yeah, instead
people
of
out in
working
the real
together.
world, yeah. I think we're getting what we want because people are receptive out in the real world, but you know, the people running the shows and stuff now are gone nuts.
Yeah, like what the hell, man? I tried to
This is
make the
the time we
peace.
should be flourishing.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm walking in somewhere. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right. So I hope you're listening, Nathan. From now on, you're going to be known as Nathan, the lying navigator, because you lied. You said you used the sextant, but then you said you watched your sister use the sextant. So you're a liar, Nathan. Thinks he's fucking special. You're not special. You're not. You're just another dude. It's all you are. Hello, Bree Bree.
Hey, what's up?
All right, I don't believe I've ever spoken to you.
Oh yeah, I'm kind of new. I've been entertaining the trolls a lot in the live stream one text.
Oh, I think I heard. Are you the one from that came from 24/7?
Yeah,
Right. Okay. I think I heard you before. Yeah. Good stuff.
I feel like I can be a little bit more active for some reason in this live stream. It just feels a little bit more chilled out.
Oh yeah. This is a good place. Yeah. No. Very relaxed. No name calling allowed and stuff like that. Do you know a guy named what was his name? I forgot his name. Phantom something or other.
I don't have a recollection of them. Why?
No, there's this particular guy that I had a beef with, and I left 24/7.
Was he
Well,
like a
not
mod or something?
yeah. He was a mod, ghost, gospel bearer. That's it, gospel bearer.
Oh yeah, I don't think he's act. I mean, I haven't seen him active in the live stream in months. I don't know what happened.
Okay, he got triggered, very triggered, and and
What
yeah,
did?
we had a.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, we were talking about. Funny enough, we were talking about an angle again. A lot of people are getting triggered over an angle. It's amazing. Yeah, so I asked a couple of questions, and he was getting bossy with me. That's irrelevant, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do that. So I got a little iffy with him as well, and he decided to put me in cog dis.
What exactly about the angles were y'all debating though?
Well, there's this big controversy going on right at the moment, right? A few months back, we were talking to this guy named Ruhif, and we were talking about angles and the triangle, the right angle triangle. And he said with an angle, just an angle, he can find the opposite, I believe. So we're telling no, you can't. You need more than just an angle, right? So we came up with a thing that says, well, actually Bev did. He said, and this triggers the hell out of everybody, ballers, some flat earthers. And it goes like this, very simple. You can do F all with an angle. Just that simple statement.
You guys weren't talking about a sextant, were you? You guys were just talking about angles.
The conversation was, well, it's kind of both. They were talking about sextant, navigation. I'm not sure with Ruhif if he brought, I do believe he did bring up the sextant, but absolutely he brought up the right angle triangle. And he said with an angle, which I assume he could only take with a sextant. So, yeah.
Well, if
So
he was
with that,
arguing that you only need an angle, he's wrong because a sextant is more than just getting the angle.
exactly. You see how simple that was with you? That's so simple. Yesterday, I got into a big argument with Nathan for the same reason. You see how easy that you understood that, right? That simple statement. You can
Yeah.
do F all with it. Yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, people get triggered to high hell. They feel threatened by a simple statement.
I don't think they understand how a sextant works if they claim that you only need the angle because you also have the altitude and all other kinds of shit you have to know for location.
No, they
You
don't
also
claim
have to
that
have
you only need. Oh, sorry.
Huh? Go ahead.
They don't claim that you only need an angle. It's just that we didn't even get past that part, because I think they think that somehow by us saying you can't do nothing with an angle, that means you can't take the angle and after After you acquire the angle, get the almanac, right? Do your 90 separate, you know, all that stuff, right? Corrections, and no one's disputing that. So it's like a mix-up. Like people are insecure, I would say.
Oh, they're misunderstanding what you're saying. They think that you're saying that even with an angle, you can't do anything with it. That's what they're interpreting that as.
Yeah, they're saying they think that we're saying even with that angle, you can't take it after, and you know, get the almanac and your clock, and you know where you've been and all that, all the procedures of celestial navigation. That's not the meaning. The meaning is just with one angle, you can do F all with it, and it's like triggering the hell out of everybody. It's unbelievable.
That does show insecurity if they can't, like, I see what you're getting at. Like, they shouldn't be that triggered. They should take the time to understand and listen to what you're saying. Because I got that in 2 seconds, and I
Yeah.
know how sextant works.
Exactly. God bless you, man. I mean, yeah, really. I got into a big beef yesterday, and yeah, for absolutely no reason.
I know that they like to I know like a lot of people in the 24/7 server like to what's the fallacy where they take definitions and either they use a whole nother definition that you can't find anywhere online, or they just make up their own definition. I think they try to be, what's the word? They try to use epistemology a lot, but when they do that, they overthink stuff, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
And I
yeah,
think,
I hear you.
yeah.
Yeah, this wasn't at 24/7. This was ages ago. What I'm telling you, what happened yesterday was at Nathan's. Believe it or not.
Oh, is that what? Let me see. I think I'm in that server. Noah's Ark. Is it that one?
No, FED
I
server.
don't think I'm in that one.
Well, you're not missing anything. Well, I'll rephrase that because I'll just say this: the host of that channel is very rude, very insecure man, but there are some good people in there. I'll put it that way. I don't paint a brush like he did yesterday with everybody because he has a beef with one person.
Damn.
Yeah, yeah, and all over an angle. Yeah, it's fascinating. So that's refreshing. I explained it to you, and you got it in 2 minutes flat. Wow, that's yeah. So were you a mod over there, or?
No, I wasn't a mod. I was a silver. I would never be a mod in 24/7 because, like, I don't know what your religious affiliations are, if we have any, but yesterday, well, not yesterday, it was a couple days ago. I'm not going to say who said it because I don't want to start drama, but there was a mod who basically said in live stream that if you're not Christian, then you're not a true flat earther, and that just turned me off.
Damn, that's pretty exclusive.
Yeah, I was like, regardless of what, belief you have or perspective you have on the creator, or if there is a creator, right? It all comes down to if we know the earth is flat or not. That's what makes you a flat earth. There's no other strings that need to be attached to that.
Absolutely, and you know that term, flat earther. It's like how shall I? It's like a derogatory term. It's almost given, you know. The presidents used it, so it's like they're trying to mock us.
I'm just not really sure on how else I would phrase that. How else would you phrase it?
Well, personally, I wouldn't want a moniker, but if I was to take one, what's wrong with truther? Or you can say true earther if you like to put that in there, you know?
Oh, that sounds nicer. I like that, true earther.
Yeah. Because it's like that term was given. It was like I think it was a psyop, to be honest with you. Because why else would that be in on a president's lips? People have to write the speech for him, right?
Right.
So this was a thought of thing. It wasn't just willy nilly. Every word in the presidential speech is combed over with a fine tooth comb, you know? So, yeah.
I like how when Glowbirds, whenever people say I'm a flat earther, I know a lot of Glowbirds that will go to, well, the topography of the Earth isn't all flat, so how could it be flat?
Yeah. Well, if you really think about it, right? Technically, that is true, right? But I understand how flat earthers refer to it. Obviously, right? There's mountains, there's valleys, and that's understood. But technically, the Earth is not flat if you think about it.
I can understand what you mean. That's why I think now saying true earther would basically eliminate that whole argument for the Glowbirds. If you just said
Exactly.
true earther. Yeah.
You're a smart person. Good on you. It eliminates the confusion, the interfighting, and it also eliminates that stigma attached to it, right?
Right.
Because there's some things you got to believe if you say flat earther. Like, for example, you got to believe in the ice wall all around. You believe in that?
I haven't been there to see it, so I
Exactly.
wouldn't know.
Plus, does ice float on water?
If
Did
it
you
would
ever
have
think of
to
that?
be, it would have to be less dense. So if it's like a huge glacier wall, it probably would have to be like engraved into the ground, wouldn't it? Like it would have to be really tall ice glaciers, like very
Yeah,
tall,
but
humongous.
very, but yeah. But have you ever seen ice penetrate all the way down to the ground?
No, I live in Florida. I don't live anywhere near ice.
Yeah. But I'm saying, think about it logically, right? If there was to be an ice wall, how would it be? Because it would have to hold the water back, right? The wall, right? But ice floats on water, right? Do you know you see where I'm heading?
I'm gonna be honest, right? I don't really know anything about the physics of ice. I just know that like ice cubes float in a glass of water. I know that, but I don't know about glaciers and pounds of ice.
Yeah. They all float. They all float
Oh,
on the
okay.
water. Yeah, and the water starts freezing, from the top down. It doesn't freeze all the way down to the bottom like everybody thinks. Well, not
Oh, so
everybody, but
does it? It doesn't like freeze into the water and go downward?
yes, but not all the way down. If you go to most like if you come up here in Canada, right, and you see the frozen lakes, if you drill like a few feet down, I forget how thick it is. Like I have friends that go ice fishing. They get this big old drill and they just drill into the ice. They put a tent and they start fishing. So it doesn't freeze all the way down.
So then I'm gonna guess the question would be begging, what is really holding in all of the water?
It cannot be ice. Exactly.
I think you're the
Like
first person I've ever heard bring up that argument.
yeah. Yeah, it can't be ice. I mean, it's simple. It's physics. Now think about it. If you're the creator, right? Would you do that? Would you put ice there? No, you'd make something solid there, right? You're the creator. You can do whatever you want, right?
Right.
Not gonna make a cockamamie, half-assed, excuse my language, thing. You're gonna build something solid there. So yeah,
I
so taking on the term flat earther comes with stuff attached to it that you might or might not believe in. And that's just one example.
It's definitely something to think about. I've kind of learned personally like to consider um the whole argument itself about like, the treaty and everything. I kind of try to avoid that because I in my mind I see it as a straw man to an extent because there's no way that we just don't have enough information to really validate it. Like we know that you can't go past the 60th parallel because of the treaty, but what really lies beyond that is really just speculation, even if you go with the Gleason's map.
Absolutely, yeah. Well,
I've
just
lost
the
a
fact.
friendship over the whole argument.
Sorry?
I lost a friendship over that whole argument.
No kidding, huh? Wow. People are so shallow. You know, it is a lot of people are attached to their ideas, and like the slightest bit of challenge to their theory or idea or whatever, and they get all triggered to high hell. Me, if I had an idea or I came up with something and it wasn't solid, I would appreciate if somebody would come and tell me, "Hey, I see, bro, look, maybe you should, think about this little thing here, or you misspelled this or whatever, You got to take criticism, man."
I think some people just don't like to admit when they're wrong, I think is what it is.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the deep. Yesterday when I was in here, I was explaining. I forgot who it was. It was who was talking to me. Blaze the Nazarene was talking to me yesterday,
Yeah, Blaze, yeah.
and she Sorry, I got off track. What did she ask me? She asked me I just entirely brain farted. If I think about it, I'll say it again.
Something religious? Because I think you were heading that way.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't religious. I was gonna say it was something else.
Okay.
Oh, we were talking about I guess it is kind of religious, but I don't feel like a creator is really religious, like in itself. Just thinking that there could be a creator. But I just wanted to ask you what you thought about this because I kind of got on I got into a little argument with somebody later on that night about it. I know in philosophy the whole concept of time is a big debate, and I was just curious as to what do you think about time? Do you think time has a beginning, or do you think time is indefinite or eternal?
Wow. You're asked. This is like the whole thing. What brought me into this? I've been thinking about this for like at least 30 years, if not more. Like you couldn't have found the best guy to talk. Well, that's interested in this. Yeah, my opinion on time. It's you might not like it. I think time is a man-made thing.
It is. I agree with you.
You do?
Yeah, I mean that's the actual definition of time. It's a concept that man made to describe events. Basically, it's all it is.
Yeah. Well said. Yeah. Yeah.
So here's the
Now I can
argument.
see why you had a hard time at 24/7. You're just too logical. You're
What?
too smart. Yeah. Sorry, I interrupted you. You were saying?
No, you're good. I'm laughing my ass off about that. It's funny.
Yeah,
So
they don't
last,
like logic.
you know what? I think you're right about that. Like, I really, I like 24/7 to an extent because obviously I didn't leave the server, but uh, just to rabbit hole for a second, I think that I think some people like what you were saying, how they can't let go of their ideas. I think some people come into flat earth because of an idea they already had, if you know what I'm saying, and they kind of just use flat earth as justification for the idea they had prior, not really just seeing the earth to be flat for what it is.
Oh yeah. Different avenues bring people in, but I think you have to be some sort of a skeptic, right, to have veered into this arena. like for me, I was researching time, believe it or not, and because I was suspicious of it from way long ago, and then I ran into the flat Earth, yeah, by accident actually.
What year did you run into flat Earth?
I think it was 2016.
Hey, that's like the same time that I did.
Yeah, around that time, yeah.
I can't remember if mine was 2016 or 2017 entirely, but but what I was just gonna touch on was that last night when I was arguing with I think he was also a flat earther. So we just had a disagreement on what we thought time was basically. So we got to this part and this is where it begs the question, right? So when you think about time because it's a concept, it's metaphysical, it's not physical. You can apply that since it's just a thought, it's just an idea to literally any situation or event that you could ever conjure up in your head. So even if you were to backtrack all the way to the beginning of creation, and then you were use the argument, well, God came before the creation, so so then it would just be continuous, if you understand what I'm saying. It's not exactly a regression fallacy, because a regression fallacy requires something to be impossible or not plausible. That's what I think a lot of people don't understand, is that in order for something to be an infinite regression fallacy, it has to be logical in the universe. I say universe loosely. When I say universe, I'm talking about the Earth and whatever's above us that we can tell is there. So just wanted to point that out. I'm not talking about the heliocentric model. But so the argument we had was that I asked him, I said, you know, what happened before God created creation? Because his argument was that time didn't start until God created creation. And then I was like, well, what about the time it took for God to create creation, or the time it took for God to think about creation, or the time it took for God to, you can just go back and forth. Like you can go as far back as possible. So you get to a point to where it makes more sense, in my opinion, logically, it makes more sense to just assume that if a creator exists, he was eternal as well as time was also eternal. Because you can't have one without the other. In my opinion, time is indefinite. The definition of it isn't for it to be indefinite, but I just didn't know what your thoughts were on it, so that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, that's well said. Well, time, right? The best way that I can explain it is an invention by man, so we could synchronize our movements, right? I'll meet you there at high noon. Now, how we came up with the concept of time? Time is movement, basically. That's the best description we can give, is that time is movement, because we first started with the sun, right? The sun going, the cycle, the day. Then the moon, another movement, the month. So it's all based on movement. Then we went into water clocks, movement, sand clocks, movement. Then we went into the gear system, again, movement. Now we've advanced, and now we're using the cesium atom, again, movement. So the only thing that you can say, not even it is time, it's just reference to movement. I think that's the best I can do.
I like that. That's a good definition of it.
It's not an easy thing to talk about, no?
Yeah.
And usually I always get pushback when it comes to time,
I don't see why. I mean, it's philosophical in its very premise, so I don't see how you can really, in truth, you can't really be right or wrong about it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The only thing I don't like that people say about time is where when they go back when they refer to the creator and they say that God was just like absent-mindedly existing, even though he's a sentient being. And sentience means that you have perspective, you have thoughts, you have the ability to think. So that's the only thing I don't like is where when I debate with people at time, what they say is that time it's finite, it has a beginning and it has an end is what a lot of people I've talked with argue. And that the beginning of time was when the beginning of God. And then you ask, well, what is the beginning of God? And then they can't answer that, but they still want to make the same claim they have.
Yeah, a lot of people tie time with God. Yeah. I mean, these are the biggest questions, right? I mean, I say we'll never find the answer to that. Not any time in the near future. I mean, imagine a computer realizing who made it. It's kind of like that, and even probably more, like to a factor of more than that. No, way more.
Do you think even the controllers know?
That's a tough one. No, not that. They don't know that. But I think they have a good beat on what it is that we're standing on, what we're sitting on. I think they went up high enough to have a good idea. And yeah, I think that's like generals. There's some general out there right now that knows a lot of stuff. Yeah. What's beyond the 60th, a good solid view of up high. But as far as creation and that, no one, I don't think, is ever going to know that.
So at the end of the
Are
day,
you sure?
Oh, sorry.
My bad. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just asking. So at the end of the day, you think that it's a mystery for everybody on Earth? Like no one knows really how we all got here, how everything got here.
I think so. Yeah. I think so. That's just my personal opinion. And no, I'm not sure, bro. Whoever asked that question, I'm definitely not sure.
It's all right. I'm sure, so I'll be sure for the both of us.
What are you sure of? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm sure of what I know.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but that's an oversimplification. Nah, what you're talking about the creation and stuff.
Yeah.
I might not be sure to your specifications and the different parameters you're laying out, but I know it to be true.
You know what to be true.
About creation and things. There's different things we speak about that we would technically put under speculation because we weren't there and all that stuff.
No, I hear you. I don't judge anybody, bro.
I didn't say you did. But you can if you want. Judging people's fine. I don't know why anyone gets so uptight about judging. It's like, hold on. You're gonna cross the street, you're not gonna cross the street. There you go, you made a judgment.
Yep.
But hold on, I realize there's probably echo going. Let me just switch to headphones.
Yeah, there is. I thought it was just me.
Probably me. Hold on a second. My bad.
Nah, it's me with my big speakers. One sec.
All right, where's the Globers? We got any Globers?
There aren't any, Larry. You know this.
Someone's in for a fight in the morning.
They're just a figment of their own imagination.
Yeah, I've kind of had a wild hair or two past couple days.
See, some people say, why do we even let the Globers in here? Why are we talking to these guys? Other people want to engage them. Like, what do you do when there's like a mix? People want different things. It's like trying to run a fucking country or something.
Oh, that's easy. What you do is you let everybody in, and if somebody gets out of hand, you mute him. That's it.
Yeah, I was accused of getting belligerent last night, like D-Monk.
Belligerent. Larry?
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah,
Like Demok?
I'd have to
like
see
D-Monk.
evidence.
Like you gotta
Well,
keep guys under control, like crypto, for example. Just mute him right away.
can I share
Oh,
with you
yeah.
guys what I was thinking yesterday?
I wouldn't
What's up,
recommend
Larry?
I got both of them.
So I was thinking about the thing that we describe as anti-gravity, right? Things that appear to be anti-gravitic, right? So one of those things is sound waves can levitate, or frequency of a bumblebee or a beetle, right? That causes levitation.
Electrostatic.
So also electromagnetism can cause levitation, and then buoyancy can cause levitation. So if these objects, let's say I have 5 demonstrations of these objects levitating and the power goes out, what is the cause of these objects falling? Well, it would be the lack of sound waves, the lack of magnetism, the lack of buoyancy,
The lack
right?
of a
And any other,
generator.
and Robbie, you see what I'm saying? So, Witsit likes to say that boiling water heat is a cause, right? So I would say a cause of these things falling down is the lack of sound waves, the lack of buoyancy, right? And they said I can't say this, and I said, well, why not? Is it wrong? They're like, no, it's not wrong. It's just grammatically incorrect. It's a double negative. And I said, wait a minute. No, it's not. I'm saying that if sound waves cause things to levitate, if we turn off the sound wave, ipso facto, that will go down. And they said that it was basically bad form. It was a double negative. And I said, well, don't you guys say that lack of gravity causes you to float off into space? So over and over again, they were accusing me of
They capped
something.
themselves.
Yeah,
Right.
the
So I
lack of
switched it
gravity
around on them.
causes you to.
Right.
What's up?
See the difference between what you were saying, which is completely correct and contextual, and what they're saying is yours is something that's demonstratable. Theirs is an inference of a negative that has never been observed. I think I've phrased that correctly, right? So they're forcing you to say that the reason we don't do this thing that has never happened is because of this thing that, by the way, we have not proven. Congratulations. That is stupidity.
So I guess I'm going to call this my anti-gravity is the cause of things falling
I like that.
when it's not around.
I'll give you another anti-gravity to put in your.
Or lack of gravity.
Would you like another one?
Yes, please. This is a working theory. I've only been on since day 2.
I'll give you another one to put in your quiver. Superfluid.
What are you talking about? Superfluid.
Superfluid helium? Have you heard of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that has anti-gravity properties. It tends to crawl up walls.
Have you been talking to a certain Eastern European by any chance?
No, the first time I heard this was from Rakia, and I've been living.
And then there's
there
static on the balloon, right? If there's static charge on the balloon, it'll stick to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
You take away the static charge, it causes it to go down.
Yeah.
That's not
So that's another
necessarily true.
Okay, go ahead.
The static charge has to be above a certain threshold. So just having a static charge will not make it stick to the wall.
Yeah, I know we're talking about balancing of forces, right? A helicopter can land on a sheet of ice, right? And what the amazing thing about helicopters is that there's enough force produced by the engine and the propellers, the blades, right, that causes enough lift that it doesn't hit the ground. Well, that's fucking awesome, right? But ice does the same thing, doesn't it?
Wait, what?
Ice causes enough force to push the helicopter up to where it never hits the dirt.
I mean, it can melt.
Yeah, but we're talking about ice. So that would be a goldfish change.
I mean, if it lands on ice, then it's landed.
Right, and the ice is pushing enough force to where the helicopter doesn't hit the ground.
But the ice is the ground. Is it not?
Are you saying that the ice is dirt?
It's on the ground. It's like, I don't understand that question. That's weird.
Okay,
I mean,
is ice the dirt? Is ice dirt?
It is the ground. It's not in the air.
Ice is not the ground, right?
But
It's
it's
at
not
ground
in the air
level.
either.
Ice is ice. Can we agree to that?
But it's not in the air, so it's
right.
Very nice.
Right.
Okay,
so
if it's landed on ice, it has landed. Whether it's landed on the ground, landed on dirt, landed on ice, landed on whatever surface it's landed on, it's landed.
What if it landed on a liquid water surface? Would that hold it up?
No.
All right. Why? What's the difference? Because ice is still water, right? So what's the difference?
I don't understand the point of this. What are we trying to describe here?
Well, he's saying
Maybe you should have asked that first before opening your mouth.
Well, I mean, he said it. It's the ice holds it up. I don't understand what that means. It's landed on the ice. It's not holding it up. It's not on the dirt.
Is it letting it fall to the ground?
On the quote ground. I mean, it's losing that obviously.
Is the ice letting the?
Sorry, 1 second. He asked the question and then he talked over my answer, right? So what's going on here is that there's obviously different properties between frozen water, i.e. ice, and liquid water. So liquid water doesn't produce enough force to prevent and this is just what he's saying, this isn't even my opinion, right? He's saying that the liquid water doesn't produce enough force to push against the helicopter to prevent it from hitting dirt, right? So if it lands in a puddle, it's still going to just land on the ground. Whereas the ice does. So what's the difference?
Okay, just keep going. Forget I'm here. I don't really. I'm lost.
Just take notes and pass it on to your
Okay.
tech.
Yeah. Keep going.
Wise choice.
Right. So what I'm claiming is that these anti-gravitic things, right, things that look like anti-gravity, is the actual cause of things falling down. Because if they could lift things up, ipso facto, if they fall, the lack thereof, right, whether it's X, Y, or Z, right, I've already went over the anti-gravitic things, then that is the cause of them falling down, not gravity, the anti-gravity. And I know that it's difficult because you've been programmed to think that gravity makes me fall down, and without the gravity, I'd float away. Well, without the sound waves, those little particles would fall down. So this is the anti-gravity theory. And it's just colloquially, working on the name, I don't know. Maybe I'll call it something else. But just trying to convey an idea.
I mean, you could call it anti-laravity.
Yeah, I could call it hilarity.
Try again.
Anti-gravity.
Anti whatever that guy said.
Turn down for what?
But you know what, Larry? This brings up a point, an interesting point to me at least. So let me try and articulate it. It's the way people have been generally like dumbed down in the way they understand what they're experiencing and what they're testing, because they've simplified it all to this basically like a monochromatic understanding of how things work, but nothing ever is that, right? Like the apple doesn't taste good because it's got like one element that you can extract from the apple to make like an apple flavor or whatever. It tastes good because of the whole thing. So like everything we experience and in nature, etc., is always it's like an entourage of nice things coming together really, really perfectly. And that's another.
Yeah, I mean,
and we'll go ahead.
No, sorry, I thought you finished. Carry on.
Nah, I don't finish like that. Come on, but you can go ahead because otherwise I'll keep going.
Well, I was just going to say, I agree with where I thought you were going, and then I don't know if you kind of went off piece or whatever. But one thing I've noticed in this debate and in previous, let's just say previous debating lives of mine, is that the malleability with which people think it just isn't there. Like people aren't able to kind of take facts and then apply them to multiple worldviews and then say, well, this worldview is more likely than this worldview. People get offended very easily, and I just never understood that. It's like, I mean, genetics is a good area. Like there are several areas where you can't discuss genetics before very, very soon you start getting called like a racist or a sexist or like a homophobe. Or it's just like, dude, I'm just discussing what the genetics data says. Like, you have to get offended. I might even be wrong. Like, if you can rebut the point, do that shit instead of just calling names. And it just seems like this is another one of those areas where people they have like a worldview that's set in stone, and when you question it, they're offended. But like the offense is actually helping you get truth, even if I'm wrong. Do you know what I mean? So it's like,
well, I think it's because I would say this to get back to the pertinent bit, because otherwise I'll just get lost in describing the same thing I already said. So the pertinent part with what Larry was talking about is he's going from this useful tool that is the scientific method to determine cause, right?
Noah.
So,
listen, if you have to watch TV upstairs at night, please be quiet, bud, okay?
Jeremy, you're hot micing. Alright, so hopefully fix that. So what Larry was talking about was, or at least where it stemmed from, is the scientific method, and it's to determine cause. But it's monochromatic, and if you don't understand what that means, it's limiting. Witzit's talked about it. Larry just mentioned it. It doesn't give the whole picture. But I think where people have missed the trick, and it goes to what you were saying, Crypto, with this limited way of, I don't know, just thinking, because they don't know how to think, basically, or have been programmed not to be able to think. Is the whole purpose of it, as far as I'm aware, and I think you would agree with this, is it was to develop a kind of foolproof way of determining information, to keep piling on top of information, to be sure that information is true. So that everything you added onto that was always true, and you're always going in the right direction, and you're acquiring more and more.
Yeah.
So if you were to just use it, if you were just to think of it in the method, which is really narrowing it down into a monochromatic thing, and that was all the only way you ever thought, then you would never even contemplate doing any other experiments to gain any more information, or any more truths, or any more enlightenment, or whatever. And I think that's what they did. They took a really good tool, they manipulated the way people think, to limit them, and then they forgot that this tool was supposed to build a wealth of knowledge, a confirmed wealth of knowledge. Anyway, I'm sure I said the same thing a few times, but I just wanted to make sure it was clear.
Yeah, I get it. Like it's almost like what they've done is they've taken a specific tool, and then they've applied like a strategy to using that tool that they thought was useful for a certain purpose, but actually it turns out what it's done is it's been now, that same strategy is being used to kind of eliminate other ways of seeing the same set of information.
Yeah, they're not even, because this is the thing. Like when Larry said what he said, the reason people object is because they're, and this is funny because the majority of the ones who object don't even really, when it comes to the arguments that we have or the debates that we have, they're the ones who end up getting it wrong regards the scientific method. But then part of the way the scientific method works is where they object to him, because he's going, hey, no, there's another reason, or there's another cause, or actually you could view it as this is the cause, and then their brain just goes doesn't function, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I said this.
Sorry. The last thing is basically they're taking it out of its remit in its context, and they're applying it to the general way and a general discussion. So that's why I don't know. I think at least that's what kind of came to mind when Larry was talking. That's why I think these people are broken.
Yeah, they can't even conceive that an alternative is even like possible, let alone plausible.
Well, it's just normal. Like, okay, yeah, the heat causes it, but then, okay, why is it the heat? What is it like? What about the heat? Is the heat just an independent thing, or is it a combination of things? Right? You could quite easily have that philosophical, if you want to call it that, discussion about the water, but it's that they won't want to. I don't know. I think a lot of people don't want to, but they were kind of made to not be able to. Be what was the word you used earlier?
Malleability.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, they don't want to be malleable in understanding their world or even discussing their world. But go ahead, please, because you did want to say something.
It's a question I've asked Globers before, and I do slightly ask it tongue in cheek because I already know it's kind of infuriates a few of them. But like they say that, like, you know, the dense things are attracted to the ground. Why isn't it that less dense things are attracted to the sky? I mean, that's also what we observe, right? So why is there not a great sky attractor attracting, you know, less dense things, or however you want to? And philosophically speaking, there's no difference. But in their worldview, they have to believe in a mass that's attracting another mass, and therefore what I've said sounds ridiculous on its face. But based on observation, there is no reason for that statement to be any truer or less true than what they are stating.
Right. And the fact that they can't even accept that as a, you know, just flip it. Does it matter the direction? It still holds true. There is an arrangement. It's less than monochromatic. They're like 1D, or actually better said, they're just dogmatic.
Yeah.
See, that's exactly what Rupert Sheldrake is talking about. When I post those videos, I don't know if you guys watch them, but that dude is off the chain when he's talking about the dogmatic science, right? Because according to them, flat earthers are anti-science, right? But at the same time, they also believe that the first step of the scientific method is asking questions. What are flat earthers doing? Asking questions, right?
But I mean, like, the idea that, like,
How dare you?
I totally get the irony of that, but it's like the idea that asking a question is the first step of the scientific method is just laughable. So, you know, what's your favorite color? Is that a scientific question? Really?
Right. I get that argument. I do. But according to them, their belief, right? Flat earthers are anti-science, but the first step of the scientific method is to ask a question.
I think it could be better stated. The necessary application. No. How to apply the scientific method, you have to ask questions to even begin, right?
Questions, like, you can't just like I say, like, you know, what's your favorite animal? That's not science. That's just an opinion. You know, it has to be a specific thing that you're asking.
Which you need an observation to ask about to begin with. Because you can't just go around making up questions like, why is the sky blue? Why do tides come and go?
Oh, I think I found a better way.
You got to observe the sky being blue. Oh, go ahead.
To be one who's using the scientific method effectively, you have to question. There you go. Because I understand what crypto's getting about, like, useless questions are still useless questions. But you have to be of a questioning mindset to even get any value out of it. Otherwise, what are you going to do? You're just going to repeat the same experiment that we have been doing in school for the past 100 years or whatever, right?
So now do you guys get why they were calling me belligerent last night?
Yeah, but
I was fucking them up.
Their belligerent is just my sound of mind, I guess.
That's the thing as well, though. Like, Hank is I've never known you to raise your voice once anywhere. You know,
he doesn't need to rile them up.
So you know the Shrek thing, do the roar.
Do the roar.
Well, I'm actually really good at that because I'm 6'3", 350, right? So one day I did it at work to show the people at work, and I didn't realize that a customer had pulled up from the drive-through to the door. They said I scared the holy shitballs out of that lady.
I can imagine.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. I'm not quite as big as you, Hank, but I'm not too far off. It's nice knowing that if any of these like 5'7" dweebs like that are giving you loads of shit over like the internet, if they saw you in real life, they'd be like, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it."
I know, right? Yeah, it is kind of funny, because I walked into work today, and I haven't had a haircut, so I'm kind of scruffy looking. I'm a scruffy nerf herder. And I walked in there, and they were like, "Watch out, ladies. A monster just walked through the door." And I was like, "That's right, sir. I'm a monster."
Brilliant.
Right, because I kind of, I've been trying to integrate my shadow a little bit. Like yes, like this is a part of me. I can be like a reckoning force or a force to be reckoned with. Like if I wanted to, I could be extremely violent, right? And I'm sure you guys know the argument. I've been keeping that sheathed for the benefit of society. But, basically willing to unsheath it for the benefit of society. But something has to really cross the line. It has to be like a clear victim. I have to see the whole story.
I mean, that goes back to the basics of what a gentleman used to be, right? Because nowadays it's like a non-existent thing. Part of the reason they were called gentlemen is because they purposely controlled themselves to be gentle and applicable. But
Yeah.
outside of the normal application, they'll mess you up. That's one of the things that the British did pretty well, is that you look at them, you're like, hold on, there's something weird. Like for example, if you look at those old movies, like what was the one with the was it Lawrence of Arabia or something? That kind of movie, right? Just to paint a picture. They all look like they're not physically capable. All having tea in the middle of the desert. Like what's wrong with these people? But then when shit goes down, these people are the most heroic, the most like get things done. And then you realize, hold on. Oh, it's even more impressive that my man's having tea in the middle of the desert.
Yeah.
Because everyone else would lose it. They wouldn't know how to like maintain the what some people might call a facade, but like that prim and properness. That takes some resolve. Anyway, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
sure.
the thing is, if you actually just aren't capable of, let's just say, if you're just not capable of messing someone up, and
Yeah.
you don't do it, well, you're not a gentleman. You're just weak. You're just a
Yeah.
pussy.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? Whereas it's only when you are actually capable of like extreme acts of violence, and you choose not to, that at that point you can actually say that you've shown some kind of restraint.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only the pistol, right? I'm in Texas, so we have the right to carry. We have common sense gun laws. It's called the Second Amendment.
According to my creator in England, I do too.
You know what's messed up? I completely agree. I completely agree with you, and I think that's weird that they had to codify it in Texas. That's weird, right?
Oh, but I was implying something else with what I've said, but never mind. Carry on.
Oh, okay, I got you.
You can
Yeah,
open carry in.
you got a hammer.
It's open carry there in Texas, right?
It's actually open or conceal without a license, or open and conceal with a license.
That's awesome. I
I
see
mean, you
guys
could
on their bikes with just ARs on the back, like like an old soldier just riding his horse. So he's got his gun on his back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can actually carry guns in England, but it's you have to have a license and you have to basically cuck to the government, and then they'll allow you to have your God-given right of carrying firearms.
The thing with the license, they like in New York, it's the same way. Oh, you can have a gun if you get a license. Okay, what do I have to do to get a license? Oh, that's the tough part.
Yeah, you got to like either bribe someone or you got to pay a shitload of money, or well, same thing really. But
What's that
But what New York is
expression?
doing,
It's better
sorry.
to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission.
yeah, yeah.
Look,
Yeah, we say that when flying the drone, right? Oh, you're supposed to be flying your drone there? Well, if I'm not, I'll say sorry.
Well, we've got some we've got some fairly lax drone laws in the UK, but the police don't understand them. So if you fly a drone like anywhere in London, I can't remember the exact laws, but it's something like if you're not within 250 meters of like a protected zone, then it's totally fine. And there's like virtually no protected zones, something like that.
yeah. The only zones that you got to be careful with is the airports, right?
Yeah,
Well,
I think
like,
airport.
yeah,
Airports and maybe helipads or something like that.
Yeah, it's specifically to do with flying, but I think a lot of police think that like prisons are protected when they're not, like stuff like that. So if you fly around a prison, they'll like come out all belligerent at you, and it's like, bro, there's nothing you can do. Like, I can fly here. It's not a problem.
So just
the
go.
best part
Where's
is,
your supervisor? Come here.
like, I don't know how it is in the UK, but in America, let's say like a cop, like the state Florida cop came up to me, is like, "Hey, you're flying that drone." I'd be like, "Yeah, but that's a little bit out of your jurisdiction, isn't it? This is a FAA, which is the federal government. So a state cop can't touch you when you're flying your drone because it's not his regulation. He's totally out of his jurisdiction. So if he was like, "Hey, do you have a license to fly that drone?" I'd be like, "Well, get the federal aviation out here and ask me because I only have to display my license to the federal aviation, not to some state cop."
Yeah.
So
if I
there's
was
a
feeling
separation of
cheeky, I'd
powers
ask.
doctrine. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, my bad.
There's the separation of powers doctrine, right? But you can delegate your powers to someone else. For example, theoretically, like the U.S. Post Office is a federal thing. But if they wanted to, they could delegate their authority to have someone trespassed off, right? Because even though they're like a part of the military branch, they don't usually act like a military, use force, right? So what they're doing is basically they're subsidizing, kind of like we do. We don't put out fires in the middle of the night. What we do is we hire someone to do it, right? Like we're paying for the firefighters and the policemen because we're just outsourcing it. Well, they can outsource their own authority. So I would be careful. And of course, this isn't legal advice. Do your own research.
Can you
They just can't take it. You
outsource
can't
giving
take.
the monkeys?
I'm just going over what I learned.
No. I was just thinking that you just come out with some funny ones to the coppers. So, do you have a license to ask me
But
these
hey,
questions?
I'm not saying it wouldn't work. Like these aren't the droids you're looking for. You know, I'm not saying that. It might actually work.
Oh, actually, I should try that. No, you got the wrong fella.
Just accuse them of racism. It's like you're the and they're like, "But you're the same color as me. I don't care. You're still racist."
I identify as permanently offended. How dare you.
I identify as the victim of racism. Doesn't matter what race I am.
I identify as exonerated. Now buzz off.
I identify as innocent.
I like it. You're trans innocent.
I was thinking about that this morning. You know how the cops are always throwing up gang signs like, "You got your ID?" And they, throw up their little gang sign. I'm thinking like, what if, and this is hypothetical here, right? What if I don't identify as a United States citizen? I mean, what can they do, right? Because if you can identify as whatever the fuck you want, can you also not identify as something?
I mean, what about Canadians?
Are you trying to tell us something, Larry? Did you climb under a fence by any chance?
Well, I mean, I have a Texas birth certificate which ties me to the land, and according to some legal definitions that I read. The people are the land, not persons. The people and the land are synonymous.
That's an interesting distinction, actually, because
Because think about it.
there's something in the Mexican Constitution which actually protects the demographics of the Mexican. I don't want to say the people. It says that basically the government can't deliberately try and change the demographics of Mexico, which is interesting because then the question is, who are the people, and is the people made up of persons, and do those persons are they required to have certain characteristics? Well, in the Mexican Constitution, the answer is yes. It's not the case in the British Constitution.
Wait, does Britain even have a constitution?
Yeah, we do. But
Magna Carta is a piss take.
Yeah.
Common law is one thing, but is there a
Yeah, we do. But
constitution?
I'm not familiar with it. I need to look.
I noticed the cops, every time they get in trouble, they always say the same thing, right? And it's a common law statement. They say, "We found no wrongdoing." It's like, wait a minute, asshole. We didn't ask if he did anything wrong. We wanted to know if it was illegal, right? But they always say the same thing. We investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. But we went ahead and gave this guy like $1.2 million to shut the fuck up, right?
Yeah, which they printed straight out of a press, so actually no one lost any money anyway.
You know the ID thing? I don't know if he still does videos, but there was a mild-mannered English fella who he kind of did social experiments to a degree, and would often get harangued by the police. And he would I think he would carry around an ID with him that just said ID on it. So if they ever asked him, he'd just give them the little card that said ID on it, and they'd pull the funniest faces.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, because what is your ID? I don't identify as this piece of plastic. Or a U.S. citizen that is like a metaphor for a piece of plastic. I'm the emergent being, motherfucker. That's what I would say to somebody that try to pick a fight with me.
I approve of that methodology a lot, because you could just be confrontational or antagonistic and just get them riled up, or you could just placate to their nonsense and then watch their brains just go, This does not compute. He complied, but he didn't give me what I wanted.
Imagine if you had like an ID card with Pikachu on it or something. It's like this.
Yeah, you know, with all the stats and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, this is my best shiny.
It's you in a Pikachu outfit. It's like, there's my idea.
Just give him your Top Trumps collection. I identify as my best Top Trumps card. How dare you?
So my son, he's been talking to me about his, I guess he's kind of working on his nomenclature. He's coming up with this thing called the emergent being. And it's basically, if you read the definitions of emergent and being, it's basically a description of who we really are, right? Because who are you? Are you a father, a son? Are you a brother, right? Maybe a farmer or a smith. Well, you're none of those things. Those are all archetypes, right? So who are you really? Right? And that's a good question, right? And my answer is, I am the I that is between my three eyes, but it's not a place, right? It's the thing that I'm talking about when I say I am on my way, or I am moving freely, or I am a man. But are you really a man? And what is a man? Is it a conglomerate of organs that makes you up? Well, if that's the case, then why do they say that it's the body when you die? So are you the body? No.
Living soul.
No,
right.
You can't be.
That's,
you know what you just said made me think of something funny. You ever seen Captain Hook?
which one, with Robin Williams? Hook?
Yeah. I'm Smee.
Yeah.
Shmee's me.
Yeah.
It just goes on that one.
Yeah, but the soul is the connection to your body, just like the soul is the connection from your foot to the ground. So without your soul, you lose your life. The Bible says that the life is in,
The blood.
or the soul is in the blood, right? The life is in the blood. Well, in the Titanic, how many souls were lost, right? But that doesn't mean that they went to heaven or hell, right? It just means that some people died. So the soul is not the emergent being. The emergent being is the spirit that goes on, or what some people may call the spark, right? Because when you see the body of a former man, right? It's like that's not him, right? That's his body,
I think you
right? Just
might want
like
to recheck the scriptures on that, because the spark or the breath of life, if that's what you're referring to, that belongs to the Creator. That's what gives us the ability to be alive in the flesh. But the soul is the actual you. So if you read the Genesis, and forgive me if I misunderstood you, so if the correction is unnecessary. But if you read Genesis with Adam, it goes, he formed Adam out of the dust, and then he breathed the breath of life into him, to the ruach. So that's the spark that you're referring to. And then Adam became a living soul in English, whatever that is in Hebrew, I can't remember. So that's the emergent being that you'd be referring to, surely.
yeah, it's the thing where there was a clump of clay, right, or a body there, and then he breathed the breath of life into him, and at that point he became a soul, right, which is no separation of body, mind, and soul. It's all there, right? Because that's the three parts of man: body, mind, and soul. So when we're like alive, right, we have our body, we're walking around, right? There's your body, mind, and soul. I think the mind or the spirit or the emergent being, I think that's the real us.
I agree. I think maybe just some of the things you said after that were a little confusing to me. But this is an issue in English, because there's terms that in English have been kind of made interchangeable. You don't have this issue in the original language, because like spirit and soul, without context, you don't know what's being referred to necessarily. But I think it's easier just to be like, there's the vessel that you're in, and then there's the power that powers you, and that power is the spirit that always belongs to the Father, and it's what powers everything, and that goes back to Him when you're done. The body or the vessel. Sorry.
It's a question for you two, because I actually don't agree, but I don't really want to. I don't want to cause like a big argument. Or whatever. But the question for you is then, why is it? Because I actually do agree with you on an individualistic level. But why is it then that, say, men and women tend to have general characteristics in terms of the way they act? If it's all about individual. Sorry, some guy tried to cut me off because he's an idiot. Yeah, if every single soul is like individual, right? Then you would expect you wouldn't maybe necessarily expect an entirely even distribution of characteristics and character traits, but you would certainly expect it to be close enough. Whereas what I observe in my everyday life is that men and women act very different from each other. So what is the cause of that then, if the souls are entirely separate
Men are from Mars, women are for Venus. Everyone knows this.
Hold on.
Right.
So could you repeat the question? Could you repeat the last bit?
Okay, so you would expect a more or less even distribution of character traits. If, for instance, let's just say that you roll a dice, and there's like 6 different. Let's just say there's, broadly speaking, 6 different character traits, just for this example. And you roll a dice, and you get a 1, you get character trait 1. You roll a 2, you get character trait 2, right? And then you had like 100 females, 100 males, and you rolled the dice. You would expect a more or less even distribution. It wouldn't be exact, but it'd be close enough. But from observation, we don't actually see that. We see that men and women are actually very different in many different ways.
Yeah.
So what is the cause of that in your kind of, given what you've just said?
And so that I understand you, in what I said, what do you see as the issue with what I said, given your question?
Well, you're both saying that the soul is the personality, it's the person, and all of that's totally fine. But the issue with that is that if the soul is the entire person, then there would be no reason for the body to have any effect on the personality.
Oh, okay. Maybe I too heavily inferred something in my desire to distinguish the constituent parts. No, they're like it's linked, right? So if you go back to the Genesis thing that I mentioned, Adam was
Back to the
formed.
genital things. Is that what you said?
Oh, do me a favor. Hold your interruptions off the mic. So Adam was formed out of the dust first, right?
Right.
And then the breath of life was breathed into him. And then he became a living soul.
That's the same thing
So-
with every man, woman,
so
and
you-
child.
So
Right.
you can't, like, yes, that. How do I phrase it? Yes, it's its own thing, but it's only ever gonna be it's only ever gonna be an existing thing together with the body, right? So without the body, you're resting, so you're in Sheol, and you either go on to be destroyed utterly and forever, or you go on to resurrection. That's an oversimplification of theology, but that's the gist of it, right?
Right, but then is that soul created as a feminine soul before assigned a body?
Okay, that's a question that I would have to speculate. Yes, but I don't necessarily have an answer from scripture for you. But yeah, no,
I got an
see
answer
that.
from Rupert Sheldrake.
Okay, if you wanna give that a shot.
Sorry for interrupting. Yeah, I've been listening to him a lot lately. He's kind of been saying the things that I've been saying. It's amazing that I haven't been watching his stuff. But word for word, he's been saying what I've been saying. I don't know. Has he been watching my stuff? I doubt it. But I think we kind of came to the same conclusion, through the ether. The information was just there. But sorry, I kind of got lost off track. So Rupert basically talks about how there are these morphogenic fields, right? And he talks about how the first time you crystallize an element, right, it does it slower. And then these morphogenic resonances, because it's already happened once, it's easier to happen the next time, and the next time, the next time. And he's talking about how the constants aren't constant. Like, it's going to be like the stock market. Like, here's Friday's edition of the constants, right? Because they actually do change, right? It has changed throughout history, right? Like gravity changes during thunderstorms. And he's actually, like, 2013, talking about how the cause, what do they call the people that track weather? What are they called?
Meteorology.
Say it again?
Meteorologists.
Meteorologists, yeah. They won't actually share the information, and he's complaining about it, that if they share the information, we could find correlations, throughout the day, how the gravity changes, but they won't release the information. They just do pseudoscience and scrub it and say, well, we're going to disregard these, and, these are the good ones, so we'll use these, right, which is pseudoscience. Right, so he's talking about this, but what I'm getting to is the morphogenic resonances. Like, we don't always look like what we actually are, right? Like, I'm a scary, big goofy looking fucker, right? But I'm actually a kind teddy bear. Like, I don't actually want to hurt anyone at all, ever. Don't want to cause anyone harm, injury, or loss. I don't want to trespass on anybody. But I coulda, but I didn't, right? I coulda, but I didn't. So when I look at myself, like, I see like a very fit, strong, being, right? That's what's in my mind's eye. But when I look in the mirror, I'm like, is that me? Like, that's what I look like? I'm fat as
What
fuck.
do you look like, Hank? What's wrong with you looking in the mirror? What's your problems?
Well, I don't see myself as I actually am. And, like the song says, you never know just how you look through other people's eyes, right? Because your mental projection of yourself, like, I'm a badass, right? Like, I'm a monster. I'm a force to be reckoned with. But when I look at myself in the mirror, like, oh, I'm a fat ass. Like, if I sit on you, you're in trouble, right?
Excuse me, that's funny.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I mean, like, I don't really feel
You're a
like you're.
badass and a lounger. You're a badass and a monster in your mind. In the mirror, you're a badass and a lounger. That's brilliant.
Yeah, I'm a fat ass and a lounger. That is true.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't really. I see where you're getting to, but I don't really feel like you're answering the question, Hank. It's like what I'm saying is that it's not necessarily the disassociation between the personality and the body. It's actually the other way. It appears to be that there's this feminine energy to the female personality that only really occurs within people in a female body, right? So if the
Yeah.
idea is personality is entirely separate, which it could be on an individualistic sense, yeah, sure, but there's a male energy and a female energy to people in male and female bodies, right? So where does that energy come from if not the body? That's the question.
I think I get you more now. And I wouldn't disagree. I think that's perfectly acceptable within what I described, though I understand why you thought maybe I inferred something more than I meant to. So
Well, it's yeah, go
the
on.
way I would
Hank, just
the
what
way
he
I would
said.
try and
Okay, go on, yeah.
encapsulate it is because again we're going to have to bring up scripture with this because of where I'm coming from, but if we take the whole history of the world or the whole narrative, there is a destination, right? And in that destination, the things that you're talking about are not relevant, because in the resurrected bodies, in the eternal bodies, that those who achieve that or who receive that get, the sex thing is not relevant anymore. That doesn't exist. There is no more of this procreation thing. So what I'm speculating is that that's where it's kind of more, you become more complete, kind of like what Adam was like, or at least one could speculate Adam was like prior to Eve being taken from his rib, right? So if that doesn't make sense, I think it would to you, Crypto, but just in case, what I'm saying is
There's no
Adam
name.
was complete, right? So Adam had both the male and the masculine and the feminine. Now people might get nuts, but let them get nuts in silence, right?
No name given to Adam in Genesis 1. Elijah?
Are you deaf?
Well, your actually volume was a bit low, but I'm not deaf.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm speaking to Crypto. I'm trying to answer this question. So, and then that was separated. The reasons are because basically the creator said so. So to answer to encapsulate the bit that you're actually asking, Crypto, I think it's like this. You're put in, the choice is made by the creator for whatever reason, or maybe it's a chance thing based on how the eggs and the sperm meet together. I'm not sure. I would say it's probably more choice from the creator. And that when you're in
Sort
that
of muttering underneath your breath, Elijah, half the time.
Yeah,
I can hear him.
Crypto, do me a favor. So yeah, in that female body that someone gets born into, boom, that's gonna really present, and that was by design. And then full picture, in the end, that doesn't matter anymore because they're gonna be the complete resurrected, whoever they are, right? And same goes for the man. Same goes for the man. So it's almost it's because your question stemmed from a disagreement, but I don't think it was necessarily meant to be a disagreement. So it's
okay.
So my answer doesn't, at least the way I'm saying it, doesn't sound as definitive as perhaps we would want.
Yeah, look, I know what you're saying. You're saying that in the final kind of in the final act, so to speak, there's no such thing as biological sex because you have an eternal body, and you know you're chilling with God in heaven or whatever. I don't want to straw man you, but I understand what you're saying. But I mean, like this is what frustrates me about the here and now arguments is that oftentimes when you're talking about specifically genetics, people either want to go to the future or to the past, and they don't want to actually talk about what's here and now. It's more common for people to go to the past and say, well, evolution, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, yeah, no.
I forgot one thing, Crypto. I'm in agreement with you on that specific part. I think that is... I just trying to give my reasons for it and how it plays
No, I get
into
it.
the whole thing.
Can
Okay.
I just finish what I'm saying though? Like, I don't think that hyper individualism is intellectually rigorous. That's basically where I'm going with it. I think that
What do you mean by hyper individualism exactly?
well, the idea that there are individuals and no groups. I think that it's a very
Oh.
lazy. I'm not saying you're doing it.
Okay, I see. You're cutting out.
And lead to those don't exist and they don't form. It's like observably untrue. Like, and so you have groups of, like, let's call women a group and men a group, right? And they do act differently. They have different characteristics. They have different traits, both physical and mental. And so it's okay to say that everyone's an individual, but I don't like as soon as someone says that the individual is the only thing that's there, I start to feel like you're missing what's observably true about humans.
Woman's left brain is your right brain, bud. And I get your point. Very good. Remember, what the woman has, the male is lacking. What the male has, the woman is lacking. It's to blend together. Remember, if we go back to the original story, that's why I asked Elijah about Genesis 1, where Adam isn't actually named. Does Adam appear in Genesis 2 for very specific reasons? Because it seems maybe impossibility that we're dealing with different stories from Genesis 1 to Genesis 2. But yes, I think fundamentally your point is taken by me anyway, that there are different, separate biological aspects to males and females which make them absolutely different. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. And if that's accepted, I don't. Yeah, I've got no disagreement with anything else you said, really.
It's accepted by me, absolutely.
Yeah. No, I understand where your question comes from, and I maybe because I've been out of practice with speaking with you for a bit, I forgot that.
That's why a man can't.
You go for the wide. You go for the wider subject, even though that wasn't necessarily what I was implying. But no, I agree with you.
Yeah. Hang on, let me say this, Elijah. That's why a man can't be a woman. And a woman can't be a man. It's not about just the physical, superficial. It's there's more missing. There's more differing aspects to the male and female than there is just the superficial. You can't just cut off your testicles and invert them in some way and be a woman, or the vice versa.
Yeah, he knows that as well. Like I know Elijah knows that. So it's not.
I accidentally muted myself, but
was Eve a modern woman?
Eve is alive now, bud. Eve is alive. You're Adam, and your female counterpart is Eve. Why wouldn't it work like that?
But my question, Crypto, is who says that kind of stuff? Because I know obviously that you didn't. I misgot it because of what we were talking about with me and Larry, but like that hyper stuff. What made you?
Oh, I mean, Jordan Peterson is a huge advocate for hyper individualism.
Who?
Jordan Peterson, but there's many people who.
Oh, he's an idiot.
I know he's an idiot.
Oh yeah,
I know he gets more stuff right than he gets wrong, which means people think he's some genius when he's not. But there's a lot of people who just flat out reject the idea that there are these kind of groups of humans, and I just think, well, if God made us this way and you believe in God, then you respect what He's made, surely. And I'm not talking about you, then I'm talking about just anyone.
Yeah, that. Okay, well now that I know you're talking about some retard making statements.
Now that you googled it, did you Google it, Elijah?
Nah, see, next time, Crypto, do me a favor and tell me that's who you were thinking of.
You would have said
so I can quickly go. Oi, don't put me in the same room.
It's all there is,
unless I'm getting the gloves on.
Hang on, isn't ultimately your experience in life just your own experience? There's occasional interactions, but ultimately you are the only one in your own shoes and your own presence. Now, I think obviously within that limitation, we can relate more to males than we can, as I'm a male, than we can to females, because no matter what, even though you understand the limitations of trying to relate to someone outside of your experience, it's almost an impossibility, but yes, at least you have a greater chance of relating to males than you ever have with females, and vice versa as well. Do you know what I mean? But that's just the nature of things, right? Because there is that fundamental difference, and it'd be interesting to, just last thing I'll say, to consider these adages that are passed down through the ages. Men are from Mars and women are from Venus. It would be interesting just for the individual to consider these different associations and why they're laid down so.
Yeah, I think
Mars is the fiery belly, by the way, yeah.
I do think this is where kind of like rabid leftists actually get it right, but then they come to the wrong conclusions anyway with what they call intersectional identities. Like, yeah, it is easier for me to associate with, say, a a British man than it is with a British woman. But it's much easier for me to associate with a British woman than it is to associate with a Nepalese man, right, who doesn't speak English. And
It's more cultural.
Can't
How you get along, right?
understand you. Go back to your country.
You get your wife cheating with a
What I'm
Nepalese
saying is
man.
that- what I'm saying is that there's many facets to it, right? So, I mean, biological sex is one, but then you've got culture, you've got race, you've got religion, you've got, I don't know, the kinds of food I like, right? So let's just say I like ice cream. I'm going to get on with people who like ice cream on the topic of ice cream more than people who don't like ice cream, just as a flippant example, right? So there's like all of these different examples of my identity, and there'll be hundreds of them. And so that's kind of more where I'm going with, like, the more kind of circles that you fit with a specific person, the more likely you are to have multiple ways of getting on with them.
The thing is,
So I've watched some.
You want me to preach on this, Crypto? I'll give you something.
If you like.
Well,
Second.
I mean, this
go on.
goes into the kind of things that the creator talks about that he hates, and how else would I phrase it? And basically what he wants from people. So he wants unity, right? Which is interesting given what we've been talking about.
Elijah, will you speak into a microphone more directly?
Just shut up.
I can hear him fine, dude. You just need to turn him up.
No, I have my full volume.
Well, I can hear him fine.
Right. So he hates division, and obviously he seeks unity, right? Two ends of the same coin.
Well, what are you talking about, bro? Because when I read the Old Testament, they're told not to mix with these groups and don't mix with those groups, and this.
Yeah,
group
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Right. So that's what he wants from the ones who are in the group that is those of the light. So, and this goes kind of into what you're saying, Crypto, like the different parameters. Okay, you can associate more easily with a British man, or just any man than maybe a British woman. But then the Nepalese example. So this is where you start drawing Venn diagrams. But then you have like the master one. And we know this, especially in a venue like this, of the things that kind of maybe not circumvent, but what's the better word? Like slice through all these things is maybe the what's the overarching word? I want to say theology, but that's not the word. The position that we put ourselves in here is those who are seeking truth about the earth, right? Vaguely speaking. And then you have those who are in this other dogmatic religion. It doesn't matter if it's your twin. If your twin is completely retarded regards the earth, there's going to be a divide there, right?
Yeah, I get that.
Okay, so this is where I think it'll be interesting to you, maybe something for you to ponder in your own time. But it's when you're of the light, or when you're of the unspotted by the world, like the father would say, right? You have all these groups, and he made them, so it's not like he's unaware of them. But when you're part of the Z group, and insert any small hat jokes you wanna at this juncture, but then that's the one. So that's the one. It's like, yeah, I can associate with that person because the way that core of them, be it man, woman, Nepalese, or whatever, the core of them is this thing. The core of them is they love the creator and they're willing to give everything up.
That's not
both die, work and everything for this, the overarching term of.
But you don't know what you understand yourself.
Why are you interrupting? Do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor and mute.
It's a private conversation, man.
It's not a private conversation. It's a conversation. So one person speaks, the other person responds, because you're talking through me.
You're talking as if this is some elite forum here, and we're all sharing light. The light.
No, you'll be
the light in each other.
Crypto. Do me a favor. I'm not gonna just waste my time telling someone to shut up when I'm speaking to someone else.
You're boring, man. You're actually saying nothing in everything you say. I'll leave you to it. Don't worry about it.
I
Cool.
can't.
Wonderful. He left of his own accord. It doesn't matter. So where was I going with this? So those who serve the light. That's that group. That's that. Like you were saying, those things that you like to talk about that other people get triggered by. That surpasses everything.
Yeah, look.
There was another thing I was going to say, but his interruptions kind of swayed it. But I'll give it back to you to
Okay.
see where you go with that.
First of all, I just want to say I'm not going to mod conversations I'm a part of. So, I know you're asking.
Fair
and
enough.
I understand why you're asking, but I would.
Yeah,
need
I just didn't want to keep shouting at him because it's just inefficient.
No, I know. But as I say, like, if there's another mod listening and they want to take action, that's
Nah,
cool.
that's
but
cool. That's cool. He
not
left. It's fine.
The other thing was that, I mean, basically what you're saying is that certain identities are more important than certain other identities, which is true. I mean, like the ice cream loving identity doesn't really matter, but it's kind of it's like a very small identity that if you're in like the Ben and Jerry's shop might be relevant at that very narrow sort of time. But being a general truth seeker is much more important than if you like cookie dough. Like, I totally
Right.
get that.
Yeah, and maybe I could have like simplified it with that. I just think it's something that both agrees with you, but then could also cause you to, at least personally, like challenge and ponder where you stand. Because, yeah, I'm obviously in agreement, and we've had like our own conversations about this topic from before. But the group thing is important, and I think we can, and this is where I like to. Even though given what we were talking about with Larry earlier, oversimplifying things can be stupid and like limiting in the malleability of your mind. But in this case, I think sometimes the black and white is necessary. And what I would say is, in terms of groups, we can boil it all down to either lightness or darkness, basically. And that's that will go to what you're talking about. It's like, yeah, there is these groups and there's these characteristics, and it's interesting that you started with men and women because it's kind of a binary system, right?
Yeah, it's the most that I can think of because, like, I mean, the race thing is, I think it's a bit more, let's just say, nuanced anyway. It's a bit more blended, but also
right,
on top
because
of that,
people can get together with whoever the hell they want, right?
No, but what I'm saying is, like, to me, it's obvious that there are these different like racial groups. And I know, but then people start getting annoyed even when you say that, right? And
I know how to phrase it differently. That can help.
Yeah, I mean, you can call them populations, or you can call them people, or like there's loads of different ways to do it. Like, because I don't actually, even though I'm personally of the opinion that there are these different groups, I'm not pro any of the kind of nastinesses that have come from the people who believe in that thing, right? So it's like, yeah, I'm aware that these groups exist, but it doesn't mean that I think that all of the nastinesses that have been based on these things are justified.
Right.
Quite the opposite.
And I would say that that's because you're part of one of the general groups that I was referring to, which is that of not in the darkness. So you might, I maybe I'll be a bit cheeky and say you're like light adjacent. You're getting there, right?
Right.
Anyway, but you know, a general ribbon just to encourage you to keep seeking. But I agree with you on that one. And but what I wanted to say regards the racial whatever, because even that term is a nonsense term, right? You know this.
Yeah, I agree. It's a complete.
So
like,
if we stick with nations, it's easier because if you understand the root of what a nation is, like you and your chick, and you know however many side chicks you take with you, you can make. I'm having fun, right? You can make a whole nation, and that nation, after however many generations, when it's filled out, assuming you get busy, right? That's going to be a very crypto-centric nation of people.
Yeah, I get you.
And that's how it is. That's how it is with what we're dealing with now. The thing is, people don't know how to look back in the past, understand the terms that they're using, and then they get all emotional about things. But the reason the Ishmaelites, for instance, we call them now the Arabs, right? But they started with one geezer. And they started with one Ishmael, right? Abraham's first son, but not the first son of promise, if you know the story. If not, it doesn't really matter right now, right? And he was him. He was the way he was. He had certain characteristics. And all of them lot are very similar in their characteristics, and it's because of him and the history with Abraham, his dad, and the rest of it, right? There's lots of nuance and whatever, but that's that. And when you talk about it like that, maybe it's an oversimplification of a hell of a lot of history, but that's not a problem. And and normally I would be reluctant to try and not offend people, because the fact that people are getting offended is their business. But in terms of furthering conversation, I think it's useful to kind of break it down and, I don't know, take a different perspective on the subject, because then maybe the people who would just close their minds off because you're saying trigger words might be willing to listen and learn something.
Yeah, that is the case. I think the issue I have with the word nation, and if anyone else wants to get in, please do. But the issue I have with the word nation isn't actually new. Kind of people have been Jedi mind tricked into thinking that nation is a nation state, and
Right.
in today,
Okay. I get
with a
you.
nation state, you've just got a government and you've got a couple of boring buildings in a capital city, right? But that's not what a nation is.
That's a good point. So you would probably have to deal with that nonsense at the offset as well. But
Exactly.
No, I didn't consider that. I didn't consider.
It's
But
always like
yeah,
in order to have this conversation, I'd have to lead with a 10-point caveat, just to deal with any of the nonsense that you tend to deal with in these conversations before you
Hey,
get
stop.
any gravy, you know.
That's true. Yeah. Well, that's why maybe it's easier just to be controversial and let everyone get offended.
Yeah, maybe.
Some people just like chicken and watermelon. What of it?
Anyway, I'm gonna.
He's running. Peace
Yeah.
out. Peace out. Have a good one.
Yeah, well, I'll be back in a little bit later, but I've got some work to do. So.
Cool.
See you guys in a bit.
Right now, if Pete had the patience, this is when he could have an opportunity to monologue. But seeing as he's not, maybe Essie can talk about something. Yo, right the hand. Do you mean to have your mic open?
No, I'm on push to talk.
Right. Or maybe it was just clipping or something. So has there been any more amusingly uncompelling evidence for the globe yet? Guess not.
Never guide, always the jersey, never the sport.
Am I missing something or is it dead? The debate, the great debate finally been settled. The earth is finally wow. I'm just like you fuckers in like a year. No clue if you can hear me either. What? Yeah. Where's what's it the new at? I heard he graduated fifth grade recently. Very proud of, very proud of him indeed. Another developing story I saw was apparently MCAP Beach is a crypto bro now. Fucker. Yeah.
Wait, me. Damn playing. How is there so many people in here and it's so dead?
Hey, Kosho. Oh, is he muted? Oh, he's dead.
Oh, you're a live person.
50. Are you a baller? Let me investigate. Earth is a globe. Are you a baller, 50?
What?
Are you a baller?
No, I'm a concave earther.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm kidding. Yes, I'm a glober. Of course. I guess I shouldn't say of course. Are you a baller? I'm gonna guess no. Let me turn this stupid camera off. I was going over a pretty cool looking dam. I was gonna show y'all. Turn it on, you piece of shit. Okay. That to free up some bandwidth. Are you a baller? Are you balling on a budget? 'Cause I'm balling on a budget. Not much of a budget, but hey, it's work, and I just bought a new crib. I just want to know where the arguments are at now. Last time I was around, which was like ago, people were talking about sextants and celestial navigation, and it seems like we've dug into that quite a bit, and it's been obfuscated to death. I saw a really good video on Bob the Science Guy's channel from Northern Michigan, breaking down how to do the equal latitude, the circles of equal latitude. That was a really great video because that was great. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's new. Are there any new flat Earth arguments? What are the flat earthers talking about these days? That's what I would know. Guess I'd have to go to Trio's channel or some shit to find out. If nobody's in here, they can tell me. I am driving though, but I have a pretty good Verizon connection. Does that work for them? And I'm supposed to have one of the phones with the best antennas. But I don't know how well that works. I'm also kind of curious if there's a burnout. Like whenever I first came into this a long time ago, oh god, it probably had been 6 or 7 years ago. After like a year or two, I was like, man, there's no way these people can believe this for more than like 2 years, 3 years. And I was thinking that they would all get out of it and there'd be a bunch of fresh new faces. But that doesn't seem to be the case. I'm gonna go over to Geo's for a second. See if I can get my talk. I'll be back when I got a better connection. Maybe someone's gonna have a chit chat. The RB bitches.
It's the party, people.
Nobody knows. Gio, can you put me in contact with it? I'm guessing you're an answer.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Begging
Getting
the
heated up.
begging the question is basically same as circular reasoning. So, for example, if I write on a paper that it says what's written here is true, and then I write other things, I can justify that if I assume that what's in the paper is true, then it says that what's in the paper is true, so the other things follow. But that's the circular reasoning. I have no reason to assume. I didn't. And my conclusion came only from my assumption. It didn't come from any evidence or anything. That would be
That's
begging the
correct.
question. Yeah. So, but if you wanna try to drive predictions from something, that isn't begging the question. Like, what would we expect to see if these hypotheses were true? That's not begging the question, fellas. That's trying to come up with a test for your hypothesis. So if you say if this hypothesis is true, then this and this should happen. If it's not true, then that
Yeah,
should
but
happen.
that's
That's not a
science, not
yeah, but
not
that's
geometry though.
but that's not begging the question. Just because you say if A doesn't mean it's begging the question.
It's again, it has nothing to do with science. The shape of the Earth is it's a geometrical claim. It's not a scientific claim. Yeah, and the absence of measurements for the geometrical claim is what to make us to come to the conclusion that we live on a plane. Obviously, it only makes sense to live on a plane. Sea level, he should said it all. Yeah, we use the surface. We use the surface level as a horizontal plane, which is what we use for elevation angles. It makes a lot of sense to me. I don't know if I'm expressing myself properly to you guys. I don't know if I'm using the right words, but to me, it makes sense.
Right. Well, yeah, I know you argue for elevation angles all the time. You sound like a broken record now.
Yeah, but you understand
But
that the curvature happens below surface level, yeah?
no, at
You're
the
not aware of
surface
your own
level.
model. Now, below the surface level.
What do you mean below?
Yeah, let me see if I find the drawing.
The whole surface is level.
The surface is level, yeah, level horizontal, yeah. But the curvature is below that. Let me
No.
show the Andrew
Okay.
Thomas Young diagram with the curvature. Wait a second. The calculation, yeah? Wait a second. This has been pointed out several times by Nathan and his team, which makes sense.
That's a semantic argument. That's not even
One
a.
second. Where do I have this?
It's not even a, any
Okay,
evidence.
this one it works out. This one works out good. Let's see. Live stream one. There you go. Can you see what I posted now?
Right.
See the surface level? Surface level goes from the feet of the observer in both directions. It's a dotted line. That's the surface level. If you are the observer and you're using a sextant, you're aiming at the horizon, which is the surface level. Regardless of how far away the horizon is the surface level. Now, the curvature, on the other hand, from the feet of the observer, it curves down. That's not realistic. That's not the world we live in.
But that's only, that surface level is only level.
It's only level because it's horizontal.
The surface level
Like it says, listen, the eye level and the surface level, they are parallel to each other. They're two horizontal lines. So how come now you say that the curvature is the is the level of the surface? It doesn't make any sense. It's nonsensical. That's not how geometry works. That's not reality.
That surface level is only level relative to that observer. So if you're only considering,
it's called sea level. It's called sea level.
No, the surface level isn't sea level in that diagram.
Yeah, in that case, it's sea level.
No, not in
you're
that diagram.
You're aiming at the sea level when you're using a sextant, correct?
Yeah, but that doesn't establish the
All right.
surface level because that's
What
not
do you mean
even
doesn't establish?
horizontal.
Yeah, the horizontal plane required for the elevation angles is the surface level.
Yeah, but you're not pointing like you pointing to the horizon doesn't give
Yeah,
you a
surface level. Yeah, you
No,
pointed
it
to your
doesn't.
horizon is surface level.
No, that line
What
isn't
do you mean?
even that
So
line
when you
isn't
pointed
even
to your horizon, you're pointing down?
George. Yes,
No, you're not. The
if you
horizon is out,
weren't
horizontal.
if you weren't pointing down, then you wouldn't have to correct for
No,
the
you're not
dip.
pointing down. You're pointing outwards. As it says there, surface level and eye level run parallel.
Yes, but when you point to the horizon, you don't get you're not seeing looking at eye level. Horizon is not at eye level. It's lower than eye level.
Really? 1 foot observation high, black swan image, horizon is over 10 miles away. Which deep correction should I do? 1 foot
For
observer height, 10
1
miles
foot,
away. Yeah. 10 miles times 1 foot. What's to correct?
that's not the equation. Let me do it for you.
That's not the
Just give me a second.
equation.
Just give me a second.
Oh, check. Can you guys hear
Yeah,
me?
you're good, Jeremy.
Why don't you do the dip correction for the time when George Hanachuk measured the horizon above level? What's the dip correction for that?
It doesn't make sense, that
Also,
sentence.
Yeah, the dip.
you
The
got another issue.
yeah, sure. If
What's
you're
that?
yeah, the horizon fluctuates. That's right. But the correction
Yeah, so no
isn't
dip correction for that one.
I didn't say that. I was just speaking. The dip correction doesn't come from just checking if the horizon is higher or lower than eye level. You do it.
So we just
Yeah.
always apply the dip correction.
Yes. No. Only when they're away from the
No,
surface.
only when you're
Like
using
if
the
they're a
surface
couple
level.
meters.
Yeah. Only when you're
If
using the
they're too
surface level.
the amount of degrees you have to correct for, if you're too close to the surface, is negligible. So if you're, let's say, 10 meters from the surface, then you do apply dip correction.
So if I'm 10 meters from the surface, I apply dip correction.
Yes.
Okay, and then I measure the horizon above level. Then I add that dip correction.
Oh, you don't know if the horizon is above level. If you have a level reference.
No, I can see it.
Really? Horizon above level?
Yeah,
What you guys
if you
talking about?
can.
Yeah,
One
George
second.
Hanachuk, their own guy, and multiple other guys have measured the.
You cut out.
You cut out, Jeremy.
Not even observed, measured the horizon above level.
Right. If you
cut
can.
out.
If you can measure the horizon to be some degrees above eye level, you don't need dip correction because you already have a reference for level. You need a dip correction when you don't have one. When your
So we
only
just
reference.
arbitrarily. So if we can see the horizon, we don't need to apply the dip correction.
No, if you have a reference for level, you don't need to correct for dip correction.
So if we can see the horizon, we don't need.
No, if you have a reference for level, you don't need dip correction.
So you just arbitrarily put the dip correction under what it should be for the globe if you have level.
It's not where it should be for the globe. It's how it deviates from eye level on average. So it's your best guess to correct for dip is using the dip correction.
Well, you wouldn't want to apply dip correction there because the horizon was above level, right? So what
Yeah, but you
what
would
do you do in
only
that
know
case?
that. Yeah, you would only know that if you had a reference for level. And in that case, you wouldn't need to correct for dip.
Okay, so there's two guys standing next to each other. One of them does have a reference for level, and he can see that the horizon's above level. Another one doesn't. One's going to use the dip correction, and then the other one's not going to, right? Or is the guy that sees the horizon above level, is he going to use dip? He's not going to use the dip correction, right?
Yeah, if he doesn't have any reference for eye level, he would apply the dip correction. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're gonna be somebody's gonna be off there, you know?
Yes, the one that is applying dip correction.
Well, what about the one that has the horizon above level? He's not gonna be off?
No, because he can see how much the horizon is above level, so he doesn't have to account for a dip. He already has the
And that
correct. He already has the correct elevation angle because he has a reference for level.
I'm lost.
elevation.
What do you
What is
guys
his
mean the
elevation?
horizon above level? Hold on a second. What do you guys mean when you say horizon above level? You're using the horizon as a level surface to do the elevation angles from. What do you mean above level?
Well, it's been measured above level, bro. I don't know. You never seen it?
It's being
Measured-
measured above level. You can
Yeah.
also have.
Above level, that's right.
But you're using. Listen, for you, for that to happen, you need to have a different level.
Bro, I don't know what
That
to
now
tell you.
you
The
have
horizon's been
now you
measured
have
above
two
level.
level surfaces, the horizon and the level, for example, at two different elevations. Now
No.
the horizon is a level surface, and we're using the horizon as a level surface in order to establish a horizontal plane to
They're
do the
not.
elevation
That's not
angle.
always level, George. That's
They
Yeah,
almost
the
don't.
never
horizon is
level.
level. Yeah, it is.
They
It
don't.
is.
It's almost
No,
never level, George.
It's
the
called
definition
sea level.
of
They do.
No parts higher than the other.
horizontalist.
Sea level, mean sea level. In both sides of the Atlantic, the sea level is the same.
They do it from the center of the Earth. They don't do it from
No,
side.
that's not correct. No one measures from the center of the earth. Who measured that from the center of the earth?
Nobody
You?
gets elevation from this. Yeah,
No
elevation is
one.
not from the center. You can even
The
look it up on
elevation.
Wiki and see.
Elevation is from sea level.
The
Zero bubble.
elevation. The elevation of the
Absolutely,
sun.
George, sea level.
The elevation of the sun would have to be 1,169 kilometers high if it was on a flat Earth with those elevation angles.
Says you.
No, I'm just using a method that we can all do. If we know the distance from A to B and we know the angles too on the sides, then we can work out.
Yeah,
well,
but that's wrong though. That's trigonometry. That's trigonometry. That's not celestial navigation. Celestial navigation only results for the GPs. Yeah, you have the GP of the star plus your GP, and you want to establish the distance between you and that GP. Forget about the top.
Yeah, but if we make the
difference between those two vertical lines will give you the radius value for your circle of equal altitude.
If you do one,
it doesn't matter how long those zenith lines extend to. We're not trying to establish the height of them. That's not trigonometry.
But if they give you one format for the land and a different format for the sea, you wouldn't know the difference. Therefore, it works on land on a grid system, but as soon as you start integrating that into some type of shape or whatever like that, you don't know what you're using. You'll measure, you have no idea the speed of the water, the currents, you have no idea.
Correct.
Yeah. So therefore,
the zenith lines, those zenith lines that we talk about, zenith lines, those vertical lines, they are over a grid system, a flat Earth system. It's a Cartesian system, lines of longitude and latitude. So once you have the grid system, then you have the zenith lines over that grid system, which is the sun's path throughout the day, the moon's path throughout the day, and other stars' path over the plane. So those GPs, they need to run parallel to each other, all of them. And that's where it matters, the distance on the ground.
Now, would you use a possible triangle protractor to make it work on your Cartesian grid system on this flat Earth?
Oh,
flat
Earth. If you do that, you would come to the conclusion that the sun, the moon, and the stars, they are all at the same height in the sky. They're not, obviously.
No. I'm still working. I just done the distance to distance, 47 degrees apart, 23-degree angles on there.
But that is an argument that Mr. Bacon likes to use, but that's wrong.
But tell me how it's wrong. If my distance is X, from there to there, you cut that off and you work out the height. Job done.
We're talking about GPs. No, yeah, but we're talking about GPs. We don't care how high. Yeah, I understand that. It's not trigonometry again.
if the value
It's
of
not
the
it's triangulation. It's not trigonometry.
but if the
You form
value
for the right angle triangle. Yeah. What you want is a right angle. That
yes,
right angle is what it matters because you have a
yeah,
right angle between you and the GP of the star. And that right
yeah,
angle on these two zeniths, yeah, will give you a distance for a radius value. Regardless of how long the zenith lines are, there could be miles and miles up, or it doesn't matter. The right
you need
angle
to,
triangle is what it's
but a
in question
horizontal,
here.
yeah. So if the value of the land is worth one thing, 111 kilometers per degree, and the value on the sea is different, therefore your GPs would never be correct, and they've just put you where you think you are. But you can put that on the grid system from the Americas all the way to the right hand side of the right hand side of Asia, all there, blah blah blah, and you can muck around with the trench. You've got an Atlantic, you've got a big Pacific, so loads of anomalies there. So if you change the value, if the value of the sea was something like 88 kilometers per degree, or 99 kilometers per degree, or 100 kilometers per degree, then you
What do you
eventually
mean
have something
degree?
smaller.
Degree of what? Degree of what? Temperature?
A distance on the ground distance.
Distance on the ground in degrees. What do you mean?
Like 111 kilometers per degree on the ground, on land, and when you go on sea, if that was actually
Hold
different,
on a second. You lost me again. How do you measure that on the ground in degrees?
you
You need to have a
just
reference point, no? Like Polaris, a fixed point in the sky.
no. If you're asking me what's 1 degree on the ground, I'll just walk
1 degree of
111.1.
what?
1 degree in relation to something else, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. You need to have a reference point, but
Yes. Now,
it's not
if
quite like that.
yes,
The
and
way
now
they
if the
work
star,
out is Polar is right above your head. Yeah, imagine Polar is right above your head. Yeah, it's 90 degrees. Any way that you move, it will be minus 90. It can
yeah,
never be 91, 92. Yeah. So for every um, for every um, 60 nautical miles that you travel in a straight line will drop 1 degree in elevation. So they claim. 60
so
nautical miles.
maybe if there's one in whatever, like you said, is it a slope from one pole to the other, therefore causing a cone?
No, man, it's a circle. Imagine you have a pivot point in the center. Yeah, the northern star is in the center. Yeah,
Yeah, but like I just said,
any
you're in,
circle that you do around 360 degrees. Yeah, any degree on that circle, 360 degrees, is transmitted in 60 nautical miles.
yeah, I get it, mate. This is the basic shit, mate. I fucking learned this
Yeah.
years ago. And you were talking about a drop of 1 mile per such and such. In what direction? In every direction, whatever. It's not true.
That is correct, in every direction. That's called circle of equal altitude.
Anyway, if it was flat Earth, it would have to be twice the height. It would have to be 2,000, like 2,000.
Again, you can start with the height. That's not celestial navigation. That's not how it's done.
Celestial navigation. Well, if the stars are moving against your time frame, then you're never going to be able to measure it because it's a moving target. Therefore, it's unusable.
That's why you have the almanac that tells you the GP of that star at that time of the day will be where X marks the spot. Line of longitude and latitude over a flat plane, over a Cartesian system. Now, what you want to know is, because that you already know where the star is going to be at that particular moment in time, you just want to know where in the proximity of that location you are. So you need to find a distance between you and that location. And for you to find that, you need to have an elevation angle for you to have the adjacent. That's the only thing you are concerned, the adjacent between you and the GP of the star to give you a distance to it. You don't want to travel there. You just want to know where you are.
So the distance, like the thermosphere, is thinner near the pole, and then when you get to about 50 degrees, it's about 5 miles in height, and then when you get to the equator, it's about 10 to 12 miles. So that difference in the sky being either closer to you or further away from you, surely that in itself would give you another variable.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. But as you can see there, I posted the formula for the globe. Am I in the right place? Yeah, I think so. I'm in the right place. As you can see, you have Polaris in the center, which is the zero line. Yeah, and you have a right angle triangle there to the equator. Yeah, that's how it's done, but on the flat plane, not on the sphere. Sphere doesn't do that. You don't have horizontal lines on the sphere, in case you didn't know. No horizontal planes on the sphere.
Still there, Jeremy? Jeremy?
Might be busy.
Sorry, man, I got cut off.
Down in the globe elevator, living it up while I'm going down.
You know what? If the sun was 1,169 kilometers high, its span to the horizon would be 3,959 kilometers, not miles, kilometers. I came to the exact same number.
Like your apparent UFO light number.
What he means, what he's trying to say, you need to understand what he's trying to say. What he's saying is the sun in its apparent location, yeah, moving throughout the day on his apparent location, appears to behave this way. And because of that, I'm going to measure it, something apparent that I don't know even what it is, the size of it, or anything. So the only thing I have is a zenith line that I know that the sun is right above my head. How far away it is, God knows.
My light UFO. I'm going to tell you the distance to my light UFO, apparently.
Not trying to establish the height. This value for Earth sphere, orbital mechanics, elevation angles to the sun, which require a flat plane, 6 months apart, because you need to be on both sides of the sun. So yeah,
well, your feet.
After you assume all of that, yeah, you can come to a conclusion. Yeah.
Well, after your feet, the Earth is supposed to drop down, right? More than 6,000 kilometers. So from your feet point, you go out 3959. It's supposed to be a 6,000 kilometer drop for on the dirt. Now they want to talk about stars and UFOs and lights in the sky and tell you where they're at and how, like what. So what? Are there any of them dropping 6,000 kilometers that you can see and follow the whole way? If not, then we got a problem. There's no depth to your globe, guys. If we can't follow stuff down below the zero of the line, the straight line, you can't go down below it on your globe. There is no globe. You understand that?
There are no globers here. Who are you talking to?
What are you?
Yeah, the Earth is
I
always
just
a globe.
joined.
Bacon
I
is not
just
a
joined.
glober.
So if you
he's not a
just
glober.
joined and your first sentence was there are
But
no
I'm also
globers here,
leaving.
you're a flat earther, right?
I don't know about that, but definitely he's not a glober.
Oh, I'm back.
How do I know he's not a glober? Because he's using elevation angles for his navigation. He's using a horizontal plane, so he needs to know it doesn't work on the sphere. Not if you're using the surface of a sphere. No.
I'm
Come
curious
on.
how he
He
get
knows
the
that.
azimuths.
He knows better than that.
I'm curious on how he get the azimuths. Or how he gets the distance. Because you know, in celestial negation, you had two distances, the one you measured and the one you calculate.
Do you need a distance or just a bearing?
No, you don't get the bearing. The bearing you get from the side reduction table. Sextant doesn't measure bearing.
No, I'm saying, but for like navigating the stars, it doesn't matter if the stars are 1 billion miles away or 100 miles away, right? You're just going to use their position in the sky.
I think if they're 100 miles away, that would matter, yeah.
No, not if their position in the sky was exactly the same. It wouldn't matter because you're not using the distance of the stars. You're using their position in the sky.
Yeah, but if they
That's
were
correct.
If they were 100 miles away, they would appear in a different position. That's what I'm
No,
telling you.
they'd appear exactly as they are, right? So they
How
appear
can they
like
be
they are.
closer?
Hold on. I'm saying it doesn't matter what the distance is. 93 million, 1 million. If they look like they look, you're only going to use their position in the sky. So how far away they are is completely irrelevant.
I have to disagree.
That is
because
correct.
we use the distance to the moon to add corrections because the moon is too close compared to other celestial bodies that its position in the sky doesn't behave as the other celestial bodies. So we have to take that into account because the moon is too close.
No, you don't take account the moon's distance. You take into account its position in the sky, right? So its position is different.
We
Yeah,
definitely
bro.
do.
Okay, look. Okay, when you're looking out through your celestial navigation devices, you're only seeing where the stars and the moon are. You're not seeing how far away they are. You're not.
Correct.
You're not getting you're not getting a measurement distance. So the measurement distance is irrelevant. All that matters is where they are.
No, the distance to the ground position is relevant, correct?
No, ground position is even
No,
worse.
it's not.
Bro. That's an even bolder claim. Now you're connecting the stars to the ground with this imaginary line. Now I don't think you want
Yeah,
to go
but
down
the
that
ground
road.
position is the GP.
1 second. What kind of celestial navigation are you talking about that it doesn't use the distance to the ground position? Teach me this new type of celestial navigation.
Okay. You're taking celestial navigation like it's some fucking magical, complicated thing. It's based on one underlying
You know how to
principle.
do it?
Let me, hon, don't interrupt me. Just tell me if this underlying principle is the same. That the stars have a relationship with where they appear to where you are in the ground. That is constant.
That changes constantly.
Oh, okay, but what changes is the relationship is always the same. It's just their position, right? The stars will come back to their original position, and so it's all mapped out. So since we've mapped out the entirety of the sky's motion, and we know what the sky should look like no matter where we are on Earth, we can then guide ourselves to other parts of Earth that we can't see using the sky, which we can see. So basically, all you're doing with celestial navigation is using the sky as the ground. Really, that's all you're doing.
Well, that's actually not true because we do use the ground positions, and that's not something imaginary. Do you know what the ground position of a celestial body is?
You're not going to use your ground position. You're going to use just
Can you
where
answer
you
my
are.
question?
Bro, your ground position is an imaginary fucking thing. Do you understand that?
No,
No, it's not.
Okay.
One second. Let me respond to that. I heard you claiming that. That's why I'm very curious to what do you think a ground position is? Can you tell me what do you think it is?
Yeah. It's when you believe with pure faith that you are perfectly under a star, right? That is what you believe with faith. So now and the problem is what you're doing is just looking up and kind of putting a crosshair on the star and going, yep, I got the middle. Exactly. No, that's not how that works, bro. Sorry.
Can you tell me what a ground position of celestial body is?
I said it already. Did you not hear me?
No, I heard you saying what the problem was. I didn't hear you saying what it
Well,
is.
but that's the problem.
No, but
Celestial, the
I'm
ground
not
position.
I'm not asking what the problem is. I'm asking what it means. What do you think it means?
I told you what it means. Okay,
What
I'll
does it
say
mean?
it
Can you
again.
answer just that
Listen,
question?
He said that. He said it's the
I'm
point.
only-
He said it's the point directly under the star. He did say that.
Yeah, it's the point that sees the star overhead, right?
Okay, no. The
Okay,
problem
well,
is, let me
that's
explain.
right.
You
Okay,
cannot
can you agree that that's the
verify.
ground position?
No.
Can you agree that
Let
that's
me
the ground
explain.
position?
No. Let me explain.
No,
why.
that's not the ground position. So what's the ground
I will
position?
explain.
I'm trying to have a back and forth. You keep talking about
No,
other
you're
things
just
without.
talking. You
No,
don't
I'm
stop
trying.
talking.
Oh,
Just stop
you're not
talking.
answering.
Just stop talking for 10 seconds and it'll work itself out. So ground position is determined by an imaginary line that you can't verify is actually touching the middle of the star. So when you say ground position, it is based on an assumption.
Actually, no. The ground position doesn't mean it's physically the below the star. Just means that that's the position in which you see the star overhead. So that's not what the ground position is.
Yeah, but you see all the stars overhead, dude.
Not directly overhead. Directly overhead,
you-
see. Oh, 1 second. I was in the middle of my sentence. Directly overhead, you will see at best one star. At best.
And as I said, you cannot verify that you are directly under that star. All you can do is look up and go, it's over my head about 12 o'clock. But if you're going to believe that thing is 95 trillion light years away, and if it's off 1 degree to the left because of how the cone, the further away you get, the less precision you get on the center, you could be trillions of miles off, right? So this is why it doesn't really matter.
That's not what the ground position is. Ground position isn't where the star is physically above. It's where you have the star at your zenith. So the ground position is defined to be the position in which you see it overhead, not necessarily that it is overhead. So it doesn't matter if it. One second. It doesn't matter if it's actually in a different position. That's not where the ground position would be. The ground position would be where you see it overhead. So that's a real thing because we can get to those coordinates and look up and see that the star is over there. Even if the star isn't actually over there, that's where we see it overhead.
Yeah, so basically you're using the sky as the ground, and you're saying when I'm on the ground here, this part in the sky is kind of above me. And I know that if I wanted, and I know that star way out in the distance at this time of year, at this time of day, will be directly over this spot where I want to go. So I'm going to head towards that star. That's celestial navigation in a nutshell. And if you try and make it any more complicated, that is absolutely how it fucking works. No, it's absolutely how it's wrong. That's how it works, dude.
That's just not how they don't follow stars.
Okay, hold on. You did it. All right, you did not. Okay, I'm gonna say it again.
Oh, you spoke for a while.
Hold on. No. Well, let me just go through it. You're gonna use the star that you believe is above you, right? That's step one.
No.
It's a reference.
Okay, you're gonna use your ground position that is referenced to a star above you.
I don't have my ground position. In most of the cases, I don't have a star above my head.
Ground position.
I almost never have a star overhead.
Oh my god, bro!
Well, if you had a room, you know, let's say 30 feet by 30 feet, and you have a ceiling that's 10 feet tall, and then if you had a bunch of little dots on the ceiling, you could, and if those dots were like, let's just say they're stationary, because you can take a freeze frame of the sky, you know, like at 2 a.m, you can take a freeze frame of the sky. And then as long as you adjust it by 4 minutes each night, you'll get the exact same position of stars every night. So you can then use those as, let's say, fixed positions. And then there's going to be points under the earth that correlate with the reference point visually of that star. So like I was saying in the room, if you had a room like that, a bunch of dots on the ceiling, you could create angles and use those reference points to navigate on the ground.
Right. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, it's just referencing it's just a reference to connect the sky and the ground. And you're just like, oh, if I'm over here and the sky looks like this, then I need to go to where the sky looks like that because it's over where I'm trying to go. That's the simplest. That's how it works simply.
But that's actually not how it works. What they do is instead is get what are their coordinates based on how the sky looks like. So if they look to the sky, they get some measurements. From those measurements, they work out a coordinate. So now they know where they are. Now they know what direction they have to be. The way they work out the directions is finding what's the azimuth of the target direction. It's not what star should I follow or what celestial body am I going to aim at. No one does that. They use celestial images to correct their position and then to work out what's the correct bearing that they should have. And in order for them to get to a coordinate, they do use the distance to the ground position. Even if it's not where the star is physically above, even if it's just where it appears that it is above, they use the distance to their location.
Does the astrolabe point down or up?
Didn't I told you the bacon is not a glober? Yeah. Speaking like this, it can only be a flat earther. I couldn't say it better myself.
So let's say that the sky's a disk and it's spinning over a flat plane. Okay. Now the disk makes. Let me just make because I'm just trying to make a point here, dude. Like just to help. I'm trying to visualize something. It's like what Gio's saying, but I'm just going a little bigger. So you have the whole Earth, and then you have like the points above it. Now, as those points move above it, they're going to be moving always above the same set locations as they do their pattern, right? So all you need to know is you call latitude. Latitude is just a word for where the stars are over a place. Like you complicate this stuff because you're trying to turn simple stuff into complicated stuff so you can make it a ball.
They move over the same latitudes.
No, I was clarifying. Latitude is gives you already assume your ball and all this thing with latitudes, right? You're just moving.
It's just not true.
Yeah,
okay, well,
latitude and longitude requires a flat plane. Cartesian system.
Yeah, if the declination of certain star is, let's say, -20, latitude -20 is simply everyone that has that star overhead at some point. So that star travels overhead latitude -20. That's what latitude -20 means.
Okay, let me ask. I just want to. You don't even have to answer. Let's say you're under GP star A, okay, and you're trying to go to Pittsburgh. And you know Pittsburgh at this time of year, right, at the time where you're at, is going to be under, quote, let's say Neptune will be its GP, okay? Now, you can see Neptune. So you know that under Neptune is where you're trying to go. Now, you're telling me that going towards Neptune's not going to get you to where you're going?
It definitely will. Yeah, in that scenario you just laid out.
And that's celestial navigation.
But
that's celestial navigation.
At the end of the day, that's really all you have to do too. Is just if you know Neptune is, what'd you say, Philadelphia or whatever you said, if that's what it's above, then yeah, all you need to do is just head towards like Neptune. You just need to keep your heading directed towards Neptune.
That's why you need so much stuff.
Also assume that you're stationary.
Yeah, so that scenario is completely it never happens in real life. We never follow a specific celestial body for several reasons.
Whoa.
One of them. Oh, you're breaking up.
Would that situation work?
If that situation ever happens, not necessarily, because Neptune will only be at that location for a couple of minutes.
Well, yeah, but you would get a general direction. And here's the thing. So let's say you were traveling and...
One sec. What happens, I mean, there's a thunderstorm, right? Then you kind of lose your tracking of your location. Now you're going to have until Neptune... Now you have to wait for like 24 hours until Neptune gets overhead that location so you can know where you're going to point your ball to.
Or...
It's simply not how it works.
No, but what you would do at that point, okay, and this is, so let's say 2 days pass. Now you look at all the information, you're like, okay, after 2 days, it's not under Neptune anymore. It's under this other star. And look, there's that under star, a little bit closer, but we missed the mark. All right, now we head this way. That's how it works, dude.
That's why I was saying.
That's how it works, man.
No,
you're trying to make it so complicated.
No,
if you ever get lost,
distances.
It's funny. It's
remember
funny
the right-hand method of
first you need to have
celestial navigation. I'll save you.
It's very funny knowing how to do celestial navigation and being taught by someone that doesn't know how to do celestial navigation. This is a very hilarious situation, dude.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
just
muffling
saying
your
it
mic.
would work. It would work.
Yes, this
Yeah, but
idealized
that's not
scenario
how it's
could
done.
work, but it's no one does that because it's very much idealized scenario. It almost never happens that the star is right away at the position you want to be at the moment that you need to find your location. That almost
Hey,
never
Bacon,
happens.
your mic is muffled.
1 second, I'm
You're
gonna
covered.
switch to my mic.
How
Yeah,
about
but
that sweet baby line of sight
it's not how it's
astrolabe?
done.
Instances.
It's not how it's done. What you want to find out is the distance between you and the GP of whatever star you're using. You're not looking for directions, not in that sense. If you're using directions, you use Polaris as north. That's it. Or you can use the sun and the moon going from east to west, like any other star. Yeah, it's better, much better. Yeah. But mainly,
Right.
what you're trying to achieve is distances between GPs. So if you do celestial navigation, you identify 3, if it's at night, obviously. If you can identify 3 lights in the sky, yeah, you'll go to your almanac and you'll know the GP over the flat plane where those lights are going to be at that time. So now you know that those 3 lights, those zeniths are meeting the same horizontal plane at 90-degree angles. And they are all 90 degrees from each other, and you yourself as well. Because what you're going to try to do is to find out your position over the ground, your line of longitude and latitude. Where are you on the map? So for you to achieve that, you'll need to have these radiuses, distances between you and the GP, which you wouldn't know where you are. It's a long circle. You'll need to do at least 2, probably 3, in order to find out where you are. But that is for you to find out where you are.
I don't know, man. I think you're making this more complicated than it is. I think if you know, hold on. I think if you know I'm saying if you know the ground position, you know like the relationship to the sky and the ground. Let's just say that, so I don't got to say all this stuff. You just know the relationship between the sky and the ground at which time of year, where the sky is over, right? You'll get there, because you can't go in the wrong direction for long.
They're where?
To where hold on, you said to where? To wherever you're going to go towards the sky, which is in relation to over the ground where you're trying to get to. So if you can see many more miles of sky than you can see the ground, and we know that the ground is not a ball curving around, and we know the sky goes over the ground, then it's like you're seeing the ground extended when you look up, if you know what you're doing. Like, that's, just wrap your mind around that. The sky is nothing but a moving map of the ground if you know the astrological signs and where and what time of year.
Yeah, I can agree with that, but it's the position of the lights in the sky over the ground. Yeah, it's like a chessboard, every square has a name and a number.
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly. And if you're
so when
H6,
the piece is in that square, is on that line of longitude and latitude over the board. And now what you want to know is distances between these pieces. So you have piece number 1, piece number 2, piece number 3. What is the distance between these places and me? Because you want to find out your position. Once you find out your position, now you can go to the next step, which is to find your bearing, which way you want to travel to. Because now that, what did you find? Oh, he's hot micing. Once that you find out your position on the map, then you'll come to the next step, which is what you're trying to say. So now you want to travel on a specific vector, yeah?
do you see how much more complicated you're making
you need
this
to follow
me?
compass. Well,
look at
it's not
that's
complicated.
crazy. You're making it. I said if you know the relationship between the sky and the ground, you can just move towards the sky that is over the part of the ground you're trying to get to. Super simple. Super simple. That's it. Now you just started vectors.
You don't have to.
Yeah, whatever.
You don't have to, man. This is mainly done. I'll try to say it slightly different if I can. Once that you do this, you're trying to find your position. You don't know where you are on the map. You don't know exactly where you are. That's why you're going to do this triangulation over the lights in the sky that you observe. If you're using the sun, you can use the sun several times. It's not a problem. But once that you find your position on the map, now you can find the course. Where do you want to go? St. Petersburg. Where exactly on the map is? What direction? That direction. No. So now you go on that course to go to St. Petersburg. Otherwise, you'll never get there if you don't know where is your position on the map first.
Yeah. First part, get your find out the relationship between the sky and the ground where you are. Okay. So, oh, I look up, I see the Big Dipper over me. That means I'm here. Then look for a star that's near the ground over where you're trying to go, and then head that way and adjust as necessary. Very simple. God's not going to complicate this to where you need 1,000 different fucking things.
Sorry for the hot mic.
Yeah, no problem.
Mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right. Is Right the Hand still here?
Yeah, I think so.
Is it there? Right the Hand? Maybe not.
Yeah, I'm here.
Right. Yeah, so the whole thing you described in principle would work, but it's not very realistic. Because you don't often have a celestial body the place you want to go, and you don't usually have like a mapping of like this time this part of the sky should be overhead the location I want to go, because that keeps changing. And if you want to get to another location, then you have a different piece of the sky that's going to be there, and that's going to change by the minute. So all that's always changing, and it's different for every location you're going, and you get different stars in nighttime as the days go by. And so yeah, it's a very idealistic scenario that isn't what like I never saw anyone reporting a situation like that. All I hear people doing is figuring out their coordinates, and from that figuring out directions. That's it.
Okay, let's say you knew, right? Like the entirety of the star, like you just memorized it. The pure data of every day of the year, every city in the world, where the stars it can see are. Okay, say
Right.
you had that memorized. You could celestially navigate at will wherever you wanted to go. Just look up, oh, I got to go over here. Day later, you'd be like, you would even know to just keep your course, because you would know how much the sky moves. So you would know, like, once you got your bearing, you wouldn't go off bearing. So you wouldn't even need to adjust, really. at the end of the day. You would just need to make sure you didn't deviate from your original heading, right? So this is celestial navigation. The thing is, people don't memorize all this stuff. So they have a book and all this stuff that writes it down and gives them that piece of information. But if you took the time to memorize all that stuff, which is human body and brain is perfectly capable, that's how you could navigate, exactly like I'm saying. So like it's a little
They're breaking up. Right. Well, yeah, but again, what you just described, doesn't happen because no one memorized that. I know you said that, but again, the process of celestial navigation done in reality is much more systematic than that. And the book, what the book gives you, is what I mentioned before, which is the ground positions. So the book gives you a way to work out what coordinates of the ground each star is overhead. And you don't do that to get like what's the closest star to where I'm going to go. No, you figure out where you are, because if you know where you are, you can get a much more precise direction than trying to eyeball it from the stars. Even if you know like this star is the closest to my location, all you can do now is to eyeball aiming at that star. If you know exactly your geographical location, you can get the precise bearing to go to where you need to go. And that it's not only more precise, it also saves time, saves fuel, and it's what people actually do. They get their location. From the location, they work out an azimuth, a bearing, to where they need to be. And
yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, so you just took a whole step off of my what you even need to do. It's even simpler, right? You look at the sky, okay, you find out where you are. So once you know where you are, now if we're already giving that, then we already have the map of the world. So then we just point ourselves in the direction we need to go and go 1,500 miles. And boom, we're going to arrive at our destination every single time.
Yes, it's something like that. But actually, before you get there, you're gonna do this again, because unlike the ground, if you're in the ocean, there are currents on the ocean. There is wind, so you don't have a very good reference from your ground speed. For example, your speed compared to the water.
I gotcha.
Right.
You might get pushed and be off. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah. So
but theoretically, if you went perfectly straight, you wouldn't need to adjust. You would just boom hit your target.
Sure. Yeah, but because they can't go perfectly straight. They have to do it every now and then just to go back to their course. So they keep correcting the course. They have one way to correct the course, which is much more rudimentary, which is the dead reckoning. So they use their speed and how long they travel in that speed, at what bearing, and they try to work out where they are now using that method. But that method accumulates errors much faster. And when they are done doing that reckoning, they use the position where they think they are, and then they correct the location using celestial navigation. That's why it's called a fix, because they have a position, but that position is probably a little bit wrong because they are using a method that is heavily affected by air currents and water currents. So they fix that location using celestial navigation. So it's called a fix.
Yeah, but it's really not super complicated. Barely. You might not even need a sextant. I mean, if you knew your stuff, I bet you wouldn't even really need a sextant. You probably just use like a telescope or something. Or
you definitely do. You definitely do it in a sextant. If you're a degree off, that's like 60 nautical miles or 70 miles. If you're 70 miles off, you might miss the lighthouse, you know. So celestial
but
navigation. Go ahead.
I feel like old sailors were like, picture if you lived on the water. You know what I mean? Like every day you took these routes. Like, I'm sure you can eyeball it and just be like, yeah, we're still headed good. Like I
No, I don't think so, because the slightest angle, like the Earth is huge. It doesn't matter if it's a sphere or if it's flat. In either case, it is huge, and like a minor deviation in your evaluation of the sky can represent like hundreds of miles on the ground, and hundreds of miles is enough for you to get to the wrong country. It's wrong enough so you're gonna miss the island you're going to, and then only reach the if you miss an island, that's bad.
yeah, like a cone. It cones out, your accuracy. The further it goes, it's like a cone.
Yeah, so I mean, if you look to the history of celestial navigation, one of the most important moments in time was when they figured out clocks. So they were, I think it was the Britain Empire or something, was like putting a prize to whoever could determine the time precisely on a ship, because if you use like pendulum clocks, the sway of the boat affects the clock because of the the sway of the boat affects the pendulum of the clock, so it affects the clock, and the clocks were off pretty quickly. So they didn't have enough measurement of time, which puts them in a very wrong latitude if they get the wrong time, because the sky changes pretty quickly. And once they figured out portable clocks, mechanical clocks that they could carry with them, that would be precise as a second for weeks or months, then they started to be able to spot themselves every time they needed, much more reliably. So that's why I don't think eyeballing was ever good enough. Maybe if you don't want to miss a continent, then yeah, sure, eyeballing it's gonna be good enough. But at time of navigation, like in the 1800s, 1700s, probably a couple days of difference, or might make a difference between another person dying on the ship or not.
Yeah, I get you. It's something that's pretty. It's still a pretty simple process. You're just heading, correcting, heading, and correcting.
Right. Well, process isn't that simple. The idea is a bit simple, but the way to actually do it's fairly complicated.
It's like working outside. I'm sure the conditions make it harder. If you had perfect clear conditions every day, it'd probably be pretty easy. It's like, what do you do when you've got, clouds for a couple days?
Well, ideally, you'd want to have multiple GPs, multiple circles of equal altitude, all mapped out along your actual path. Because if you just know that, like, let's say the GP of a certain star, let's say it's at like a 45-degree angle from where you're at, and you know that you want to get to where that GP is under that star, yeah, you could kind of just loosely try to keep your boat headed towards it night after night, but you might get blown off course, and you might go hundreds of miles to the left, to the right, zigzag as you're doing that. So if you really wanted to like get to the GP of that star, ideally you'd want to have, GPs of closer stars that you're taking angles to, so that you can actually take a more direct path to it, like as you go, sort of like breadcrumbs. You want to like have pieces of of the coordinate system matrix that you're following as you go, so you can actually keep a consistent path. Otherwise, you might go hundreds of miles, to the north, south, all over the place while you're trying to get to the GP of that eventual star.
Well, if you want to get to stars that pass over that GP first, you're gonna end up aligning yourself with the latitude of that location, and that's actually a much further path. So you're basically going first north or first south, so until you get to the latitude, and then you're following the latitude line, which is curved. Even if it's a flat Earth, it's still curved. So that's not a very good route. That wouldn't be a short route. It would be much longer. The ideal would be, if you know where you are, what is the straight line between you and where you want to be, and what's the direction of this straight line? What's the direction that would give me straight to my location? So even though trying to get to stars that are close to where I'm gonna be, it sounds like intuitively makes sense. It might not. It's not the more efficient way. It's not the most efficient way. The most efficient way would be to get the exact direction and keep doing that. So get the straightest route as you can. That'll be the shortest and the fastest. Unless you're trying to avoid like enemy waters, for example, or something like that. There's some region which you wouldn't like to be there. You want to avoid that location. Then only have to know where you want to be, but also where you are, so you can avoid to enter those unwanted regions.
Right, which reminds me of if you had to go like around a landmass, for example, as well. If you needed to go around an entire landmass, then you're going to have to know how to go another direction for a while until you can get around that landmass to get back on your path to the GP of the star originally that you were headed for.
Right.
Unless you're going to go over land.
Yeah, but you don't head to the GP of the stars. That's the thing.
Sorry?
You don't head to the GP of the stars. You just use the GP of the stars for calculation of distance to the GP. So you can have a circle to determine where you are. Not just one circle, you need 3 to determine your position on the ground.
You actually can do that with 2 circles.
You can do it too, yeah, but more accurate is with 3. You would know if you were in the north or in the south. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, sometimes you wouldn't even need to know that. Like if you see a star at the left and another star at the right, in one of those points, you would see the one star on the left and the other star at the right. But in the other point, you see them flipped. So simply by knowing where you saw each star, you can already solve for which of those points you are, even if you don't even know the hemisphere. Even if you're clueless on where you are, you can use the position of the star relative to each other to solve for the ambiguity.
Yeah, I'm just saying, hemisphere is begging the question of a sphere, isn't it? You mean the equator line, north of the equator, south of the equator. That's what you mean.
Yes. That's what
the
I mean,
zero
the
line, the sun's path. Yeah, the sun's path overhead. Yeah. Well, hemisphere, if it was a sphere, it's not a sphere.
Well, we can still use the same name even if it wasn't a sphere. Let's just make it simple.
Use the
Just
name
like
of a sphere? Why? If what we're using is a circle. If what we're using is a circle around the pivot point, like Polaris in this case, which you can see Polaris beyond the equator anyway, that means that if you're using celestial navigation and you're using Polaris as your reference, you still need to have a straight line to Polaris GP. in order for your calculation to be accurate. You need to at the right angle to Polaris.
Well, once you show me how to get your location using that method, assuming a straight line, then
That method is the method of lines of longitude and latitude, the grid system over the ground. That's the method with Polaris in the center. That is for the grid system. Once that you have the grid system, you want to find out where in the grid system you are or something is in the grid system.
the grid system we're referring to, it's
Lines
is it
of
that
longitude
one?
and latitude. Yeah, Cartesian system.
Right. But you know that if you do that, every degree of longitude has the same length, right?
Are you saying that the maps are wrong and
I'm saying
celestial
that
navigation doesn't work? What you saying?
you didn't say any of that. First of all, I don't think anyone uses the grid system to draw circles of equal altitude. Secondly, the grid
Really?
system, yes, the grid system would imply that the degrees of longitude have all the same length, and that's simply not true. If you look
Well,
to
it depends which map you're using. What
what's the correct
projection
one?
you're using. Well, it depends which one you're using. We don't have a correct one. That's the problem. That's what we've been pointing out. This should be done from scratch with no bias to it. Because obviously, whoever would invest, yeah, in a crew of people to map out the world, or should I say, the known world, yeah, to be accurate without begging the question of spheres and so on.
Well, it's
Because
simple.
that's not how it was done. A celestial sphere requires a flat plane, north, south, east, and west. Forwards, backwards, left, and right. Cartesian system.
Have you ever seen a plotting sheet?
What?
You know, plotting sheet?
What's that? What's that?
Circle and degrees, and also a figure for how to correct for the longitude. Have you seen one of those?
No.
Right. So it's how people mostly do celestial navigation. They put their assumed position in the center of the sheet. They create the LOPs for the circles of equal altitude around that chip, given the azimuths that they get from the side reduction tables. And then they figure out where those lines intersect. That's usually how they do it.
Yeah, that's the fix. That's what we call the fix.
Yes.
What do you call that?
A plotting sheet. The
It's the
piece
same
of
as a
paper.
fix. Oh,
A
okay.
fix is the process. I'm talking about the
Yeah.
paper, right?
All right.
So in the bottom of that paper, there is a legend for longitude. So there's a different size of longitude depending on what latitude you are. So the smaller your latitude, the bigger is your longitude. And then you use that legend to get a reference for a longitude.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That means that your circle is wider. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
the thing.
Your line of latitude, which is your left to right line, it gets wider.
Right.
So from one horizon to the other, yeah, that elevation, yeah, the path that it does, the sun, the moon, and the stars, from one horizon up to its high peak and then down towards the other horizon. That arch is the latitude line, which will increase or decrease depending of your position on the ground.
Well, the point that I'm making is that you have an assumed position, and the way you adjust for the length of a longitude is a bigger longitude as you are away from the equator, not only towards the south. It's a smaller longitude if you're away from the equator, not only towards the north but also towards the south. So getting away from the equator, are either south or north, gives you a smaller longitude.
Yeah, that's a globe projection. It's circles of equal altitude from Polaris or the Southern Cross. It's the same model on the same plane, horizontal plane.
That's
the
what
same
you have
horizontal
to
plane.
do.
Like I said to you, you can observe Polaris beyond the equator. Shouldn't be
That
possible.
that correction is what you have to do if you want to correct your
No.
location.
You
If
have
you want
to
to correct to the
that.
right location, you have to correct for the length of the longitude. But they get smaller both away from the equator and also both away from the equator towards north, but also towards south.
The
How does that
correction has
make
to do with the
grid
time of the
system?
year, man, and the month.
No,
That's what it has to do.
no.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with the time of the year.
It has to do with the time of the year. You guys rush to say is the magnetic declination, whatever you guys want to call this. The sunspot in the sky in the summer and the winter is different. Yeah, one is closer to the horizon, the other one is further away from the horizon. Yeah, so when it's higher in the sky is summer.
I'm talking about the sun. I'm talking about the length of a longitude. It has nothing to do
but
with the time of the year.
that has to do with the time of the year. In the same position on the ground, your latitude will vary, meaning the position of the sun, for example, or the moon, the line will differ. That's the declination you need to account for. It has to do with the months that you are in.
George, I'm talking about the length of a longitude. That has nothing to do with time of the year. The longitudes don't get bigger and smaller.
Oh, longitude.
In the winter or the summer.
And? Yeah, longitude is the same, yeah.
So what they're talking about?
Talking about the latitude line.
They also don't have become bigger or smaller.
Yeah, it's higher in the sky or lower.
Okay, I'll take a look at the Livestream 1 text.
Well, if you get the sextant and you do a reading to the sun at 12 noon in the winter and at 12 noon in the summer, you'll have different readings.
Can you see the image I sent on the Livestream 1 text?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. What
Right,
about
that thing in the left bottom corner, the left bottom corner, is a correction for the length of a longitude, right? So 0 longitude, you get the bigger longitude. The bigger is your latitude, the smaller is your longitude that you're going to use, and that's for both north and south, right? How'd that work on a flat Earth, George?
It only works on the
not on a flat Earth, but on the
line
grid
of
system.
longitude and latitude. Yeah, the grid system that you have there, you have straight lines with a circle in the center. So if you had Polaris in the center, or if the center is your position, you have circles. Yeah, not within the center. You would be in one of the sides of the circle. Yeah, the center would be the GP of a star, whatever star is you observe. If it's the sun, for example, and you need to draw the circles. Yeah. Around the GP of the star that you were observing in order to determine your position on the grid system. The grid system is straight lines, is squares, backwards, forwards, left and right. It's not circles.
Is this what you mean by grid system? This thing I sent the last time? Is that the grid system referring to?
That's one. Yeah, that's what it's used for navigation.
Right. So how
see the
come,
squares?
Yeah. How come the longitudes have all the same length?
How come they're all the same length?
Yes.
I don't understand your question. What do you mean?
Yeah, as you go from left to right on them grid.
That is the grid. Yeah, over a map that we cannot confirm if it's real or not. But nevertheless, it's a grid system over what we call a map, as we understand it. So if you have to navigate from square 360 to square 91, you need to have a straight line between the two squares.
Okay, calm
and
down.
Every square is a certain distance. So that's how you calculate.
Okay, let's go step by step. That grid system that I sent. What happens if you go to beyond the east edge of the grid system? Where would you come out?
What do you mean beyond? What do you mean beyond?
Yeah, so if I go to that tip of Russia or whatever in the very next, the very extreme right.
I don't know what happened. What happened?
Oh, you get to the point on the left. That's where it continues.
Does it? I don't think so.
What do you mean?
No, I don't think so. It's like a Pac-Man game, you say. Disappeared from the left, you appear on the right. You think we live in a world like that?
Oh, isn't Alaska next to Russia?
I know that's how the globe is projected. Yeah. That's
But
why
also
you
how
have
the
those
image is projected.
longitude lines. You have those longitude lines over the plane. Yeah. And your latitude line is the same. Regardless, they're still straight lines. That's how it works. Cartesian system over the plane.
Oh, let me one second. Okay, let me just show you why. Obviously, they have to go from east to west if you cross the border. If your longitude is 179 east, and there is a star that is at 179 west. Can you see that star?
I don't know. Probably. I don't know.
Yeah, it's only 2 degrees away from the star. So the star would be only 2 degrees from your zenith. Right.
And what's your point?
Yeah, so the left side and the right side of the map are close. They're not far apart. They're actually
I
one
don't know
touching
about
the other
that.
one.
I don't know about that.
Well,
Do you know
navigators
about
would
that?
have to.
Have you ever traveled to that part of the world that is not mapped out?
I didn't, but a lot of
Yeah.
navigators
What
did.
is what is the middle? What is the middle line here? Where is the boundary zero? What is it? What
It's
is the equator
Greenwich
line?
line.
Which one?
I thought
It's the
you.
Greenwich line.
Yeah, that's for longitude. It's the Greenwich line.
Yeah. What about the equator?
It's the 0 on the latitude.
Is the zero on the latitude? So closer to the south than to the north. Then
No, it's right in the middle.
is it?
Yes.
Okay. I
Okay.
see Australia below the equator. Thought Australia
What do you
was
mean?
tropical zone.
It's right in the middle.
Yeah. And what about
Yes.
Brazil? I thought Brazil was a tropical place too.
Brazil's in both hemispheres.
Oh, in both hemispheres. Where do you see
Yes.
spheres here to say is hemisphere? Where do you see the sphere part?
Oh, we can get there.
So the equator is the zero part. Where from the equator zero part you got two hemispheres? What do you mean we get there? We're gonna assume spheres first, yeah?
No, we don't have to. The only thing
Of
we need
course
to
we don't have
assume.
to, because we are not assuming any of that. We're using a Cartesian system with lines of longitude and latitude, which is straight lines. In this case, is a grid system. Welcome to Flat Earth once again, man. I know that you're not a glober anyway. This to be done, it requires a horizontal plane.
Well,
and I'm glad that we agree in a lot of things.
George, if you go too much east on that grid system, you end up west. You can confirm that by, for example, picking up an almanac and seeing that if you are in the US and there is a star
I
in
know
Russia.
that we can circle navigate, yeah.
Right.
Now,
Okay.
to say that you
Okay.
disappeared from one side and you appear on the other side, that's fictitious, man.
Don't disappear. That grid system is obviously not how reality is, because we can't disappear and reappear on the other side. But that's what happened on that grid system.
That's correct. That's why we need to question the map itself, not the grid system.
Okay.
The grid system,
George.
it's a system, yeah. Whatever is above the system or below the
down.
system, yeah. We can
Slow down.
question the ground underneath, but not the grid system.
Okay. So the left and right of the grid system in real life is actually connected. That would turn that grid system into a cylinder. However, if you go to that plotting sheet that I sent you, because the left and the right is connected. If you connect the left and the right of that becomes a cylinder.
Oh, because you want to connect it like that.
Yes, because that's how it works in real life. If you go towards the 189 east, you end up at the west, and vice versa. But if you go to the plotting sheet I sent you before, and you see that the longitudes,
like the sun, isn't it?
One second.
Like the sun's path, like the sun's path goes over Europe, over the Atlantic, yeah, over the America, disappears, and then appears on the other side, yeah.
Slow down, George. Now, if you apply
slow down.
If you apply that correction that I showed you from the plotting sheet in which the longitudes shrink, the bigger the latitude, both north and south. What happens to that cylinder? If you apply the correction of the plotting sheet, it becomes
You
a
are
sphere.
correcting to, yeah, you are forming it from a flat plane into a sphere. Yeah, you are using a formula to convert something that is horizontal plane into spherical, even though it's not observable, not measurable. It's just you calculating for something that doesn't exist because the map is not correct. You are agreeing with us somehow that the maps are wrong.
That's not a formula. I'm applying
We
what's
use the grid system though
second.
to navigate over the maps. Yeah, the grid system is correct. It's just the maps. The
Right,
land
but
underneath.
we also correct for the size, the longitude, and we also treat the left and right part of that map, that grid
Why
system.
would you
One
do
second,
that?
George.
Why would you have to correct? I mean, if it's a sphere, why do you have to correct for a sphere? Just
Because
measure
that
it being a sphere. Why do you have to correct?
because that paper
Are
sheet.
you okay?
Because
Are you
the
okay?
plotting sheet. Because the plotting sheet is not a sphere. It's a flat piece of paper. That's why you need to correct.
Yeah, but you don't have the north in the center, do you? Put the north in the center and then you'll see what happens. Rather than having the north on the top and the south on the bottom. Put the north in the center with a grid system over it and see what's going on.
Right. Do you have the
Yeah,
longitude
it's a
shrinking?
misprojection. Yeah, it's a misprojection of something that we disagree. Yeah,
I
I
was
don't agree
answering
with
you.
that map either.
Right. So if you put the north in the center, do you have the lines of longitude shrinking as you get past the equator? Or do you have them keep growing?
Not necessarily. Depends if you want them equidistant from the center or not. If you want them in circles or in squares, all depends how you want it to do. That's what I'm saying. It depends of the mapper maker.
Yeah, but no one.
We don't have
Right.
we don't have a proper one, do we? What we have is spherical, which is not measurable. You cannot have a globe without curvature,
Okay.
can you?
Now you're complaining about the map.
So why are you correcting
the
for something that
reality.
no one observes or measuring?
The reality of celestial navigation is no one's drawing circles on maps. So quoting that that's not the right map, or this is not the right map, or you don't have the right map.
Really?
Okay, no one's using maps to do celestial navigation. They're finding coordinates and directions. They don't need map for that.
Wow. So then they need to know where they are in the map.
They need to know where their coordinates are so they can know what the bearing they have to take.
So where they are on the map then? So the maps are used.
Sure, but not to get their location.
Not only that, the maps are also used for the Cartesian system, lines of longitude and latitude, which the map is divided on. Squares. Hello? Am I missing something here? I don't think I am.
You know, if you ain't using a map, where are you putting your circles of equal altitude on?
Yeah, you don't draw them.
So you don't need circles of equal altitude for
Not the whole
celestial
circle.
navigation. Not the
No, he
whole
says he
circle.
draws them on the
So
side.
you
He
so you
draws them
draw
on the
a part
side.
of a circle somewhere.
Yeah, you can. But you guess what?
Where?
You draw them as
Okay,
straight
so
lines.
where are you putting these lines at?
And the plotting sheet that I sent previously.
So no map. You're not going to put the circles of equal altitude on any maps or parts of the circle.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no
So you
one
don't
way
need a
to
map
do
for
it.
this.
No, there's no one way to do it. There's many ways to do it. You might use a map, but that would be a globe.
Right.
A globe, you say? I have a map there for the area of England. It's not no globes. Did I put it in the right place? Maybe not.
Well, that map's clearly not big enough for you to figure out how to draw the circles.
What do you mean the map is not big enough? You have to see your destination. What do you mean?
Yeah,
Where
but
am I
you're not
posting
there.
this?
I mean, yeah, if you want to draw the circles to figure out your location, either you have to know how far they are and only
Not
draw a
just
section
that.
of them. Sorry?
Not just that. You want to find distances to hazards at sea and other things, cliffs, rocks, obstacles, areas of no-go entry, You want to know distances to these points. That's why the circles are very important, as this map here represents the areas and the depth of the waters in the hazards to avoid. And you need to know where you are in order to avoid these things. So when you say you don't draw circles on the map, you're not being honest, are you?
What circles we call it. You're not gonna draw them on the map to figure out where you are. We're gonna use a
Why
plotting
not?
sheet for that. Because no one does that.
Well, but you can also use the map. Oh,
Yeah,
God.
once you know where you are, then you use the map. You don't use the map to know to figure out where you are.
So you go to the almanac, it tells you the position of the star, the GP, and then what? You don't go to the map to see where the GP of that star is in that time? No.
No. Exactly.
You avoid it. So the GP is irrelevant, yeah?
No, it's not relevant.
It appears so.
No, you need the GP so you can get the distance between you and the ground position.
Yeah, 3 of them to be more precise.
Yeah, not necessarily 3. You can do sometimes 2, sometimes 4. 3 is not the
Yeah, but
rule.
you know my point. The main thing is that you need right angles between them in order for you to deduct from the 90-degree angle to find the distance to it. Yeah, we know. It requires a horizontal plane. Surface level.
Yeah, I'm not going to debate angles.
Well, there's nothing to debate. You know exactly what an elevation angle is, don't you? You've told me many times what it is, an elevation angle. I'm never tired to ask you or anyone what is an elevation angle, because you guys are using elevation angles, but it doesn't sound like you understand the language that you're using. Here we go.
Yeah, sorry, there are things going on here. Sometimes I can't answer. Yeah,
That's all right. I got that. Yeah.
Yeah, so
And
we
need to reduce my volume as well. It's almost midnight for me. I need to reduce my volume a bit.
Yeah, so the way we correct for size of longitude in plotting sheets kind of require a globe.
Yeah, if you
can
calculate it for the globe, yeah. Why would you calculate for the globe? If it's a globe, wouldn't it be obvious? You
It
wouldn't need
is
to
obvious.
calculate for the globe. If it was a globe, you wouldn't have to calculate for the globe, would you?
Yes, you would, because you're using a sheet of
No,
paper.
you wouldn't. If it's a globe, it's obviously a globe. We don't need to
I agree.
account for anything. Yeah. So
Yeah.
nowhere to be seen, measurable, or anything. You just you decide to correct for it. So we're gonna assume that these lines are not actually this size; they slightly smaller or shorter, whatever you want to say. So you're gonna convert that into a sphere, isn't it?
Well, the plotting sheet is not a
Yeah.
sphere.
No,
So
I
we're
know.
treating a
It's
plotting
not plane,
sheet.
a horizontal plane. Yeah, horizontal plane for you to draw circles on. Yeah.
We're treating a plotting sheet as a piece of a
Mhm.
sphere. That's why we need to
No, it's
correct for
not.
the length of the
No.
longitude.
A
And you gotta
sheet
wait
is
till
a
I get
piece
to
of
the end of
paper.
what I'm saying before I start responding.
Yeah, but you're speaking nonsense. A sheet is a piece of paper. It's not a sphere.
Exactly my point. So you have to
Yeah,
correct
it's a piece
for
of
the
paper.
length of a
A horizontal
longitude.
plane.
You have to correct for the length of the longitude. And they get smaller the bigger your latitude, both north and south. And
Why?
since
Why would you need to assume that? You just need distance to the GP. You don't need to assume anything else. The distance between me and the GP is this one. There is no latitude, no longitude. It's been done. Yeah,
Well, how do you?
the almanac gave me the position over the coordinate system. Yeah,
Yeah,
line
and
the
how do you
longitude
fix
and
it?
George, you have to take these things into consideration, or it won't work.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
How do you do a fix without accounting for the length of a longitude?
No, a fix is you need 3 radius values between you and the GP. Yeah. Once that you
Right.
have those 3 radiuses, you draw the 3 circles, and where these 3 circles meet is where your fix is. No spheres. What it requires is a horizontal plane, like you just said, a sheet or a map.
Right. Well, why don't you do a demonstration for us, right? So I'm gonna give you 3
Demonstration of
sides.
what? A straight line with a radius value with a compass.
Yes.
Yeah, it
I'll give
requires
you
a horizontal plane. Yeah, like you said, a sheet. Yeah,
right.
or a map.
I'll give you 3. I'll give you 3 elevation angles and the
You're going to give me
timestamps.
3 elevation angles. What is an elevation angle again?
I'll give you 3 elevation angle and the
Yeah, what is an
timestamps.
elevation angle? What is an elevation angle?
Wasn't done, George. I'll give you 3
What is an
elevation
elevation
angles.
angle?
George,
Yeah, what
if you
is it?
know about celestial
Bacon.
navigation, why are you asking what the fuck
Answer
an
him,
elevation
Bacon.
No,
angle
but
What's
is?
an
no,
elevation
it's only
angle?
many times.
Because
I want to press it again.
he can't
He
let
just
me
What is
wants
an
to
to
smoke
elevation
the
angle?
ball, though.
can't
Doesn't
let me to
George?
challenge
Yeah.
him. Can't let me challenge him because he
What is the
he
elevation
has
angle
no
you're talking
clue.
about? What's that?
Sorry,
What's your
What is that
definition
you're
for
talking
the
about? Elevation angle.
angle?
What is that?
an angle above horizontal.
Ah, and spheres have horizontals, do they?
You can establish horizontal even if you live on a sphere.
No. If you're using the surface level, you're not establishing anything else. You have a straight line to a horizontal line, which is a surface level.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
not
just
gonna
making
take the red herring, George.
you're making up a horizontal in your globe version of it. You're just
Yeah.
making an imaginary line that
Exactly.
yeah.
I'll grant George. I'll grant that to George if he accepts to show how to do this fix, because he
You need
keeps
to
saying
grant to me. It's not me. It's celestial navigation, man. That's how it's done. Not me.
right. Okay, so show that because he keeps saying you know how it's done and it's done like this, it's done like that. This is what we do. So why don't you give us a demonstration on how it's done?
Why don't you tell us what elevation angle is actually in more concise terms, Bacon?
Because we debated elevation angle for 2 years.
We debated all of this shit for fucking 7 years. You haven't changed 1 inch, one
Yeah,
fraction of an inch.
You mean
Pete,
that way, yeah?
But Pete,
Again, I'm pushing in the wrong place.
flat Earth is claiming celestial navigation only works on the flat Earth.
That's correct.
There are lots of evidences and lots
Any
of
type of
YouTube
navigation, for that
demonstrations
matter.
and people showing you how to do navigation on a globe.
No, any type of navigation.
No one has yet to demonstrate their version of celestial navigation on a flat Earth. No one.
Well, if you need elevation angles, what else you want us to say? If an elevation angle is a right angle, because you've forgotten to say that part, is a right angle above a horizontal plane, well, that's a killer, isn't it?
Very good,
Wait. What do you mean an elevation angle is a 90-degree angle? So every elevation angle is
Because a
90? What am I
sphere
gonna
doesn't have
measure if
horizontal
it's always
planes.
90?
Elevation, yeah, it's a right angle. Yeah, it's an elevation above horizontal on a right angle.
Basic
You want
stuff.
to call
What do
it?
you do with that angle?
You want to call it a
Tiptoeing
zenith
around.
line, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, that line is meeting a horizontal plane at a 90-degree angle.
Right.
It's called
Okay,
a
so
right
what do you do with that angle? What do you
What
do
you
with
do with
that
that
angle?
angle? With that angle, you deduct from 90 degrees, and you'll find your distance for the
How?
radius that you're trying to draw on your paper.
How?
What do you mean how? You know how to draw a circle? Get
No. How are you getting the distance exactly? What do you do with
the
the angle?
compass. You put the tip of the compass. You put the tip of the compass. If you're using the map, you go to the coordinate.
You're cutting
That's
out.
how you use a circle.
You cut out a little bit. Or maybe it was me.
A compass. You know what a compass is?
Yeah, a drawing compass, right?
Yeah, a drawing compass. Yeah, an instrument to draw
Okay.
circles.
Okay, so I measured, let's say, 45 degrees to a star. What do I do with that?
If you
George?
measure 45 degrees, which you measure elevation degrees above a horizontal plane. Is that correct? Conveniently puts himself on mute.
You broke up, George. Say that again.
No, he's different. He's talking about degrees to a star. Degrees could be temperature. He's not talking about elevation degrees, because once he says about elevation degrees, he debunks himself, because it requires a horizontal plane to measure these degrees.
Interesting. And you can't get that from a tangent?
A tangent? No, well, you would need a curve for this tangent to meet. You don't have that. You have a horizontal plane where you
Then
draw
why do
a
we
straight
keep
line to it.
Why
You
do we
draw a
keep
straight
measuring
line. If you're
water?
using a sextant, if you're using a
need mirrors.
sextant, you have two mirrors. Yeah, you have the horizon mirror, which is
Have you
the
ever
one that
used
is pointing at the surface level, and you have the second mirror, which is the celestial mirror. So you have two different mirrors.
Have you ever used a sextant?
No.
No. Have you ever held one?
I cannot say I held it. I've seen one, yeah.
Okay. How many sunshades are on most sextants?
Why are you asking me that? Elevation angles is the question on the table. What is an elevation angle? What is an elevation angle?
I don't believe you know anything about sextants.
What is an elevation angle?
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, what is an elevation angle, man? If you're going to use the sextant, I'm sure you're going to use elevation angles, no? So what is that you're going to use?
One of us
elevation
has
angle.
One of the two of us has used a sextant and actually successfully navigated with us.
And how
The
does
other
it
one is-
work?
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so explain to us how does it work.
Go ahead. When you're done talking, let me know and then I'll respond, okay?
No, just explain to us how does it work. Go ahead, explain to us how does it work. If I have any objections, I'll let you know as it goes.
No, thanks. I would rather either talk or listen, but I'm not going to have you constantly interrupt. Thanks anyway, though.
Constantly interrupt by the moment you use a horizontal plane or an elevation angle. I mean, you're done.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah, nobody has to interrupt, man. We can just go. You guys can go back and forth, right? One at a time.
Cool. So I am currently using celestial navigation to celestially navigate around the southern oceans in a video game. Would you like to prove that you can do it in the same video game, George? Are you willing to do that?
I don't like games, man.
Are you willing to use my latest fix and plot the location?
Fix. I wonder what does it mean, fix, in your language?
The latest readings I've just gotten.
I want.
You mean where three circles of equal altitude meet? Is that what you mean, fix?
Nope. I mean the reading directly from the sextant.
Post them.
You mean that three circles of equal altitude where they meet gives you the fix, correct?
Nope.
Well,
no.
What do you mean, no?
One more time, I'm going to say this. Please listen this time, George. I will post the actual readings and the heading that the sextant was at. You do everything else. You tell me where it is. Can you do it?
Yeah, I want to know how you do the reading of the angle. How is it done? I'm intrigued about that. You're going to measure an angle. How do I do that?
Okay, so
what type of angle, anyway?
Why don't we assume that I know how to use a sextant, and I can give you the angles? Could you make a fix?
I know that you can give me the angles. How do I achieve the angles is my question.
Doesn't matter.
I can also make the question. What do you mean it doesn't matter? No. I would like to know. I have the sextant in my hand. What do I do now?
Actually, you've never held a sextant in your hand. Don't lie.
Yeah, we are in pretend anyway. You said let's pretend. So we are pretending. I'm holding a sextant. What now?
No.
What's the next step?
I said, George, if I gave you these angles, could you plot the fix?
Oh, you're going to give me the angles already. Oh.
Right. Can you
No,
plot
but
the
I want the first step
No.
first, man.
No,
How do I
can't
get
plot
to the angle?
You can't plot the fix?
How do I get the angle? And what type of angle are we talking about?
So the way that you get the angle is through the proper use and method of sextant usage. You can find all the information you need for that in the sextant manual. Personally, I prefer the Davis Marine sextant, but there's many different versions.
I didn't ask for your preference. I asked you what type of angle are we talking about?
We are talking about celestial elevation angles as measured.
So elevation angle. What is an elevation angle?
George, this is the last time I'm going to say it. If you can't let me finish my sentence, I'm going to disengage, okay?
I'm asking you to clarify what you're saying. You're saying elevation angles.
Right, but to be fair,
Elevation
George,
angle-
just let him. I know that's fair, but just let him finish his full thing and then respond because it is frustrating to get interrupted. So yeah, just let him say his full thing and then respond if you could, please.
So I am going to use a Davis Marine sextant, and I am going to use it according to the procedures as laid out in the sextant manual. Now, if I give you those angles, can you make a fix?
What angles, man? Elevation angles. What's that?
I didn't say that word. That was your word. I said the angles that are the output of the properly used marine sextant. If I give
What
you
type
those
of angles are those?
Doesn't matter. Just
They're actually one second. They're actually not elevation angles. They are what we call the height of the sextant. The raw reading is not called an elevation angle. It's a height of sextant. So yeah,
well,
that's the Kool-Aid's going to provide you with the height of sextant measurements, right? And then you give us the fix.
You already have the elevation angles, though, even though he doesn't want to call them that.
Oh, they're actually not elevation angles.
Listen. For you to have an elevation angle, you must first require a horizontal plane. You need to establish a horizontal plane. Now, when the sextant came about, somehow to replace the astrolabe, it's the same concept.
So why don't we listen to the sextant manufacturers and go up their procedures rather than the guy who's never held a sextant?
Yes, we are listening to the manufacturers and the users and the almanac. Yeah, elevation angles above horizontal. Right angle, is what it's required. Yeah, you need to have a right angle between you and the GP of the star that you are observing. You know what the right angle is?
Well, that doesn't
What
make
do you mean
sense.
no?
You do not need a right
Doesn't
angle
make
between
sense.
you and the star you're observing. That would require
Yes,
that
you
the
do.
only observations you can
No.
make are directly above your head.
You don't know.
Right. George, you're just going to overtalk me. I'm done. Have a good night, guys.
You know what you're talking about, man.
You can't
That's
say
not how it's done. That's how it's done, man.
Yeah, I can't. I'm talking to a man that's actually used the sextant to navigate.
Yep.
And you're going to disagree with it.
Yep.
Okay.
I disagree because it's like two people reading the same book and they have two interpretations about the book. Yeah, the outcome is only one. You cannot have two different interpretations of it, isn't it? If it requires elevation angles, and the right angle triangle, you cannot dispute that. Yeah, that's what the books say. So how dare you guys to come around and say it's not done like that?
Exactly, George. That's what their books say. You're holding them to their standards. And Howard, you're denying your own standards. What gives, bud?
Correct. They are denying. That's what's happening. They're denying. They're not Globers anyway.
They knew that the Earth was flat before we did, bud. That's why they were here from the start, defending the spinning ball Earth.
No, I wouldn't say that. They came to
I would
realization
say
way too late. Yeah, they've realized it about being a flat Earth way later in the game. It's too late to have a U-turn and to admit, have too much a reputation at risk
Sure, sure thing.
within this community. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They will never give in. They will never concede anything. These guys. At least they tell us what an elevation angle is.
But I would say, George, there is a method to their madness, so there's deeper layers here. And the deeper layer is that, yes, the ball is metaphor. Everything delivered via the spinning ball Earth is metaphor. So we got to take what's given to us and apply it to reality. In actual fact, the Earth is flat. The Earth's surface is flat and stationary, but the sky is contoured, or at least the barrier is contoured against which the skylights reflect off of. And I think this is the ultimate, not the ultimate key, but it's the key in some sense anyway. Not just throwing out everything that's delivered to us, because obviously it's obnoxious, but of course it never existed in the first place, so it had to be developed upon the truth, which may be in potential, as we're all God-fearing, inverted commas, creatures, return to God-fearing creatures, well, then it has to be deliberate. Therefore, we encode the lie to get to the truth. I'm done here. Thank you.
I apologize, Pete. Didn't mean to overtalk you there.
No, I'm just
George,
finished, but I'm just finished. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
George, I just posted the manual for the Davis Marine Sextant. Could you please show me the 90-degree angle in that manual?
Oh, that's Kool-Aid. Okay. Jesus.
By the way,
Is that the same as?
Where the 90 degrees says on that manual. So what is that manual for then? What is that manual for?
For the Davis
How
Mark
does-
III.
Okay, how does it work? Tell us.
That's what the manual is.
Okay. And how do you the manual tells you how to use celestial navigation in the sextant, correct?
No. The
No.
manual tells you how to use the sextant.
Oh, okay. Would the manual tell you to refer to a table that refers the lines of longitude and latitude, and latitude GP?
I'm really interested in your claim where you said the book says you have to use a 90-degree angle, and you were quoting from the Davis Marine Sextant manual. I was wondering if you could point that out to us in the link that I just posted, which is their current model.
Well, why would I do any reference to your link?
Because
I also have my information, not just your information.
Oh.
Your information is biased. You're going to post whatever you want to post. But I also have information, from the Nautical Almanac. I have pictures of it where the elevation angle is required. It actually tells you that without it, you cannot do anything. If you don't have the horizontal plane established, if you cannot see the horizon, the surface level in this case, if you can't see it, you can do an artificial one. Yeah.
Okay, so
do you know about that?
I need to go, but before I do, I just want to recap, make sure we got this right. You made the claim that the Marine Sextant manual said it was a 90-degree
No. We don't need to get anything right. You just come in with a shotgun question and you're going to piss off. Don't be wasting George's time, dickhead.
You made the claim that
Thanks, man.
you were coming from the manual. When I posted the manual that disproves you, you refused to look at.
No, it doesn't disprove me.
Okay, I'm just going to overtalk. Cool.
Yeah, don't
You guys
interrupt him, George. Let him finish his thing, man. Even if you disagree,
Sorry,
it's not
right.
valid just to interrupt him. Yeah, go ahead, Kool-Aid, finish.
No, this is good. George, grow up.
All right, so you just end with an ad hom, and he leaves. All right, there you go.
Well, so
So he complains about being interrupted. I'm trying to moderate, and then he just insults him and leaves when I'm moderating, and I'm trying to let him get his chance to finish.
Yeah.
So, George,
sorry, guys.
do you have a place in
I
here?
left my mic open, and sorry about that.
Do you have a place here where it does say 90 degrees in the manual?
In the manual.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just posted. I just posted. Have you seen what I posted?
What part of the manual does it say my 90 degrees in?
It doesn't matter. You have Polaris on the top. You have the observer with an angle to Polaris and an angle, and the horizontal plane to the GP of Polaris. Yeah, that
not
right
what the
angle.
manual
Yeah,
says.
that right angle. Yeah, it's what's required for the celestial navigation.
That is definitely not.
Well,
Yeah, that it does
trying to
not
define
mention the
celestial
manual does
navigation.
not mention if you could point out in the manual where it mentions a horizontal plane, 90 degrees, or this supposed horizontal plane that you're measuring this 90 degrees from.
RC, what is an elevation angle?
Yeah, George, you asking a question is
What
not
is an elevation angle, please? What is an elevation angle?
is the angle between 2 points from your standpoint.
No, it's not.
Yes.
No,
It's an angle.
it's not.
It's an angle. It's an angle between the point on a horizon or something else. Or
No, it has nothing to do with horizon.
I'm answering your question, even though you won't answer mine. I'm trying to give you
You're
that
skipping.
charitable. I'm trying to give you this charitable step, answering your question. An elevation angle is typically, we'll just use the most basic sextant, is just a point
Post the
on the
definition,
horizon.
please. I would like to read it with you.
Oh my gosh! Is the angle between a place that you designate on the horizon and the star.
Post the definition, please.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, George. Hey, George, I answered your question. If you want me to do 8 things after answering
No, you have your own
about to
definition. That's
answer
not a
mine,
definition of elevation angle.
how about you answer mine, and then we'll
No,
go
you're
into, hey, I
skipping.
need you to give you 50 things of information. So,
Now, if you're
George,
going to use
point
elevation
out the
angles, you're
manual
definitely
now.
going to need
I'm
90
gonna do
degrees.
you the favor of answering your question, even though you didn't do me the favor of answering mine. Can you now answer mine?
You're breaking up. I'm answering yours. You need 90-degree angles, yeah, for this to happen. A sphere cannot do this in a sphere, man. It requires a
George, where do
horizontal
you see
plane,
the
which a sphere doesn't have
plane?
one.
Where in the manual do you see the horizontal plane?
Elevation angle is the angle above a horizontal plane
it says.
with a 90-degree angle.
That
That's
is
what it
not
is,
what
an
it is.
elevation angle. Just do a Google search. What is an elevation angle?
It's not based on a horizontal plane.
Yeah, it requires a
It is the angle
horizontal
between
plane. A sphere doesn't have one, though.
and more specifically,
No,
you
not
claim
an
that it
elevation
was in the
angle.
manual.
No.
It is
No.
not.
It is on the manual. You need 3 circles of equal altitude. You need 3 of these right angle triangles. Yeah.
That was my original question: is where in the manual does it say a horizontal plane?
Yeah. The surface level, horizontal plane.
Where,
The same thing.
George?
You aim the sextant mirror at the surface level. In other words, the horizon.
Say this
Yeah.
manual.
What's that?
Where in the manual are you
Do you know
reading?
what the horizon mirror is for?
Oh my gosh, George. Yeah, I guess you don't understand. That's fine.
What is the horizon mirror for? Hello? We're establishing an elevation above what? The horizon mirror. above the surface level. No? That's why you have 2 mirrors, one for the horizon, one for the star. Correct? So the elevation angle is the angle between these 2 measurements, the horizontal plane and the celestial body. Again, a sphere doesn't have horizontal planes.
George, where do you get that from? A sphere can't have horizontal planes.
Okay. You disagree with that?
No, I didn't say I disagree with it. I ain't said anything
Okay.
about agreeing or disagreeing yet. I'm asking where did you get
You're
that
asking
from?
me, where did I get it from? From geometry. Geometry classes?
Where it in geometry? Because geometry don't says that as I know of.
Geometry classes, yeah.
Where in geometry?
Where in geometry?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What in geometry classes? You know what a circle is? You know the
Yeah.
difference between a circle and a horizontal?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
You can literally get one on top of them. They're not the same thing. One is a
Of course
curve and
not.
one is an imaginary plane. I mean, they're both just
What do you mean imaginary plane? It's just a
on
horizontal.
on a globe. It'll be a imaginary
So
plane, but
imaginary plane on a globe. If you assume a globe, if you assume your outcome, yeah. If you beg the question,
don't assume a
I
globe.
asked you what's the difference between a sphere and a horizontal.
Well, I just told you. One of them is a sphere. It's a curved shape, the three-dimensional shape. The other
Yeah,
one's a 2D plane. It doesn't curve.
plane doesn't curve.
One of
Correct.
them, one of them can exist in our
So hold
universe,
on a
and the other
second.
one can't
So
exist in our universe.
we observe. Yeah. Do we observe this curve that you're talking about? You know, to be
Say
a
what?
sphere, it needs to curve at some point.
And it's obvious.
Of course. So where on the horizontal plane that we dwell on top and you observe, yeah, do we account, measure, or anything regarding to this curvature that you guys talking about? Because without curvature, you don't have a globe, we don't have a model. Bye bye.
Like kind of starting off, you kind of assume a flat plane to help you get certain.
No,
I
you
guess
don't
certain.
assume a
Hold on,
flat. It's
let me
obviously.
finish, George. Let me finish, George. You assume a flat plane in order to get certain measurements to make it easier for yourself. You don't need the flat plane. It's really more of a visual aid as a vector for the 0 degrees coming from the tangent. But
The 0 degrees, it doesn't come from the tangent. 0 degrees, you have a tangent. 0 degrees is from sea level. Yeah, elevation above sea level or below sea level. The 0
well,
degrees is the surface level. In other words, the horizon. Yeah, that
yeah,
you are
it's the
observing to measure the angle above it. Yeah, no curve. It doesn't work on a curve.
a tangent is a 0
Yeah, I know.
degree vector from the
No, a
surface,
tangent.
and
No, a
it
tangent.
is 0 degrees with the surface. So
A tangent is a straight line to a curve. Yeah.
yeah,
You
it's
don't have a
0
curve
degrees
though.
with that
You have a
curve.
straight no. You have a straight line to a horizontal plane. You don't have a curve. You don't have a tangent.
Yeah, the imaginary plane,
Yeah,
which can also
yeah.
be a tangent plane,
It's
is
not
0
imaginary
degrees with that
plane. It's
curve.
observable plane and accountable to be plane. We use it with the sextant, the horizon mirror, to be a plane, a horizontal plane for us to do elevations from.
Yeah, that's an imaginary plane. Is what I'm telling you.
No,
A
it's not
tangent.
imaginary. It's measurable.
No, it's not really measurable. You're You're
It
imagining
is
it.
measurable. Yeah, we have 90-degree angles to the celestial bodies above the surface.
Yes, you can
On the
measure a
surface.
horizontal plane with the tangent point on a curve. That's what I'm saying is
No, you don't have
possible.
tangents. You don't have a curve for the tangent that you're talking about. What you have is a straight line to a horizontal plane.
Well, 60 nautical miles per degree is describing a curve. So yes, there
Yeah,
is
a
a curve.
circle, not a curve, a circle around a pivot point. Yeah,
That is
360 degrees. Yeah, it's a circle, not a sphere, a circle. That's your line of position above the ground. That is your
no.
circle of altitude.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not talking
it's
about
a
the
circle,
circle of
not a
equal
sphere.
altitude. I'm talking about the distance to the GP.
Yeah,
60
the
nautical
distance
miles
to the
per
GP.
degree.
Yeah, correct.
That's not
That is to give
not
you
the
a
circle of equal
circle.
altitude. Not the
It is.
circle of equal altitude.
But that's what it is.
No, the distance to the
Yeah,
GP
the
is not the
distance
circle of
between you.
equal altitude.
Yeah, the distance between you and the GP is a radius value for you to draw a
Yeah.
circle around it. The circle of
No.
equal altitude. That
Okay.
circle, guess what, has 360 degrees. Yeah, guess what? For every degree is 60 nautical miles.
Okay.
Boom.
Well, I'm trying to tell you that that radius line that you described, the distance to the GP, is a curved line that's described
No,
by
it's
60
not. 90
nautical miles
degrees is
per
not
degree.
curved. No,
That's
no,
part of a
not
curve.
curved. And you don't need one, you need three of them.
Okay, that still doesn't change the fact that the radius is still a curve that's described
No,
by
it's
60
not. The
nautical
radius is
miles
not
per
curved.
degree.
No, no,
60 nautical miles per degree
no,
is a
no,
curve,
it's not.
George.
No, it's not. No, it's a circle. A
No,
circle
it's
is
not.
it's a 2D
It can make
geometrical shape over a plane. Circle,
the
not sphere. Circle.
the
I
radius
think you're
to the
reifying
GP
again.
can be the circle or a greater circle of a sphere.
There is
So
no
yes, it could
sphere,
be a
though.
circle. The
It
radius
could
to the
be, but it's not a
GP.
sphere. Yeah, it's been debunked to be a sphere.
No, it hasn't.
1st of January, 2020.
What? What? I miss talking
1st
to
of
you, George.
January, 2020. Debunked. No sphere.
What does that date have to do with not a sphere?
That date has to do with debunking the horizon as to be physical at the end, the leading edge of a sphere.
Spheres don't have an edge, and that does not disprove a sphere whatsoever.
Well,
Broken logic.
yeah, spheres don't have edges, but you guys say that the edge of the sphere blocks the bottom of boats and buildings, even though there is no sphere, there is no curve, there is no tangent.
No, we
You
don't
have
say
a
that.
horizontal. You have a horizontal plane that sometimes obstruct things in the distance. Yeah.
No, the curve or the face of the sphere can block objects, not an edge. But
That's you begging the
okay.
question of a sphere. Where do you count for this sphere? Where do you measure this sphere? Where is the curvature for the sphere that we're talking about?
60 miles per degree or 69 statute miles per degree. That is the curve
That's a
relationship.
circle. No, it's a circle.
A circle
of
is a
equal
curve.
altitude. No, it's a circle of equal
circle
altitude
is
on
a
a plane.
curve.
Yeah, it's a circle of equal altitude on a plane. It's not a sphere. It's a circle of equal altitude
The
on a
circle
plane.
of equal altitude is not the radius or the distance to the GP.
Well, the radius to the GP, it gives you the circle of equal altitude.
But I'm telling you,
The
the
circle is
radius
360
is what's
degrees, every
curved.
degree 60 nautical miles.
Yeah, that is a curve relationship. 60 nautical
Over
miles
the
per degree.
over the flat plane, yeah. Over the flat plane, yeah. Circle of equal altitude, correct.
So it wouldn't be a flat plane.
You will need 3 of those, though. 3 circles of equal
Okay, so
altitude.
you have 3
in order
curving
for you
lines
to
to
have
show
your
that it's
fix.
not. Okay, you have 3 lines that show that it's not flat because it's a relationship
What do you
per
mean shows
degree.
they're not flat? No. You're using the
60
same
nautical
horizontal
miles
plane.
per degree
Listen,
is a curve.
you're using the same horizontal plane for the 3 observations, yeah? These 3 lights coming from the sky, they need to meet the horizontal plane at the 90-degree angle. Yeah? Not only that, they need to meet your position at the 90-degree angle as well for you to determine where you are on the ground.
What the hell are you talking about? Have you ever done this before?
Yeah. Every day.
sure?
I'm doing it now with you. Yeah, I'm doing it now with you.
No. Are you literally
I'm
doing
doing
it
it
now?
now with
Like what
you.
your
Yeah,
angles
I'm
and
doing
stuff
it
are
right
using?
now with you.
So what
Right
angles
now.
are you using right now?
Angles?
Yeah.
Well, for me to use angles, I'm going to need a flat plane, though.
So you're not doing this then. That's what I'm saying. Have you literally done this?
I need to establish a flat plane for us. Yeah.
Yeah, you can imagine. Yeah, you can use an imaginary plane. That's fine. Do that.
No, imaginary plane. You need to measure it to be plane. Horizontal plane. Level.
Well, that's going to be a problem because you can't have 60 nautical miles per degree on something flat.
Yes, it's a circle. It's a circle around the pivot point. That circle, it has 360 degrees. Every degree, it's equivalent to 60 nautical miles.
You're helping my point.
Yeah, it's a circle.
Yeah,
Not a sphere. Not a sphere, no. You don't know the difference between a circle and a sphere, apparently.
A circle is a slice of a sphere. You can easily make a
No,
circle.
it's
That's a
not.
slice
No,
of a
begging the
sphere.
question.
No,
A circle is a 2D.
That's not begging the question.
2D
That's literal logic. That's literal
geometrical
logic. That's
shape.
mathematics.
Yeah,
George.
2D geometrical shape.
So you mean to tell me that you have a circle of equal altitude and the radius that goes to the center of that is a circle? That's what you're telling me?
The radius, yeah.
The radius is a circle.
Measure yeah. The radius is a circle. No, the radius is a straight line between you and the GP. Once you have that radius value, now you can draw a circle around that pivot point.
Okay, no, okay, let's just focus on that
hold
radius.
Hold on. I think you guys are getting confused about what a radius is.
What is the radius?
But you tell me what you think a radius is. Because
you want to go
It's a
first. You want to go first, George?
It's a straight line equidistance from a center point.
To the edge of the object, yeah?
Yeah, to the edge. Yeah,
Not
the
the
edge
edge of the object. No.
Right. Why did you just say a few seconds ago that the radius is a circle?
Yeah, the radius of a circle, it has nothing to do with the edges of anything. You draw circles.
I think it's the language barrier.
On the horizontal planes. There is no language barrier. You draw circles on the horizontal plane. You don't need to use the extremes of that horizontal plane, do you? You can draw many circles as you want. It doesn't need to be to the extreme of it, of nothing. That's not how it's done. You need 3 circles on the same horizontal plane to find your fix.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks on the back.
Yeah, nah, you don't need 3 circles of equal altitude on the same plane. Nowhere does it say you need that.
Yeah, you do. You do. Yeah, you're using the
Can you
same
post where it
horizontal
says you need
plane.
that? Can you
When you
post something that says it has to be on the
you're
same
using
plane?
yeah, you're using the same horizon, aren't you? I'll wait for the answer. Are
And
you using the same? Are you using this?
hold on. You're creating this flat plane by looking from where you are to the horizon, yeah?
From where I am to the surface level?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So that's how you're creating your flat plane, yeah? From your eye
No.
to the
The
horizon.
flat plane is already there. No. The flat plane is already there. I just drawing a straight line to it.
Right,
Surface level.
straight, right, hold
level.
on. Let me rephrase that. Right, so the straight line that you are drawing from your eye to the horizon is your flat plane.
You're breaking up.
The straight line that you are drawing from your eye to the horizon.
Say it again.
The straight line that you are drawing from your eye to the horizon is your flat plane, yeah?
No, like I said, the horizontal plane is already there. Is the surface level we call horizon that you're aiming at. You aim your horizon mirror at the horizontal plane, surface level, horizon, whatever you want to call. Now, the celestial bodies that you are observing, they're all going to meet the same horizontal plane for these angles to happen. Hello?
Hold on, right? So you're looking through the sextant to the horizon, yeah? Right? And the horizon point is where you're saying your flat plane is, yeah? So therefore, there must be an angle from where you're looking at, from your eye, because you're not on the flat surface, yeah? You may be 60 foot up because you're in the wheelhouse of the boat, yeah?
What if it's on the black swan image?
If you're saying that, hold on, if you're saying the surface is flat and that is your flat plane, yeah, so then when you look at the horizon, you're creating a triangle, yeah. So before you do anything else, looking above, taking measurement angles from above, you must first create that triangle and work out that angles first, yeah.
Like on the black swan image, yeah? On the black swan image with 1 foot elevation, imagine that you had a sextant and you're aiming at the horizon, 10 miles away.
Right. Even in the black swan, right?
Yeah.
You are still
Don't you see a problem there?
You are still above the horizon.
1 foot. Yeah.
Right.
10
so
miles times 1 foot. How much it is? It's still 10 miles, no? 10 times 1 is still 10.
Right. I don't get how we're now going from trying to work out angles using a sextant to your fucking
You are
black
assuming
swan.
that the deep angle is needed when on the black swan image, the distance to the horizon it does need to be corrected.
Right. Forget
You're right.
the black
So
swan,
the
right? 'Cause
horizon
you
is
just
not
fucking,
a physical place. It's not the place you can
hold
go.
on. You're just fucking jumping all over the place and you're confusing shit. Yeah? Forget your black swan image, right? You are on a boat and you're standing there with a fucking sextant. Yeah? You're looking through the sextant to the horizon. Yeah? Now you're telling me that the flat plane is underneath you, right? And part of the boat, the bottom of the boat would be underneath your flat plane, yeah? Because your flat plane runs along the surface, yeah? So you are, say, 60 feet above sea level because you are in the wheelhouse, yeah? Because your eyes aren't down at sea level, are they? Right? So therefore, you're looking down at the horizon to what you would call the flat plane, yeah? So how are you using this flat plane to get the measurement angles to the horizon, to the stars? Do you not need to work out the other angles first?
I'm glad you mentioned that. Angle. What type of angle?
That's what I'm
Here we go
asking
again.
you.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
asking you what
asking
type
you
of angle. You said I need an angle. Yes, I do need an
I'm
angle.
asking you.
What type
Right,
of angle
do you
do I
not
need?
get? I am asking you how you are doing this.
Yeah, with the right angle.
Walk me through how you are doing this. You're standing there with your sextant. You're looking through your sextant. Walk me through the rest of the process.
You're looking through your sextant. Yeah, you're looking. You have two mirrors. You have the horizon mirror, which you aim at the surface level. Yeah, sea level, horizon, whatever you want to call. Yeah. So that is the first step. You need to establish that horizontal plane before you do the rest. So now on the second mirror, yeah, looking at whatever celestial body you are looking, you need to bring on the mirror that celestial light down, meeting the horizon line. So once
Right,
once that you have that, you have an angle.
Right. Stop there.
Yeah.
Right. See that first mirror that's pointing and looking at that single point on the horizon. Yeah.
Yeah. Surface level.
Right.
Horizontal plane.
Yeah. Right. It's
Without it, you cannot do elevation angles.
Right. It's looking directly at the horizon, creating your straight line plane that you're going to use to take the angle measurement to the star. You do realize that that's taking and making your flat plane from your eye line. Yeah? It's not from 60 foot below your feet. You do realize this, yeah?
Now you're begging the question, man.
How am I begging the... You're 60 foot in the fucking air in the wheelhouse.
I'll explain.
Or do you jump off the boat with your fucking sextant and sit in the water and look at the fucking horizon?
You can. Why not? If you're on a lifeboat, why not? Why not?
Even in the lifeboat, even if you're small and only 5 foot tall and you're standing on a fucking little life craft, you're still 5 foot in the air. You're still not down at sea level. Do you not get that your flat plane that you're creating is not flat flush against what you think the flat Earth is? Yeah,
no, I'm not creating anything.
The flat plane that you're creating is a tangent plane to the Earth.
You need a curve for the tangent.
Tangent to the Earth.
Have a look on the chat there. I posted 2 pictures. Yeah, the bottom one. Yeah, you have the surface level, and you have the person on the deck aiming at the surface level, regardless where it is the horizon. So surface level and the star. So that's zenith line. Yeah, the GP line. You get that from the almanac. You on the live stream text one.
Hold on.
Yeah. So that zenith line you cannot change. You get that position from the nautical almanac. What you have in this case is to correct for it. So because you're using the surface level, you need to drop your side of the angle to the surface level. Now, if you are already on the surface level, you don't need to do this, obviously, like we just said. Because what you're trying to achieve is what it says on the first image on the top. Yeah, that right angle.
Hold on. Right.
To the GP and to the observer. 290-degree angles.
Right. See in this picture you're showing me. Yeah. Right. It says testing the flat baseline. Yeah. And it's got the baseline running. It's got the baseline running along the water to the middle of the boat. Yeah.
What do you mean to the middle of the boat? No, it's a horizontal plane, sea level.
Right. Well,
that's where boats normally are.
Part of the boat is underneath the water surface. Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
So it's not pointing at the bottom of the fucking boat, is it?
No, it's not.
Because then if it was pointing at the bottom of the boat, it would be pointing under the surface of the water. Can we agree on that?
You live in the mountains, don't you? Highlander, you live in the mountains, yeah? You don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
You know what the water level on the boat is?
Hold on. Because we need to take this real fucking slow, right? You do know and you do understand when a boat sits in the water, it doesn't sit on the surface. part of the bottom
You
of
know
the
what the water
boat
level?
is under the water. Can we agree on that?
Do you know what the water level on the boat is?
Oh my God.
Do you know
It's a
what the water
simple
level on the
question.
boat is? Do you know that
Listen,
boats have a
listen to
measurement
me.
for the cargo
Listen.
that you take in? Yeah, that establish how much weight is on the boat will establish the water level to be different. So you need to be aware of the water level because you're going to measure from the water level up. Yeah, you're not going to measure from under the boat. Why? Because you are using the surface level. So you need to use surface level twice.
Right.
You need that line to be a level line for this to be done.
Right, hold on. Right, your flat baseline is running along the surface of the water and touching the boat where the surface of the water touches the boat. Yeah, because part of the boat is underneath the water. Yeah, so
That's
then
right. Yeah.
part of the boat is underneath your baseline. You are not at this point. You are higher up than this in the wheelhouse. Correct? Right?
And what's the
So
point?
how
need to
do
know
you
how much you are above.
So how
Again.
do you?
Oh God.
Again, I'm
The
going to
boats,
ask again.
The boats,
How are
the
you?
boats have on its bow, yeah, a
Wow.
scale meter for the water level, yeah. In case you didn't know that, the surface level is what is used for the elevation angle, not below the surface level, not above the surface level, but at surface level. So it doesn't matter which part of the boat is below or above surface level. What you want to establish is that surface level to be perpendicular to the zenith line, to the GP, for this to work with accuracy. You want to have two 90-degree angles, one on the GP of the star and one at your location. But not just one, you need three of those to establish your fix. This cannot be done on a sphere. I'm sorry for you guys.
Right, hold on. Right now, I want you to listen to me very carefully. Right, see where the point of this triangle is. Right, if I take this and move it up to where the wheelhouse is, yeah. What does that do to the triangle? Does it adjust the angles at all? Or
If you do that, you don't need. If you do
does
that,
all
you're not
three
using.
does all three angles in that triangle still equal 180?
Should I answer?
Yeah.
If you're doing that, you're not using the surface level. You are establishing a different level, yeah, a different horizontal plane with a bubble sextant, with a bucket of water, anything that can establish another different horizontal plane. So if you're doing that, you don't need to do deep correction because
So
you
you're
already
saying,
established the horizontal plane. The
right?
first step is to establish the horizontal plane.
So what
That's
you're
step one.
saying is you're up in the wheelhouse, you're looking down to the horizon and up to the celestial star,
No
but
one looks down.
Well, how can you not? If you're in the wheelhouse, how are you not looking down at the bottom of that fucking triangle?
No, you're not looking
Unless
down.
you jump
The
out,
horizon is outwards.
unless you jump off the fucking boat and into the water, that's the only way you're going to be looking straight at the bottom of that fucking triangle. Jesus fucking Christ.
Triangles on the surface of a sphere, yeah? Sounds ridiculous, man.
Mate, we're not even talking about a sphere. We're just talking about your diagram.
You did.
And
You're assuming a sphere still.
Fucking hell. Right.
I'm saying in my diagram, yeah, you have a horizon mirror, yeah, which is what it's aiming at the surface level, called sea level.
Right. Hold on.
If you are using the surface,
the
surface level.
Stop. Where before you start measuring about with your sextant, where are you?
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out.
In this in this diagram, where are you? Are you in the water? Are you in the wheelhouse of the boat? Are you up where the star is? Tell me, whereabouts in this diagram are you?
Whereabout are you? You're the observer. It doesn't matter, does it?
So now it doesn't
The first
matter
thing you
where
need to do
you
is to
are.
establish a horizontal plane. Yeah, the first thing you need to do is to establish a horizontal plane. Now, if you're using the surface level, like the nautical sextant does, if you're using the surface level, you need to correct for that, unless you are inside the water. Yeah, because you are above the horizontal plane, so you need to drop that height in order to have the horizontal plane. That's point
Right.
number
So
one.
how are you doing that? Or does your
Doing what?
sextant does the sextant automatically do this for you?
Do what?
Ignore the fact that you're 60 foot above sea level.
No, you need to correct for that if you are 60 foot above sea level. If you're not,
Right.
you don't need to correct.
Right, so you are correcting for that. So what you are doing is you're creating a straight line from where you are to the horizon, right? Which then,
Plane, yeah.
right, which then you know this is a tangent line to the surface.
No, it's not
right?
a tangent. No, it's not a tangent. Tangent is a straight line to a curve. We don't have no curve.
You do
have
know two
surface level. You have surface level, which is a horizontal line. We call horizon.
Okay, right.
Surface level.
Well,
sea level.
right. Hold on, right. To begin with, right, you're looking from the wheelhouse to the horizon, right? And that creates a straight line from your eye to the horizon, right? But you're wanting that straight line to be down flat, flush against your baseline, right? So what that does is that's created a point, right,
Not
at the
quite.
horizon,
You need to take the
right?
angle. You take the angle
Hold
to
on,
the star.
hold on. Let's take this slowly, right? It creates a point at the horizon where your flat baseline and the straight line you've created from your eye to the horizon, that creates a cross point where that two lines intersect. Yeah? Right?
Yeah.
So then you need to figure out
That's
what
easy.
that angle is and drop
that's easy.
your straight line down so that you have a flat baseline. Yeah?
That's easy, isn't it? We know that all triangles need to have 180 degrees. Right angle triangle, that is. So you can work out for the triangle, can you? You can correct easily for the correction, can you?
Right. So
Yeah,
when you work,
that's how it's done, though.
So when you work this out, does it matter what the surface is underneath you?
Listen.
No.
You need to
It
use a
does
horizontal.
not
No,
matter.
I told you
Because
already.
the lines that you are creating are imaginary lines. They are not hard, fast, physical lines.
No, that is underflow. What we're using in reality is straight lines. Straight lines to a horizontal plane, sea level, surface level.
Imaginary lines. You're creating
straight line to
imaginary.
it, and not only that, at the same time, you're aiming at the celestial star. Only after that you'll do the dip correction. You need to work out the triangle to be 180 degrees. So basically, you need to straighten that up in order for you to have your radius value to be accurate between you and the GP of the star. Now, once you do these 3 times, you'll have your fix. Will give you your GP.
You do know these straight lines that you are creating are imaginary. They are imaginary straight lines, and it makes no difference whatsoever what the surface is beneath your feet.
Yeah, it does, because it's a Cartesian system. Lines of longitude and latitude, meaning forward, backwards, left, and right. That is the coordinate system over a horizontal plane. Yeah, it wouldn't work any other way.
I give up.
You give up? Well. Oh, well, what can I say? You guys are in denial. This is easy to understand.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ultimately deny the base geometry and logic of reality. You can only do it to a certain extent, but it's always ad hoc and partial.
Well, I've never done celestial navigation. I've never actually grabbed a sextant and looked through a sextant and done the measurements, right? I'm only going based on the limited knowledge that I've got through this conversation about sextants going on for the past couple of years, right? Now, these lines that are being created are imaginary lines. It makes no difference what the surface of the earth is beneath your feet.
They're not
Yeah?
imaginary. Nope, they're not imaginary. They're absolutely
So-
real.
Right, so the line that you're creating from your eye to the horizon is a solid, hard line that people can go and touch, or
No,
is that?
no, but it's a
an
path.
imagine.
Nope, it's a path parallel to the surface of Earth. It's a
It's
direction
still-
parallel
Yeah.
to the surface of the water, level water.
You do know the sea is never flat and level, yeah. It's always it's always
But it's
moving. You
called sea
have
level, though.
waves. You have waves
Mhm.
constantly. Yeah.
Do you know what it means? Mean sea level.
Yeah. Mean sea level is an average height. Yeah.
So it's an average height for the sea, all around, isn't it? In all of the extremes.
Yeah. It's an average
Yeah.
distance from the
Sea
center.
level.
It's an,
No, not from center. No. It's the surface of the water.
Mean sea level is an average distance from the center of the earth
No, that's not
to
correct.
the surface of the ocean.
Who measured that?
Huh?
Who measured that? Can you prove what you're saying?
That's not true. You can go on Wiki right now and find that elevation
not.
not to be confused with the center of Earth, and it's taken from mean sea
That's
level.
correct.
Exactly what George said.
So how did they work out mean sea level then?
What about you do the due diligence to investigate this for yourself rather than come here and
means-
repairing?
Mean sea level's taken over years and years. They have these special structures built on the ocean, and they take an average of it over years and years, long time.
Yeah, it's only theoretically placed within a spherical globe model system. Those to build a model like the geoid and ellipsoid models that they create to claim that Earth is a globe. But yeah, the actual elevations are taken from mean sea level, from above the actual surface of Earth.
Made Rumpus rage quit Jose's once because of that.
But the surface of the earth isn't flat.
Okay, that's a claim. Where have you confirmed that?
I've just came back in from outside having a smoke, and the earth. Where I live is on a hill.
When you say the surface
Yeah?
of the earth
So
isn't
that's
flat,
not
what do you mean?
flat.
Hold on a second.
That is not flat. Yeah. Are you telling me that?
Yeah. What do you mean with that?
What the fuck?
When you say
we
that,
have
what do you mean?
The vast majority of houses built in Scotland are on fucking hills.
You mean the ground is not flat? Yeah, the ground is not flat. The ground is what contains the oceans and the waters within. Yeah, the water cannot be flat in order to do that.
Even the surface under the water is not flat.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
It has topography.
Correct. The ground is
right?
not flat. Yeah. Now, the surface of the water is flat. It's called sea level. That's where we travel. That's how we navigate. Yeah. That's what makes the realm that we live in, Earth, to be flat.
Right. Hold on. Right. Hold on, because I asked.
The ground.
I asked.
The ground. Listen,
I asked.
The ground
hold
goes
on,
from the top of the mountains to the bottom of the ocean.
Hold on, right? Because I asked a sea captain, because the company I work for, we have a fleet of boats, right? And I regularly see one of the sea captains possibly 4 nights a week, right? And I asked him, is the sea ever flat? And his answer was no, and he laughed and walked away.
Cool story, but
right. This is from a guy. This is from a guy that drives a boat.
You're interrupting. Is there a reason you're interrupting? You get annoyed when other people interrupt, and then you interrupt. So I think I was just trying to say that the word flat, it depends on how you're defining it. Flat can be an orientation of horizontal and level. Flat can also be a surface description of a surface. So if you have like a table that is horizontally positioned, that term flat can be used for the horizontal positioning of that table. If you take that table and turn it sideways, it's not flat in a positional sense, but the surface of it has a flat surface quality. So when people are talking about a flat Earth, they're not talking about that all of the land and every single thing is like a surface feature of completely with no variations. They're referring to, if you were to zoom out or look at the whole thing, its positioning is horizontally level. The water is level. The land comes up out of the water.
Yeah, that's correct. It's just a language that people use, you know. They use the words to mean something else, you know. The earth is not just the ground.
Right, so what you're saying to me is when you say flat, you don't actually mean it's flat like a table.
Well, I just said there's two different definitions and usages of the word flat. One of them is an orientation,
Flat
meaning
is
horizontal.
it's effective
For example,
direction, isn't it?
yeah, like you could lie down flat on your floor. It doesn't mean that your body is perfectly flat with no variations. You've got your stomach and your arms and all your different things, but you're lying down flat. So that's an orientation of horizontal versus a surface feature, which is a lack of variation in altitude or elevation between the different components of that surface.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay. So what you're saying is when you create this baseline, right, this flat baseline to the horizon, you're ignoring the fact that the surface of the water is not flat like a table, but it's flat in orientation. Yeah.
Why would you assume that?
Well,
why would you assume the surface of the water is not? Do you have proof of otherwise?
Well, I spoke to a ship captain and he said the ocean is never flat, ever.
Right. So he might be talking, yeah, because there are.
You telling me? Are you telling me that a guy that drives a boat 5 nights a week is now telling lies and the ocean is flat?
I have no comment on that guy or anything that you're claiming about him lying or anything. But if he's for example, if you take a table that's made of glass, okay, a glass table, you would say it's flat. We would all say, "Yep, there's no variations. It's a flat glass table." However, if you zoomed in with a microscope, you're going to see all kinds of hills and valleys within that glass. So it's a matter of scale at that point, what you're referring to. The water is always fluctuating. So yeah, there's always going to be some waves and ripples. And even if you want to get down to like evaporation, there's always going to be some variation on that. So no, it's not going to be, unless, I mean, like a absolute glass calm, lake or something is pretty calm to where there's not going to be very much variation. But yeah, if you were to zoom into it, there's still going to be some. But if we're talking about water being level, it's always seeking its level within a certain range, depending on the tides. And there will be the small fluctuations within that. But the mean sea level or the median point or wherever the water is, like the midpoint of the water at that tide level is going to be horizontal across and going to be level. It equals out at a level point, kind of like the midpoint of the waves.
My point is, when you create this flat baseline, are you ignoring the fact that there are waves and shit in the water? Yes?
What makes the waves? What you
To
call
some
waves?
degree,
What
yeah.
you call that?
You're not really
What is that?
involving, yeah, you're just using a straight line. Imagine if you took a laser and you shot it right above the water, so it's not actually hitting the waves. You would have a straight line that would be parallel to the level midpoint of the water, even though there are little bits of waves.
Right. So if you're ignoring the fact that the water has waves and isn't actually flat. Yeah. So what difference does it make if you ignore the shape of the earth underneath your feet when you create this flat baseline? There is no difference, really, is there?
But the water is flat in terms of an orientation. That's what I was saying. You're still thinking of it as a surface feature. If you review it as an orientation, the water is flat in that component. It's horizontally level.
That is correct. And what he's describing as waves is wind, surface winds on the surface of the water will dictate the ondulation and so on. It has to do with high pressure, low pressure systems and so on, but that is going elsewhere. Point is, water surface will never conform into a ball. That would be against the laws of physics. Water needs to be contained.
So you said about it being down to scale as well, right? Now, like I said, my home is built on a hill, right? But the part of the hill that my home is on is flat, right? But but when you move away from my home and you move outwards, then my home is actually on a hill, which isn't flat.
You're missing the point, man. I'm sure the house, even though it's on a hill, yeah, to build a house, we established first the horizontal plane for the different levels
I just
on the
said to
house.
you,
Yeah.
to you on the smaller scale, close to my
No, you need to
home,
have a
the
horizontal
land
plane. Right?
the land is flat round my home, but it is built on a hill, which is not flat. Yeah. Do you see how how the scale works? Yeah.
Well, and
No.
is the house on the hill flat?
The small area of land on the hill that my house is built on is flat.
How would you establish
The
where in
hill,
the hill?
but that
Where
flat
would?
piece of land
Mm,
is part of a bigger structure, which
yeah.
we call a hill, which is not flat.
How would you establish the height of the hill and where in the hill to build this house?
Doesn't matter how fucking
It does
high up
matter.
there.
It's going to be surveyed. It's going to be leveled. You know, need to apply levels. You need to establish levels. You know, where the foundation is going to go, and the floors of the house if there's different floors. So the level plane, the horizontal plane, needs to be established before you do anything, even though you're doing it on the hill. But if you're doing it on the hill, you're not using the surface of the earth. You're using different instruments. Still liquid though. Spirit levels, water levels. And so on. You can also use the other light surface. Yeah, but Highlander, I'm sure to establish the height of that hill that you're talking about, they're going to use mean sea level as a starting point for the height of the hill. Anyway, nice talking to you guys. Have a good day to everyone.
I mean, Highlander, the one thing that for myself in terms of celestial navigation that I don't agree with some folks who say that it can't be done if the Earth was a globe. I don't agree with that. I think it could be done. Let's just say the Earth was a globe. You could still use a sextant to navigate upon it. Now, whether it is a globe or not is another question, and whether you're going to get accurate GPs and circles of equal altitude down to the definition and the specificity of the way the Earth is actually laid out is another question. But sort of within theoretically, it could be done on a sphere with a sextant and creating the tangent line to make kind of a false horizontal or like a kind of tangent fabricated horizontal, essentially. Doesn't mean the Earth is a sphere. It just means that it could be done if the Earth was a sphere. If the Earth was a sphere with all the stars out there, you could use a sextant to navigate upon it. Definitely. I don't know why people say you can't, but I think some of them get very dogmatic, or I don't know why they do that. But I don't think that's logically sound to say that it couldn't work if the Earth was a sphere, because it definitely could.
Well, I mean, like I say, I'm no expert in celestial navigation and fucking sextants and what have you, right? But I mean, to my knowledge, sailors have been using this method, right, which is built around the Earth being a sphere, for years, and they've managed to figure out how to get from A to B, no problem, using this method. Yeah. So if it was wrong, or if it didn't work, they would keep getting lost, and eventually they would abandon that method because they would realize it wasn't working.
Well, I think the reality of the situation is a bit more nuanced than that. Because I would say, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, a lot of the old like sextant navigation of Earth has all been replaced with GPS and digital systems. So there are some people that might still go do a little bit of celestial navigation in a certain area. So let's say that they're, in off the coast of wherever, Los Angeles or something, and they might get some charts and do some local celestial navigation, maybe to get their way down to Mexico or something like that. But if you're talking about like being able to actually map the entire system of Earth, with GPs and circles of equal altitude, and actually map the land with it, because that's where the difference would be. Imagine if you took like a flat piece of paper with a map on it, and then you decided to take that piece of paper and pick it up off the table and turn it into a globe, wrap it around a globe. There's going to be inconsistencies on the large scale that will become, revealed once you do that. However, if you're only doing celestial navigation in a small local region with small local coordinates, you could still do it even thinking the Earth is a globe. It doesn't mean you're going to get a full accuracy to the full, coordinate system of the Earth. Let's say the Earth, not being a globe, but you can still use it in an ad hoc fashion in certain local regions, which is really the only way that people do it in these days because of GPS and all the replacements that has happened.
Yeah, I mean, sailors for years were traveling between, Britain and America using celestial navigation and with pinpoint accuracy, without any of this modern, long before modern technology was available. Back when boats were hand built out of wood and they had no engines, and it was, sails that they were using to power the boats. I mean, these guys did it no problem. And this method was built on the Earth being a sphere. So, again, surely, okay, like you say, if it was wrong on a small local scale, it might have worked. Just like the 8 inches per mile squared thing, yeah? On a small local scale, yeah, you could use 8 inches per mile squared. That would be fine. But when you actually move away from the small local scale, 8 inches per mile squared is way off.
Right.
You wouldn't use that whatsoever.
Well, but you technically would only be using it within certain patches of local area. Like you might use it to go 50 miles, and then you might use it again once you're in that place to go another 50 from there. But I hear what you're saying. Yeah, on the larger scale. Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying about the celestial navigation thing. I guess that's going a bit into history, the way that you mentioned that. Like, oh, they've been doing it. That's kind of an assumption just to assume that, like who really was doing what in, let's say, the 1600s. And, I mean, were they taking globes on their ships, like spheres, and then going out there? And I don't think so. But I mean, so there's a whole question of that in general. One thing I would say, though, in terms of celestial navigation as well, in terms of history, what I would, when going back, let's say since the dawn of time, like the early coconut sextants, for example, where you take a coconut, you poke little holes in it, and then you can make a sextant out of it. What I would say is that if Earth was a sphere, the early navigators in the earliest parts of humanity using these basic tools would have detected that at that time. It would have been detected right off the bat that the Earth was a sphere. Reason being, when you're doing celestial navigation, let's say you have a flat piece of paper or some flat surface, and you're taking angles with your sextant device, and you're making GPs, circles of equal altitude, and you're building those out. As you do that with the land and getting your distances and doing all that, it's going to fit on a flat sheet of paper, a map. If Earth was a globe, it would not continue fitting on a flat sheet of paper. Meaning at some point along doing that, you would say, oh my gosh, this isn't fitting. These distances aren't matching. I have to wrap this on a ball. I have to make a paper mache or whatever they would have had to do, take a rock or whatever to make a sphere in order to get it to fit on there. So what I'm saying is just in a general sense, and again, I don't have proof of this because I'm talking about like ancient history. I'm just saying that if Earth was a globe, it would have been known since the very beginning. And that's not the case. Humans have had a planar Earth that has been used for celestial navigation. That's why all the ancient cosmologies and so on and so forth all have that as their foundation. And it's only been this kind of globe idea, this kind of quote unquote Copernican revolution thing that has come in claiming that all of a sudden now celestial navigation is, only fitting on some kind of sphere when that wasn't the way it was for who knows how many thousands of years before that.
Well, I think you'd have a good argument if you at least we could point out how they were using the coconut sextants, like what method they had, or how exactly were they using the coconut sextants. If we knew that, then maybe you could have an argument. But if we just claim that they had coconut sextant, but we're not sure how they're using it, then I'm not sure you can make that argument.
Well, the thing is, I mean, all these sailors, even to today, they still keep a very detailed record of what they're doing and where they're going, and they take a detailed record of all the measurements that they make. Okay, modern technology, there'd be an onboard hard drive that would keep a record of the log of all the GPS coordinates that are sent to the boat, so that the automatic navigation system, it all ties in with that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how the modern technology works on a boat.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. I mean, there's definitely, like, let's just say for a moment in your mind, let's say the Earth isn't a globe. Let's say it absolutely is not. Well, then, yes, there's obviously a lot of questions that many of us have. Like, how did they do this? How did they pull it off? What are they doing with the GPS systems? How did they subvert, the ancient celestial navigation and maps and coordinates? And a lot of questions would have to come into play. So I agree with you on that. And I don't know that tonight or today we're going to get any absolute answers to all of those things. I think it's a journey for all of us in terms of these discussions, whatever you may think the Earth is or isn't. But obviously those of us here are interested in the discussion and, at the very least, considering all the things being said. So yeah. I hear you on that, though. Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of history that seems to indicate that it's all buttoned up, that it's a globe. But, if it is a deception, then yeah, there would have to be sort of holes in it in places that we may or may not be able to fully see or understand at this moment.
Well, one of the things that I was thinking about one day, because I heard some people talking about the celestial navigation and how when you move, round the Earth, when you go from the North Pole southwards, the north, the stars drop in the sky 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles, right? Now I thought, right, okay, if you're moving away from something, right, and you're on a flat surface, yeah, like say you're in a corridor, right, and you're at one end and you're looking at the light and you move away from it, right, then yeah, that light is going to come down, slowly. But surely that rate of drop towards the floor, or to what you guys call the vanishing point, surely that would be at a different rate if the floor was curved. If the floor was curved, then that drop would be significantly more. Do you understand what I'm saying, yeah?
You're talking about the rate in which it drops would be faster on a curved ground than on a flat surface?
Yeah, so if the Earth was flat and you go from the North Pole down to the equator, right, then surely when the stars in the sky, if the Earth was flat, they would drop down towards the horizon at a slower rate than 1 degree per 60 nautical miles.
Yep. I mean, at least according to perspective, yeah. But maybe there's some light bending that helps that happen on flat Earth, right?
See, this is the problem with not having a model. When you don't have a model, you can't test things. You can't say, right, well, if we do this, this should match up, right? But then if we do this other thing that we've done should also match up at the same time. And then this thing that somebody else did somewhere else should also match up at the same time. Yeah? That's how the globe model works. Yeah? Because I mean, you hear, I hear a lot of flat earthers say it all the time. Oh, your globe model claims, yeah. No, the globe model doesn't make any claims whatsoever, not one. Yeah. What happens is we make the claim. Yeah. Well, it's just a human or a scientist or a researcher or whatever. They make the claim and then they test it against the model, and the model will either confirm or deny what their claim is. That's how the globe model works. And that's why a lot of globe earthers ask the flat earthers, well, where's your model? Because if you have a model, then we can test things. We can test multiple things at the same time. And you should get the same results for each test. Because the model should fit each one of them.
Yeah, I agree, man. But I don't think it's really practical to think that after 7 years of a lot of us coming to this and going through what we've got, the process of it all, to have some kind of full, complete model. If we were given $50 million a day the way NASA was, we could knock one out for you within a week. Let us go everywhere on Earth, North Pole, Antarctica, every region, unrestricted, with millions and millions and millions of dollars. We would have a model nailed up for you in about 7 days, maybe even less. So to consider that those of us who are aware of this would have some kind of model is in a sense, it's just an illogical request. But I do hear what you're saying. That would be great to have that. I think the military already has it. The clandestine level of the military, they've got it. So they have the real map of Earth. They obviously do because they have drones and equipment and all kinds of stuff. So they've got it. I don't know if this is a good analogy, but imagine like, I'm not even saying these stories are true, but just imagine that people had scurvy and they kept getting scurvy and they didn't know what it was for. And why it was happening. And let's just say for this, that scurvy is caused by vitamin C deficiency. If some traveler came along and said, hey, you know what? It's the vitamin C that you guys are lacking. Eat these apples, eat these oranges. And if it was correct, then that person would be right. They needed apples. Now, to attack that person that's coming in and just say, well, you don't have a model and you don't have this that's not necessarily valid because the guy's right. He's right that it was apples that were the problem. Now, I only make that correlation to say that in my understanding of this, we were all born into this kind of whole system of the globe and the NASA and the government, all this stuff going on. So if we're right that the Earth isn't a globe and it is what our ancient ancestors have always said it was and so on, the scriptures, all these different components, that it is stationary and immovable and all that stuff, we are in a process of unraveling a massive deception that has gone on for at least 150 years, if not longer, in terms of its acute form of it. So it would make sense that it would be like this. Like people would start to be aware of it. Some people would know it, some won't. Some people are willing to discuss it, some don't. There's the process of doing the actual physical validations and things that we would like to be able to do to get all the rest of the answers. But to expect that like a multi-billion trillion dollar model of a globe Earth that's been supported by all the tax money and whatever, that we, the people, the couple of us civilians that are doing this research and looking into it and doing all that, are going to have a full replacement, it is just not really a very fair request ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying about the scurvy point, right? Where you have one test and, and that's it. Some guy comes in and says, well, hold on, how do you know that's correct and what have you, right? But when you have multiple tests from multiple areas and there is a model and you can test it against this model and these multiple tests all match up and one test doesn't interfere with the results of another, they coincide with each other and they can all work at the same time on that model, then that kind of, shows you that the tests that you've done are correct.
Well, what tests do you have that
and they work on that model?
Yeah, I hear you on that, but what tests are you referring to that might indicate that? Because I could say the opposite. If I want to go out and test the globe and I want to say, okay, I'm on a globe, there's curvature, there's a geometric structure to it, it's a sphere, and we go out looking for that, that doesn't reveal itself. What we see is an extended plane. The whole seeing too far, observations, laser tests, et cetera, et cetera. So if you want to say, let's go out and test this globe, which is what many people have done, when they go out and test it, it falls short very quickly. Now, you could get into the whole discussion of light bending and refracting and warping and making things look like an extended plane, even though it's a globe. You could get into all that. But I'm just saying on the actual practical level of testing it, like I'm going to go out and do what I can to test the globe Earth claims. And when we go out and do that, there is no curvature that's measured or detected. So in that sense, it completely falls short of any prediction of a globe. The only way you can get that is if you do like a cherry pick thing, the way that, Rakia just posted the one again that B-Ball always posts. So you can get like where there's a visual obscuration of the bottom part of something. And if you catch it in a particular area that would match with an 8 inches per mile squared, you can try to kind of do like a cherry picked kind of ad hoc explanation of that. But the real bigger picture of it, when you do multiple observations in multiple areas, that level at which something gets obscured visually changes. So it shows that it's not a physical curve of Earth. and that it is an optical component. And then in addition to that, that isn't a consistent physical obstruction, which it should be if it was a globe, meaning many times it's not there at all because we can see further and we see an extended plane. So
it shows that there is an optical component. It doesn't mean that's the only component, right?
yeah, but it shows that that's not a physical curve of Earth.
How? How does it show that?
Because that changes. It's not. If
Yeah,
you have like
the optical, of course, changes. But how the fact that the optical changes proves that it's only optical? Like if there's two factors, let's say there's curvature and optics. If the optics is changing and the geometry isn't, then things are going to change either way. So the fact that they're changing doesn't imply there's no curvature, right?
I think I followed what you said there, but at the same time, then if you're going to say that, then that means that thing that people call curve is not curve. That's just a refracted thing at that point, right? So just to point at that and say curve of the Earth is faulty, even from that logic. You would have to say, well, this is just optics as well. So
Yeah,
then you don't have it. So then you don't have a curve of an Earth. All you have is optics. And then what we see, when those optics are very clear and you're able to see very far, you get the extended plane every time.
No, I mean there are some situations in which it's pretty clear and you still have obstruction.
Do you think you would ever have looming at B-Ball's position with his conditions that he has in Hawaii, where the buildings would appear higher than what they should? I don't. Because I think his conditions are consistent. So the conditions that he gets, long distance over low level over the very disturbed marine layer. I mean, you see white caps, right? With the temperatures of the water and air that he normally gets in his location, which are as constant as they get. I mean, Hawaii doesn't change water temperature and air temperature that drastically. Then this is the presentation of that view you're going to get, I would say 99.5% of the time. I show the same thing in my area of an object much closer, which obviously can't be Earth curve. That's hidden by the same type of view, right? The water appears higher than the distant object. So it appears to be obstructing the half the boat that's floating on top of the water in the distance. What can't be physical Earth curve, right? Because it's too close. So it's an optical phenomena. It's an illusion. The boat is not sinking. It's not behind a huge wave. It's not behind a curved piece of water because you're too close, unless you're going to say the Earth is smaller, which I don't think you are. So you must say it's an optical phenomena. I agree.
Yeah, definitely. All those observations are affected by refraction at some extent.
Okay.
There's always some.
So when you increase the distance over a more disturbed marine layer at about the same viewer height, and you get the same phenomena, you question it and say it's Earth curve? That's disingenuous.
I wasn't saying that at all. I never said that.
Well, that's what I'm saying people do. I think that's disingenuous because you can show them the optical phenomena that could cause the same phenomena.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that simply pointing to optical observations over observations close to the surface is not a very good argument for either side, unless there's also some accounting for the optical phenomena. If you don't have any reasons to account for this way or that way, if you're only pointing to the observation alone, don't think that's a good argument for either side, because you're just ignoring the optical phenomena, as you said, or the refraction that it might be going on. I'm only objecting to pointing to those things and saying, well, if it's refraction, then it's not Earth curve. Well, one thing doesn't imply the other. The presence or absence of Earth curve doesn't prevent that observation from happening. You can have a changing horizon daily that is changing every day just because the conditions are changing. If there is curvature, if there isn't curvature, that doesn't change it. But one thing we can notice that those distortions, they're mostly. I mean, we only see stuff distorted like that when they're when the angle is pretty much horizontal. You're looking through the atmosphere that is close to the surface. We never see such distortions when something is in a higher angle.
Well, I'd be careful in saying never, but yeah, when you look through that more dense layer lower to the ground over the marine layer, you're going to get easier illusions than if you are looking at a different angle or from a different altitude, looking down or looking up, or even at a different altitude looking horizontal. You're not affected by that more dense atmosphere as much as you are, when you're lower. I agree with that, but okay. Go higher.
Right. So yeah.
Go
So
higher
if you
and tell
look
me you
to
can't see the bottom of the building. Sure you can.
no, yeah. Then I would say because Gio was saying if you try to go outside and check if you can see that curvature, it falls short. Well,
I never said
if
that.
you no, not you, Gio said.
Oh, you're never going to see
But
curvature. What you're seeing here, even if it was a radius as big as what they say it is, you're not going to see it.
depending on how high you are, you might see it. So
might see it.
Yeah, depending on how high you are and what
All right.
like if you tell me what the focal length of the camera you're using.
You're not
And
serious, right?
no, yeah, I'm serious. If you tell me the focal length of the camera you're using,
So
and
you're
the width,
saying how high you think we would have to be?
yeah,
Feet,
if
miles, multiple miles? What are you talking about?
yeah, probably miles. So
Probably you're using very vague, like probably and
yeah,
I don't
because I
know.
said it depends on variables that we didn't define yet. That's why I'm saying probably miles. So let me just make a full statement. If you tell me the focal length of your camera, the width of the sensor, its resolution, and how high it is above the surface, I can tell you what's the globe prediction for how the horizon should look like given that elevation. So if the prediction gives you a pronounced curvature,
Based on
and
what? How optics work or radius? Because if you're gonna say based on the radius, then
yeah,
you're
based on the
begging the
radius.
question. No
No,
thanks. Waste of
I
time.
mean, a prediction from a sphere obviously needs the radius of that sphere, right? What do you mean?
Because you would have to discount how the eye sees, how we see in a circle, what
No,
people say
I'm
about
taking that
that.
into account.
Yeah, I'm sure you are, but you're calculating at that point and saying, here you go, at 10 miles up, you're going to see this much curvature based on how big the radius is. You
Yeah.
could manipulate any one of those numbers, take the radius out, and go, voila, this is how we see in a circle, which makes it appear to be curved. That's idiotic. I'm not
No,
calling you an idiot. I'm saying you can manipulate the numbers however you want.
Why would I do that? I mean, if
you're doing it already by telling me you're going to use the radius.
What do you mean manipulating the numbers? What do you mean by that?
Well, you have to plug in a certain number for the radius, right? And then a certain number for how we see and a certain number for refraction. You can manipulate any one of those numbers. You could even take one of them out and still get the same thing.
No,
you're smarter than this, man.
I'm leaving refraction out. because I'm referring to observations.
Why aren't you leaving
miles
the
from-
radius out and adding
I was
refraction?
just explaining that. I mean, yeah, I was about to tell you why. So I'm leaving refraction now because I'm talking about observations from miles above the surface. So if you see the amount of pressure there, the atmosphere there is almost like there's almost no atmosphere in tens of miles of altitude, and at that point, I don't think refraction is an issue. If I'm wrong on that, that's possible, but at least I can get a prediction for how a globe would look like if refraction was negligible at that height.
Why did you say globe there? Why didn't you take out radius?
How am I gonna test? Because what you said is that the globe falls short if you go outside and try to observe it.
It's not what I said. I said even
No,
at
I
the
said
radius
you.
given, you would. Oh, okay. But my point is, you can't see curvature like that because you don't know which calculations to add or subtract from or whatever. If you input a radius, then of course you're going to come up with that's why we see the radius at this height. You can adjust all the other numbers or even take them out. Doesn't
I'm
make any
sure if I'm
sense. You would
following.
have. Well, I don't know how to explain it. So I can very easily show you the same phenomena over shorter distances where you know it's not the physical water curving and go, here you go. There's no radius here. You can take the radius out of here and get the same amount or more obstruction, apparent
Oh
obstruction,
no!
due to an
I wasn't
optical
talking
phenomenon.
about obstruction. I'm talking like about left to right curvature.
You can do the same thing with the low level and the high level. It's no different. It's just how we see. It's how the optical phenomena, how your brain interprets the information that it's receiving from
But
whatever
I'm talking about
altitude the
photos.
viewer is or not. I don't know why you're scared of that.
No, I'm not scared of anything.
Well, I'm just
I mean, I
saying
am scared of
you won't
some
admit
things.
that that's true. Do you admit that that's true?
That what's true.
Oh, how am I having a conversation with you and just said everything I said and you have no idea what I said?
Because
It's a
I
waste
didn't
of
feel
time.
like the things you were saying wasn't like was not very related to what I'm trying to
Okay,
get
well
to.
I'll take you step by step then. Do you acknowledge that the brain interprets the information that the eyes give it?
Yeah, but I was talking about photographs, comparing predictions of photographs to the
Talking
photographs. There's
about
no. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that the things you're saying is not related to what I'm trying to get to. I'm not talking about just going
okay, dude,
eyeball.
I'm done. Move on. I'm done.
I think we were in different conversations.
Yeah, I think so. When I'm saying how we see, can we see curvature? And now all of a sudden, after 5 minutes of conversation, you're saying I'm talking about photographs.
Yes, that's why I
Yes.
said in the
Well, then
beginning.
have that
If you give
conversation
me,
with somebody else.
oh, that's why I said in the beginning. If you give me focal length and sensor width, of course I'm not talking about human eyes. I'm talking about a camera.
Well, you don't. I mean, yeah. All right. Good. Have fun. Have fun. I mean, have fun.
Right.
Have fun with that. Like I said, it's a calculation. It's everything. Take out the focal length, adjust the focal length, adjust the radius. Then if you adjust the radius, you would have to adjust one of the other numbers. It's all, you could take one out and have to adjust one of the other numbers even more. If
I
the
can't.
focal length is known and you're assuming what a fraction is and then plugging in a radius, of course you're going to come up with something. But even yourself are saying right here in this very conversation, you're only taking out refraction because of the altitude you're at. You don't know for a fact that light is doing whatever. You just assume that. You're assuming the radius and plugging that number in. Good luck.
I can concede that ignore refraction and that might be wrong. But what I'm saying is that I'm talking about looking at the horizon and seeing if the horizon is curved from a very high elevation, from a very high altitude. So you get tens of miles above the surface, point a camera to the horizon, and tell me what you expect to see if the Earth was a globe.
Well, do you not agree that a horizontal line, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon?
All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon?
Have you ever looked up the definition of horizontal by any chance?
Not sure if I want to debate definitions. I think what I'm
It's not a
describing
debate.
is.
It's not a
Oh,
debate.
you're
That's
asking
how
me for
horizontal.
definitions. You're asking me for definitions of horizontal. I'm talking about the shape of the horizon of photograph.
Yeah, the
I don't
shape of
think
the
the
horizon. And
definition.
I'm asking, do you know what the definition for horizontal is?
Why would I care about that?
Because you're
Because
using the word.
it has to do with the horizon, the thing we're talking about.
No, I'm talking about just the horizon.
The
Not.
horizon, yes. I'm talking about the horizon too.
Oh, you asked about the
Horizontal means
definition of a
parallel to the
horizontal.
plane of the horizon. I know. I wouldn't want to talk about this either if I was you. I understand. It's fine.
No, I'm okay of talking about things that are relevant to what I'm talking about. But I think this is just diverging to a semantical discussion that is irrelevant to the point I'm bringing. It sounds to me like a red herring, but I can take it if you want to.
Did you not know the horizon was horizontal?
What do you mean by that?
Do you not know what horizontal means?
I know what horizontal means, but as far as I'm concerned,
parallel to
as
the
far as
plane
I'm
of the
concerned,
horizon, right?
as far as I'm concerned, the horizon is where the sky seems to meet the ground, and that might not even be
Yes.
a line because there's topography. So I think then the horizon takes the shape of that topography. So how are you going to have that line, which is not a straight line, being a horizontal line? Don't get it.
I think he's
So
talking
when they're
about. I think he's talking about where the word horizontal comes from is from horizon.
Yeah, do you know what the word horizontal actually comes from?
definition of horizontal means,
Horizon.
no, the word
Yeah,
horizontal means parallel to the plane of the horizon. Did you guys not know that?
The word horizon just means the border, the limit.
Well, you should see where that word comes from.
Yeah, like I don't know if you're like Bev's bastard love child or something, Jeremy, with Geo right now, but like 8 hours of talking about, horizon, horizontal, level, and flat, just it's completely fruitless, and you know that.
Yeah. Let's not talk about reality. Let's please talk about fantasy more, right?
Well, yeah, we want to talk about reality. We don't want to debate definitions for an hour.
Yeah,
Well, we're talking about what's the shape. Okay, we have a line that is the line in which the sky seems to meet the ground, which on a spherical Earth would take a certain shape if you get too high from the surface. And we're talking about how can we predict that shape based on Earth being a globe, and then we can compare that to actual observation. And then now Jeremy comes and asks me what's the definition of a horizontal. How is it addressing the proposed test for the curvature of the Earth?
Well, you're saying
because you were talking about the horizon.
I used the word horizon.
It
doesn't mean
I need to know
it's any
what is the
relevant
horizon?
to ask me the
What are
definition.
some of the properties of the horizon? Or
I'm
just
not
talk over
claiming
me,
any
it's fine.
property. I'm just using it as it is, which is where the sky seems to meet the ground. That's just what I'm using it, and that's how it's defined to be. Now, there's another word, which is horizontal, that is related to the horizon, but it's not related to this test. There's nothing on this test that requires anything to be horizontal. Just because they are related doesn't mean we can now start a discussion about the meaning of this word that is irrelevant to the test I'm proposing.
You're saying the horizon's curving. I'm telling you, no, the horizon's not curving because all horizontals are parallel with the plane of the horizon. You didn't want to go down that road, though. I know why. It's fine.
That doesn't mean shit. Because, one second. A circle can be parallel to a plane. Does that mean that circle has no curve? Obviously not. What kind of argument is that?
What kind of argument is what? The horizon's horizontal because all horizontals are parallel to the horizon. You're trying to sit here and tell me it's curving.
Yeah, a circle can be parallel to the horizon, to a horizontal
It's
plane.
not curving.
It
No,
does
it's not curving because horizontals are all parallel to it.
Hey,
that
Jeremy.
doesn't mean it's not curving
Hey,
because a circle.
You
One
got a
second, one second.
horizontal parallel to a curve.
Jeremy, how do you
Yes,
know
you can
that?
have.
Hold up,
No, let me
Jeremy.
just.
Yeah,
How
horizontal's
Oh my god.
parallel to a curve. Let me know how that one works.
How
Yeah,
do you
simple. Let me answer him, RC.
Again,
It's simple.
wait a second.
A circle can be parallel to a plane. As
Jeremy,
easy as that.
how do you know that the horizon isn't curving? Have you measured it? Or are you just going on Bev's definition and circular reasoning?
It's quite simple. A circle can be parallel to a plane. Saying that the horizon is parallel to a
I'm
plane
going. Can I answer
doesn't mean
RC?
it's not curving.
Bacon, can I answer RC, please? Or you guys want to have a
Sure.
circle jerk? If that's what you guys want to do, I'm cool with it.
No, Jeremy, can you answer my question, please?
Yeah, I'm answering it right now. I'm going to try. So I'm not going off what Bev said or anyone else said. I'm going by what the dictionary says about how all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. You can't have something parallel. You can't have a horizontal line parallel to a curve.
Okay. So the definition is what makes it not curve or not, right?
Did they get the definition wrong? Should I call Merriam-Webster up right now, Oxford, tell them they got it wrong?
That's not the only definition of the word horizon.
I'm talking about
no, I don't have
horizontal.
to.
Talking about horizontal.
Hey,
That's not a definition for the horizon.
I'm not.
Are you
I
even
am
listening to what's going on?
Yes, I am.
I don't think so.
And I'd like to respond.
Yeah. Respond to
whole
something
point-
that's getting said, not
Oh
something
my
that didn't get said, though. You're not even listening.
I asked if you had verified that the horizon doesn't curve, and you appealed to the dictionary. Great.
Yes.
Apparently, if the dictionary is your standard here, if I go on to
You're about to do an all or nothing fallacy. Go ahead.
and it says that it's a sphere, does that make it a sphere?
So it's an all or nothing fallacy. That's what you're doing?
No. What I'm asking you is if that's your standard of
It's called an all.
it's
It's a
standard of
textbook all or
evidence.
nothing. It's
If
a
that's your
textbook
standard of
all or
evidence,
nothing fallacy.
No,
You're
I'm
doing
just
a
asking you.
textbook. Go ahead. I'll wait.
No,
Go.
Go ahead,
I'll wait. Go.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting as you talk over me. My question is, I'm not saying all or nothing. I'm just simply saying, why are you incongruent with your application of Merriam-Webster as a proof for anything?
Okay, so if I have to believe that the Earth is a sphere because Merriam-Webster says so, it's called the all or nothing.
I didn't say all or nothing.
I know you didn't say all or nothing. I'm saying all or nothing. Why would you call out your own fallacy? That doesn't even make sense.
Okay. I never even appealed to it being you have to either all accept Merriam-Webster or not. I'm just asking, what is your standard for your incongruency, Jeremy? That's all I'm asking.
Okay, did Merriam-Webster get it wrong?
Why are you responding to my
not
question
parallel to the plane of the horizon?
with a new question?
Horizontal's not parallel to the plane of the horizon, and Merriam-Webster got it wrong.
No, I'm saying that. You can have a circle parallel to a plane. Obviously. Come on, Jeremy, you're smarter than this.
Merriam-Webster and Oxford. Send him an email, maybe a text.
Jeremy,
message.
I think it's very telling that you refuse to answer my question after I'd answered 3 of yours and you haven't answered one of mine yet.
We're not disagreeing with your definition. We're disagreeing with your conclusion. Just because the horizon is parallel to a horizontal plane doesn't mean it can't curve. A circle can be parallel to a plane.
So you can have a horizontal parallel to a curve?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to see that. Right. Draw a picture of that.
It's called a circle. Circle. Have you ever heard of circle?
I heard of a circle.
Yes. Can you have a circle parallel to a plane?
Sure. But the thing is, the thing is, your horizon. You said it was bending in a a different axis than the circle. Circles can be parallel, yeah, but you need yours. I gotta go. I'll be right
So
back.
if you're looking horizontally, that circle is below your eye level. If you look towards that circle, now you're looking down, and you'll see it's curved.
Yeah, gotta go. Gotta go. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, anyone have any reference to how they used coconut sextant? Because I'm very curious on that.
These are what?
Coconut sextants.
New to me. I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. Apparently, it was used by the Polynesian navigators. Let me see what else I can find. Oh, right. They used it for latitude. Interesting. So apparently they would use, let's say they have a star that reach a certain angle at its highest peak. So what they would do is to mark that angle using the coconut sextant. So the coconut has a ring of holes in the bottom, and they would fill the coconut with coconut oil and seawater until they filled up just the bottom of the circle of holes. So they can make the coconut level based on that water. So if the coconut is tilted, the water is going to leak by one of the holes. So they would use the holes to make the coconut level, and they would use a hole that is at the right angle just to see that star when it's at noon. So as long as they have that star at noon at the same angle, they're in the same latitude. So they would use that just to stay in the same latitude line. If the star goes above that angle, and that star is like a northern star, it means they are too close. They are away from the latitude towards north, so they would correct towards the south. And if it's low, then they would do the opposite. So that would only help them keep their same latitude. So if you're on the same latitude, they can more or less get to the same place where they came from. Like if they set the coconut to that star, that latitude, wherever they go, if they want to go back, they just have to go back to that latitude, and they're eventually going to find their location again. So very nice. I don't see how that requires any globe or flat understanding. I mean, as long as you only want to keep in the same latitude, you don't have to know how the latitude relates to the surface. You just want to stay on the same latitude.
Interesting.
But I have to read more. This is I just read a bit of it. But yeah, let me see if there's more about it. I can find more about it. It's a very good idea. I'm not sure how precise it is. Yep, that's exactly how they do it. Cool. Assuming my source is correct. But I can't find another one. If you guys find another one that says something different, please DM me or something, in case you're looking for it.
Bacon, do you agree that LIGO is a horizontal plane, like it's not curving? The tube at LIGO.
I don't think it's curving, but I think it's only horizontal to one of the ends, right?
Okay, the end that it's horizontal to, do you think if you get on that end and put something directly above your head, let's say 30 miles up, it's at your zenith, 30 miles up, and you're on a horizontal plane, the tube at LIGO, and you start walking away from it, is it going to appear lower in your vision?
Sure.
So why is it when you look up at an object and you move away from it, you automatically think you're on a curved surface?
Oh, not automatically.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
So when I get underneath let's use a star, and don't make any assumptions, and then walk away from it, and it appears to get lower in my sky, why do we say it's due to Earth curve only?
Because of the rate in which it gets lower.
Yeah.
Do I?
The rate.
No, we made the
So
rate based on the radius. So you can't use the same rate,
No,
right?
no, that's not true. We got that rate from the observation.
Yeah,
And
let me
then
give an
apply the
example.
radius to it.
No,
No,
let me.
you can literally, okay, so 69 or 60,
I'm not
69
sure why
per
you're
degree.
involving yourself in here. I asked Bacon, but
Okay, go
Well,
ahead, Bacon. You got
I
it.
think he's
Bacon,
welcome
they can
to.
describe it just as well.
Right. Well, but I think he's also welcome to join the conversation. But I'll give my
no,
response.
no doubt. I just wanted your answer.
Right. Okay. Yeah. If you do that from a building, let's say the building is many meters above your head. So if your nose is at the wall of the building, so you're basically right next to the building. You have to look up to see the top of the building,
Correct.
almost 90 degrees. As you go away from the building, that angle starts to drop, but it starts to drop less and less. So the first 10 steps you take, let's say it drops by 2 degrees. If you walk backwards another 10 steps, it's not going to drop by 2 degrees again. Now it's going to drop a little less. And every 10 steps you take, it's going to drop less and less and less.
I get what you're saying. It's not linear.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
And the stars appear to be linear.
Oh, you're saying the stars appear to be linear.
Yes, but not
But
the building.
you would agree the way we see the top of a building and the way we see a star could be a lot different, right? Different medium. Could be a projection. It could be a light. It could be all types of things that you and I can't confirm 100%. You agree with that, right?
I'm open to that possibility.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's hard to compare that. Would you agree?
Right.
We're comparing a light and a celestial view through what might be an unknown medium to the top of a building that we can basically physically touch and go to and measure to in a medium that we're pretty familiar with and all are in and can do multiple observations. You also agree that if you distort that image, like if you got a bunch of jet engines right in front of the top of that building and their exhausts were going in front of that building, that it would probably distort and appear in a different position and the angles would be different and blah, 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 because the medium changed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
But
it's hard to say that,
But
I'm talking about things
here,
we can confirm.
yeah. But here's the thing. If I'm right below a star, so I have the star in my zenith, and I walk, I don't know, 200 miles east. If instead of walking 200 miles east, I would have walked 200 miles west, do you think the star would drop by the same amount, regardless of the direction I'm going away from the star?
Yeah, if the surface is the same, I'm talking about being basically on a horizontal. I'm just theorizing on a horizontal, like what I would consider water. Because if you went on land and went up a hill or over, topography, I think that angle would be adjusted.
Yeah, on water.
Yeah, I think it would be the same.
Right. I
in
think
any direction.
I think that's only possible on the globe, given observations that we have.
That doesn't make sense. If you put an
I
object
know
on
I didn't
a
give you enough
horizontal
reasons.
plane right in the center, and you get to that center, that zenith, and you walk in any direction on a horizontal plane, that angle is going to be the same if you walk the same distance.
Yeah, I know that that's theoretically possible on a flat plane, but what I'm telling you is, if that's true in reality, if it doesn't matter the direction you're going away from the star, it would drop by the same amount, regardless on direction. Then if you add that fact to some observations that we have from celestial navigation that no longer can fit a flat plane. I don't think so.
Okay, that's fair enough. But my original question was, why do we automatically assume or apply that to a sphere at a certain radius and apply that number of 60 nautical miles or 69 miles or whatever it is per degree when things could be different? And you would have to agree that because of the assumptions that we have to make, we could adjust those assumptions to other factors and get it to work over a flat plane. I mean, I agree that it would work, or that it does work now the way it's been worked out, but I also, agree that it could be worked out over a flat plane or over horizontal water, which is basically a plane.
I think
You know,
given the observations that we already have, so for example, if you go to some known location and you do some celestial navigation there, you get the same location that you are, so you know it works consistently in many different locations. Now, if you get that data that you use to get your location and apply that to this idea of things being over a flat plane and dropping because of some light banding or medium or whatever, don't think you can account for those two things. Like, I don't think you can on a
well, of
flat
course I
plane.
could. I could make up any formula to adjust for whatever I want to call it, right? Even if I don't call it refraction, even if I call it projection of the light through a dome formula, right?
Well,
Like,
as
you
long
get really silly.
as long as it's the same formula for all directions, I don't think you can get that working. I think
Well, I
that's
don't know
like
if it would be.
impossible.
I'm not sure if it would be, because and bear with me, if it is a dome, basically a bowl over us, and one star is closer and further from your position due to that curved dome above you, then the angles wouldn't, change the same from one star to the next. Like if you look at one star, it's at a certain distance and a certain angle to you, and then once you move away, you're looking at it differently, or it's being projected differently from that position over a curved sky. The distances would be different also.
I don't see how the dome changes it, because if the
Well, it's
star
a
is on a
curved
dome,
surface.
well, but I'm only looking to one star. So if a bunch of people look to the same star,
I got you.
people that are at the same distance to that star, I don't see why they would see that star in different angles.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So just put yourself at the zenith of the tallest, the tallest part of the theoretical dome, right in the middle. Let's say that's the tallest part. Even we don't even know that. And then we call it the North Star. Okay, so we put that star projecting straight through the dome, whatever medium it is, straight to the zenith of that viewer, right? And then you move out in a direction, or a different viewer is 1,000 miles away. That projection from that center point is going to be different. Of course it's going to be different. Like, shine any light through a medium like that and you're going to get all kind of crazy, things. But at the same distance, at the same angle to the same star, it would be the same for everyone. Like if you're 1,000 miles away from that center star, that's as far as you can see it. It's going to look the same because all the other factors are the same. If it's a perfect radius dome. That's how I see it anyway. I'm not trying to, bring you into my religion. I'm just trying to explain how I see it, or how it could be. Yeah. So my ceiling right now is flat, right? It's not curved, but I had a dome ceiling over my dining room in another house, and like one of the hotels I go in, they have this huge dome with lights in it, and those lights are angled, right? So if you're at one side of the room, you see that light shining right at you, and the other light is not, because it's on that dome surface, it's on that curved surface, pointing in that direction. So if it's a projection, if it would be a projection through a glass medium dome type thing, it would even be, kind of more crazy. You couldn't even know where the actual light was.
Well, but if you add a bunch of stuff like that, this crazy distortions, it's really hard for that to be the case if we have a very good consistency in the spacing between the stars in the sky, for example. So if you
That's
pick,
not how. That's not. I get what you're saying, but that's not how I see it. I even addressed that earlier because if it's a linear, like if it's a dome with a perfect radius, and you go the same distance away in any direction from that particular light that was at your zenith, it's gonna look the same.
right. But is that going to be the same for the stars that are not in the center?
Well, I'm just saying that's how it would work for one person for sure, because I think we see in that we can only see so far. We can't see forever. So in that radius of what you're seeing, I think we do see and type that. Some people say like a hula hoop or whatever. I think we see that when we look out, but looking up is a little different. But I don't see that it couldn't happen. Like I don't put it past the amazing things that we already see happen to think that this could be the case. And I'm basing that on, because if I could measure curved water, I would think differently. But since I can't measure curved water, then I start thinking about how it could happen if the water wasn't curved. Like, that's, you have to know that's where I'm coming from.
Well, there's one observation that I think is relevant. If you pick any two pairs of stars, let's say Betelgeuse and Rigel, pick those two, there is an angular separation between them. That angle is the same for everyone all the time. Doesn't matter where you are, when you are, you get that same angle. And that's true for any two pairs of stars.
Well, I don't disagree with that because the sky is so big.
Right.
I don't think you could see them far enough away to get an angle change.
Right. So if because when things get away from you, they get smaller. When they get close to you, they get bigger. But if the stars are moving around and their distance between each other is constant, you would have to be in the center of that motion for them not to get further or closer to each other.
See, I don't think that with lights at all, because you could have you could have the same light source that's closer and further, and they're going to appear a different size and they're going to appear a different brightness. So you have to take the size of the light source and the brightness. Like you could have the same size light with different lumens that you could see further and would appear to be larger at a further distance than the other one that was less lumens. So lights in the sky, even lights in our atmosphere, I don't think you can use that linear size thing at all.
Well, I'm not talking I'm not talking about the size of the stars, but how far they are apart from each other. Yeah, because I can't think of how you would have that observation unless you're at the center of that motion. But if you wanna say you're in the center of that dome, then everyone on Earth would have to be in the center of that dome because everyone have the same observation. So the dome would have to be huge on flat Earth for everyone to be effectively in the center. But if that's the case, now everyone will have the same sky, and we wouldn't be able to navigate anymore. Because if it's so big, there's no difference between where you are. It feels like you're in the center. Then there's no parallax. There's no anything. Then everyone would see the same sky. I don't know. I just can't see how it could work the way we observe the sky.
I understand. I think it is hard to figure out. Like I don't think you're not trying to figure it out. I just think I have a bias now, so I'm going to see it one way. You have a bias, you're going to see it one way, and can't see it another. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, I think that's definitely human nature.
Well,
But to say that it couldn't be right is a problem.
Yeah, well, it depends on how many things you're considering. Like if you're considering that there's a 60 nautical miles per degree relationship, if you consider that,
No.
I think it's impossible. I think it's impossible to fit. But if you think that might be wrong, then I think there's still a room for a flat Earth to work.
Yeah.
It would still be very weird for a flat Earth to match the observation that we have, for me at least.
I just
'Cause,
think when you go outside and look up and say you know for sure, I think that's where the problem comes in, right? I don't think that's possible at all. I would never say that.
I would say I'm very confident because, well, it simplifies a lot by assuming a globe. And for example, take celestial navigation for example. I didn't study that much. I almost didn't study anything. All I had to do was to understand the idea of doing celestial navigation on a globe, and that was enough. Just by knowing what the idea was, I could already get it working. And what I did that time still works. It works every single time, and I didn't have to study deeply the subject or do a lot of complicated math. I just went from the idea that we are on a globe and the stars are very far.
Hang on, let me ask
Go.
someone. Hey Matt, when you took your captain's license, did y'all do any celestial navigation? Like using sextants or anything like that?
We did our mapping.
Just mapping.
Yeah.
Like charting, but not celestial navigation, like using a sextant to chart. Was it on any tests? Yeah, I have 2 captains within 20 feet of me right now. Well, 3 actually, and none of us have used celestial navigation, or when it took it, on our tests and all that.
Are you still talking to someone else?
No, not anymore. That's why I was asking. There was a guy here that is a captain, and I was asking if he had ever used celestial navigation,
Right.
because I haven't, and it wasn't on
Mhm.
his test when he got his captain's license.
Right. Yeah, I think in modern day it's not there necessary anymore.
Yeah, I think they've kind of done away with it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, since we have GPS and stuff,
Yeah.
kind of became obsolete. But again, what the point I was making is that there's no ad hocing or contortions I have to make the globe fit the observation.
Mm-hmm.
I simply did the obvious thing you would do if we actually lived on the globe, and they actually worked. That's what I think. I'm very confident to say that it's probably what it is, because it doesn't require any force fitting or anything.
I don't know. I can see it. I actually see it my way more clearly now than I ever did the other way, and I've studied both. Right? Like, yeah. I don't know. Anyway, thanks, man.
You're up. Assuming that was for me.
And I'll also add, like, I've asked not just the people around me or in my family that are captains, but other people that have been captains for years and years and years. Like, they never used it. Like, big, we call them crew boats here in the Gulf, and like, people that's been on open water for a long time that's never used it, never was taught it.
Right. I know one guy that knows it. That no, not one. I think two people that do it. Oh yeah, one does it for a hobby. The other is an actual captain, and he delivers things in his boat or ship. I don't know if it's his or not. Or if it's I don't know. I think it's the company's ship, but he's a captain, and he does some celestial navigation, but more for a hobby because he has GPS on the ship. but he still do it just to not to lose the practice. And he actually shared some of his readings with me, and I used that to testify on my the way I was doing selection navigation was correct. Yeah, it worked. Worked with his readings. I got my own section, did my readings. It still worked. I even used data from telescopes, and then I could find the coordinates of the telescope. Oh, and theodolite. Also use readings from theodolites. I know where Ruth lives.
And do you think that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, that the horizon is a flat circle?
I'm not sure if I would say the horizon is a flat circle, because
Well, you were acting like it could be because it's a circle. Circles are flat.
yeah, I said it. Yeah, I said a circle can be parallel to a plane, but
Yeah. So
there's
is your horizon? Is it a circle?
hold
Flat
on.
circle? No.
Oh,
Oh, okay. I
yeah.
thought you were
Hold.
hinting
I said
towards that a
hold
minute
on.
ago.
I didn't say no. Come on, Jeremy. Why are you like that? Either
Well,
you get your
I
straight.
thought you were hinting towards. What's up?
Yeah, either you get your yes or no without any clarification, or you don't engage. Come on, let me answer you with some clarity. So the reason why I said maybe is that there's topography, right? So if there's topography, then it's not going to be a circle. If you're ignoring the
Okay, so we're in
topography
the
of the
middle of the
horizon,
ocean. We're in the middle of the
right?
ocean. Is this a flat circle now, or is it a
Yes.
curving sphere?
Yeah,
Is it
pretty much a circle.
a flat circle?
Yes.
So the ground is not curving.
Why not?
Other ground.
No, I'm talking about the horizon.
The water. We're looking at water at the horizon.
Yeah.
There's a
The
piece of water that there's a piece of water that we can see, and then there's a piece of water to the right of it. You're telling me that's all just a flat circle, and that water's not curving down from the other point that we can see?
Wait,
It's
what?
weird, bro.
No, I'm not getting it. So we have the circle of the horizon. That circle be
Yeah.
equidistant. The circle be equidistant to you, and the water from that circle to you, the other water within that circle, doesn't have to be flat. The circle
Bacon.
itself is flat. The water inside of the
Okay.
circle doesn't have to be flat.
I hear what you're saying. There's a circle, and the circle's flat. So I'm looking at some water out in the distance, right? And then right next to it on the horizon, where I can see, there's another piece of water right next to that piece of water, first water I was looking at, and they're touching. You're telling me there's not drop? It's not dropping. It's flat. There has to be drop. It's a globe,
Well,
right? There's got to be drop. There's got to be drop from every point on the globe, doesn't there?
slow down. What do you mean you're seeing a piece of water and a piece of water next to it? I can't visualize what you mean by that.
You're looking at the horizon. You see a piece of water straight ahead. You look a little bit to the right. There's another piece of water that was touching the first piece of water.
Okay.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so the first piece of water, you're saying this is a flat circle we're seeing, but I'm telling you that on a globe that's impossible because there has to be drop from horizontal everywhere. It can't be a flat circle.
No, but all those points are equidistant to you.
The point that we're looking at the horizon, we're looking at this point of water, and there's a point of water next to it. The water next to the first part of water we're looking at has to have drop in it. It can't be a flat circle on a globe. There has to be
Why
drop
does
from
it have
every
to be a
point.
drop? Why?
Because there has to be.
Your body. Can you say that
You
again?
understand there has to be drop from horizontal from every part of your globe of the
Why?
level water.
If that circle is parallel to the horizontal plane, how is it gonna drop from the horizontal plane if it's parallel?
I know. I understand that. Welcome to flat Earth, maybe. I don't know.
Why?
Because there's no drop from horizontal going on when we're looking at the horizon.
Yeah, because they're parallel.
Yeah, but in the globe there has to be drop from horizontal from every point to any other point, especially when we're looking at level water, right? Isn't that how the globe
No,
works? I know
not the
how it works.
horizon. Not the
No, there
horizon.
doesn't have to be drop from horizontal.
Not the horizon around you. No, because the horizon around you is all those points are equidistant to you. So there is not any point that is dropping more than another one. All of them will have the same distance to the horizontal plane. So how are they going to be dropping?
That we can see out in the distance. There's water there. There's water next to that spot. The water next to that spot has to be dropping from the first spot we saw because there has to be drop from horizontal on every point. Because level's
Why?
curving,
Of
right?
course not. Of
What do you
course
mean,
not.
of course not? You not know how the globe works? I thought
No,
you
I
were
do.
smarter
But
than
what
this,
you're
Bacon.
saying, what you're saying
I
doesn't
thought you were
follow.
smarter than this, dude. This is kind of silly.
Yeah, if you're talking about a piece of water that is at your feet and a piece of water that is further from your feet, those 2 points of water, yeah, the one that is further is going to drop from your horizontal plane. But if you're looking to the horizon, all those points are at the same distance to you. So there
Bro,
is
it
no point
doesn't
that drops.
matter.
It does matter.
Bacon.
All those.
Bacon.
What?
Hold on, bro. Every piece of water next to every other piece of water has to have drop from horizontal. Doesn't matter if it's next to me or 10 miles away or I can't even see it. You got to have drop from
No,
horizontal. Not what
you
you're
drop.
describing to me right now. You're describing to me that there is no drop from horizontal and that this water is flat.
No, the drop
No?
you get drop if you go further. The further you get, the more drop you get.
Okay,
The
listen, if you're
horizon will be equidistant to you. So there's no drop from one piece of the horizon to another piece of the horizon. They're all the same
when
distance.
does the drop okay. Okay, I'm standing on the water. When does the drop start?
Immediately.
Immediately. Okay. So I'm looking at the horizon. I can see a guy. There's a guy out at the horizon. He's standing right at the edge of the horizon. Okay, so I can see him. You know what? There's two guys standing right next to each other, right at the horizon. Right? So you're telling me it's a flat circle and there's no drop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so what about the two guys at the horizon? There's drop immediately from both of them, right?
To you? Yeah, they're dropping by the same amount.
No, to them. There's two guys at the horizon. They both have drop immediately.
Okay.
So it can't be a flat circle because it's dropping from each of their points.
Yeah, but to their horizontal, not to yours.
You not know how the globe works, dude? I'm gonna just wait for Xanax.
To their horizontal, they're dropping, not to yours, because they're the same distance to you. So they're not
Distance
dropping.
doesn't matter. The drop happens, dude. The distance doesn't matter. The drop happens from every point to every other point. There's drop from horizontal.
Yes,
just because it's a distance away from me doesn't matter. It still has to be happening on your globe. You're somehow trying to get away from that, saying now it's not happening because it's equidistant for me. That doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. This is dumb,
if
bro.
it's
This is fucking stupid.
If it's equidistant, they are dropping by the same amount. So you can have 360 guys around you, a degree for each, and they're all gonna be dropping by the same amount. So they're gonna form a flat circle on the sphere. I mean, I don't see what the issue is.
Yeah, so there's two guys. I'm looking at two guys at the horizon. You're saying it's a flat circle, but the guys have to have drop next to each other. It can't be flat because it's dropping from one guy to the next. That's not flat.
Why not?
You don't know how the globe works or something. I'm gonna wait for Xanax
No,
or
why
Show, maybe Rumpus.
Why is it not flat? I mean,
if anyone else wants to explain this to him, go ahead. I'm done though. I can't.
The horizontal,
not even worth it.
the horizontal of those guys are tilted compared to yours. So the other guy can drop from the horizontal of the first guy and still fall in that circle. That doesn't mean the circle isn't flat. It would not be parallel to their horizontal, but it's going to be parallel to yours. I mean, it's not a I mean, it might be a bit complicated, but it's pretty clear.
Yeah, it's clear that on the globe it can't be flat because there has to be drop from every point to every other point. It literally can't be flat in your model.
Yeah, but
There
those
has to
drops.
be curvature. There has to be constant Gaussian curvature everywhere
Yeah,
from every point.
those drops are from other horizontals that are tilted from yours. They don't drop.
They're dropping in respect to each other, right?
Yes, and those horizontals are not the same as yours. They're tilted.
So when I see that point, and I know that it's not flat, and there has to be drop next to it, because that's how the globe works with the Gaussian. To believe the globe people or you?
I don't think anyone will disagree with me here.
Bacon's right. Whatever he says.
Thank you. See, Jeremy, not that complicated.
Oh, it's complicated for Jeremy.
He doesn't even know what you said. Also, I'm a scientist here, so let's not forget that.
But that still doesn't mean you're a scientist of the janitorial sciences. That does not mean you know anything about maps or math or anything like that.
Okay, let me see if I can explain Jeremy's point to extremists. If I get your point wrong, then you can interrupt me.